Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku was Emerald Reaper and had Harem, Part 2. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is Deku, the Emerald Reaper by Gigan_9835. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. Academy PE grounds, Izuku's Cove. Well, what do you know? This day is full of many new things to tell them completely with just my bare fingers, more because I have to endure Eraserhead's morning routine of, "Don't mess with me," or, "Leave me alone." Shit. But despite that, it is going good, as I now have a clear record of what this Class 1A is capable of and what do I have to help Mr. Hobo Man here to improve. First of all, the 50-meter run. Quite simple and simply just, simple. I could see that some of them were in their terrain, like this kid, Tenya, who basically passed through it quickly, taking just 3.06 seconds. Shrugging shoulders. Fast, but not really fast to say I'm impressed with it. Nothing more to expect, as he is far from what his brother Ingenium is capable of. Besides him passed a girl that was literally a frog. 5.29 seconds, quite average but nothing out of the blue. Mashirao Ojiro. Just another simple tailman which speed reached only 5.54 seconds. Normal. Uraraka Ochako. Zero gravity. I guess that could be useful, but when it comes to this, she has a lot to improve if she takes 7.24 seconds to clear the 50-meter run. Then next was the same pink girl that started this mess and some French soprano fool that, in all seriousness, what the heck with his shiny attitude? He barely made 8.09 seconds because he stopped midway, and that girl, sure, it's agile, but not enough to say impressive, yet I can tell by her behavior that she's quite an optimistic kind of Gyaru. If I could call her that. More than 2 seconds and you get a stomachache, then you're clearly above stupid sometimes. Now it came one more interesting. Kachan and Sparta's great-granddaughter, or thanks to this paper sheet. Oh, quite the coincidence, she is basically called Kyrie Sparta, just like her mother. Blinks twice. Of course you would go for flying Muslim technique, you little Kachan. 4.86, it's acceptable if you fly. But I'm impressed with her. She managed to go with her own physical capabilities and reached at 3.65 seconds of time count. Guess you weren't expecting that, huh, Kachan? The rest were average in their own ways, but nothing out of the blue, so I continued my interest on to the next task, grip strength. Expected. As part of the demon family, you would of course have superhuman strength, doing around 578 kilograms of grip strength. But guess what, Kyrie? For your misfortune, there will always be someone stronger than you in some feats, and this time a guy Shoji did that thanks to being a mutant of literal 6 arms and buff. Well, you could grow more if you train better. Distance jump. Average. Some using their quirks to impulse themselves over 50 meters or something, but above that Kyrie did surprise me by basically doing an air dash that impulsed her to 45 meters. Nothing special. Sideways jumps. I won't deny that it's clever for that midget to use his quirk that way, but I see it quite slothish doing that, but other than that the rest were average. Now that we were nearing the ball throw, and ignoring the fact that Uraraka basically sent that ball further beyond space, I was eager to see what you were up to, Kyrie. 3 roads Pav. All right, Sparta Kyrie, your turn, Aizawa said with his usual tone as he tossed the ball towards the mentioned girl, her caught it as she was now upon the circle where the test was made, this as the rest of the students started to argue. I wonder what kind of score Sparta-chan will get. Uraraka said this as she was besides Tenya and Bakugo, both also having their eyes on her. In all honesty, I haven't seen her use her quirk yet, but until now her score was in an acceptable level. Not to say her strength, it's quite unusual for a summoning type quirk. Huh? The fuck you mean with summoning quirk? Bakugo asked as he heard Iida say this, the mentioned hearing his question. Although I will ignore your bad language just now, I remember that this girl, Spardasan, was able to summon 2 unique types of creatures out of nowhere, one of them capable of flying while the other was like some sort of dog with flames. But I haven't seen her use them yet. Tenya explained as he observed how Kyrie started to stretch for the ball throw, this as Katsuki's eyes were now onto her. A summoning quirk? With that kind of strength and speed? Bullshit. I want to see that with my own eyes. Katsuki thought this as he was starting to get a bit annoyed, knowing that it wasn't normal for someone with a summoning quirk to have such large physical condition, moreover, such strength and speed. Concentrated. With Basil this would be more easier to achieve, and I say easy because this is simple, looks at our team, but ever since he's here, Basil it's getting quite rouge and eager to attack him. I can tell that he's not human, but to scare him to that point seems suspicious. Size I guess I'll have to go with my full strength then. Kyrie thought that to herself as she ended up the stretches, now getting ready to throw as she took stance. She's holding back on purpose because of me, isn't she? Izuku thought this as he noticed her moves, knowing of why she would do that. Notices Aizawa. You also saw it of course as well, Eraser. Here goes. Kyrie exclaimed as she threw the ball with her hands, the ball going surprisingly far as the students behind her could tell, the ball reaching a high distance, but not enough to not be capable of seeing it starting to land. But 465 meters. Whoa. That's quite far, a red-haired boy exclaimed this in surprise as Kyrie returned to a normal position. Well, that makes it. Kyrie stopped her tracks as she and the rest of the students heard Aizawa talk, his hair starting to levitate as well as the scarf surrounding his neck. Oh boy, Izuku just staying shut as he unconsciously stepped back a couple of steps from him, not wanting to be enveloped like a mummy. Well, I did the ball throw though, Kyrie argued back confused of Aizawa's tone. But out of nowhere she was suddenly caught and yanked towards the teacher thanks to the scarf he used as lash, getting her clearly alert and shocked as how the rest of the class was at that moment. I saw your development at the entrance exam Sparta, and I know you're hiding your potential on purpose. Those creatures are your summonings, aren't they? Then show them. Sensei. No excuses Sparta. This test it's made to analyze the limits of your quirk and you're not showing it, releases her. Dare to hold back again and you're expelled. Do it again, this time with your quirk. Aizawa ended the lecture as he let the girl go, her now clearly frustrated as she was now into a very tricky situation. She of course wanted to show her partners out, but the presence of our teen was making them wild in fear and it was sure that, if she summoned them out, they would attack him. She was inside a dilemma. As she returned to the circle, this time with another ball, the rest of the class was clearly into a bit of a worry and intrigue. It was true she hadn't shown her quirk yet, but to be warned of expulsion just for not showing it though? That was quite unfair, but arguing against their teacher would only cause more trouble. Those two aren't going to obey until I show them they're safe, isn't it? Size well shit. Eraser. Our teen called out as he took the attention of the pro. This is the class also got their attention on him, especially Kyrie. Allow me to take care of this, and don't interfere. I know you're quite jumpy on interfering. Glares. What are you planning? Glares back, trust me. I won't do anything to hurt her or her summonings. Izuku said this as the pro behind him was eager to stop him. But as teacher he had to forcibly agree to his idea, this as Izuku now was meters in front of Kyrie. Is he serious? Kyrie asked herself in clear shock, not believing what she just heard, looking at our teen as she was visibly surprised. Sparda-san, am I right? Izuku asked as he took her attention. I know why you won't use your quirk, and you know as I do what you need to do. So don't hold back, him saying this by gazing directly at her eyes, denoting the truth on his words as Kyrie was now clearly astonished of his words. Amused. He is serious. She thought this as she looked at our teen. This is inside her mind she was having a clear mental dilemma of the actual moment. I can barely trust this guy because my senses are telling me he's dangerous, same with Basil and Glades, as they would go wild against him. But is it okay to trust him? I'm sure he noticed both of them will attack him. Sighs, but right now this hobo man it's observing me and if I don't, this guy will send me back to where I belong and ain't going nowhere. So she does lack some control of them, huh? Izuku thought to himself as he observed her visible insecurity to do the order. Sighs, guess I'll have to teach her a lesson. Deep breaths. Looks at Izuku. Just don't blame me if they attack you. Calm. No worries. Just do it, Izuku reassured her as he was in position, waiting for the young girl to release her summons. Or more specifically, her demonic partners. What are they talking about? Both teacher and students asked to themselves as they were confused of this, unable to think of what it really meant. Well. Sighs, here we go. Kyrie thought this as she later rose both her arms, a bluish aura surrounding her as around her on the ground was shown a magic circle, making the students cautious as Aizawa was. Izuku not showing any sign of intimidance on his posture and expression, clearly unfazed by it. After the show of lights, which blinded the present, the lights faded, now shone besides her two figures that now made the class and Aizawa catch clear intrigue on them. Two figures that Izuku recognized completely and for him weren't really surprising or either doubt, as in all matters. He faced things far worse than just a basilisk and a gladius. Imagine them with blue lighting instead of the normal one. What are those? Most of the students thought to themselves when they saw them, both at first curious of why they're summoning. But once they appeared, the present were clearly taken aback or on guard as Aizawa was when both entered in clear defensive stance, Basil growling loudly and the gladius hissing in defense. Whoa, calm down, both of you, Kyrie said alarmed as she tried to calm them down, being visibly worried of their development. Even with it, both of them doing opposite of what she told them, getting more anxious and aggressive. Squint's eyes, as I thought. She has no total control of them as I believed. Izuku thought this as he observed their clear defensive behavior, knowing it was normal, not to say inexperienced on taming them. Basil, Glady. Calm down, Kyrie said now a little more worried as her partners were now visibly eager to attack. Basil even starting to bark sometimes in defense. Let them, Izuku said suddenly without any doubt or fear, making some of the present shocked. Are you nuts? They're dangerous as they are. Kyrie not buying it kindly, making her think of him as a crazy guy. I'm aware. And I insist. Izuku not backing up from his words, still ready to do his act. Kyrie was about to either lecture him or lose her temper in clear confusion of why such an unbelievable act of nonchalant behavior. But right now, she was aware and thanks to Aizawa, presented that he was a teacher, and like a teacher, he is experienced upon handling situations. Not to say his demonic breed that she was able to sense within him that gave her a slight peck of trust of knowing that he was dealing with someone who might know about how demons act. So without any more resistance, she let her partners free. The very instant that happened, both Basil and Glady did not waste any time and rushed towards Izuku, both with clear intentions to attack him. Absolutely worried, is he not scared at all? Most of the students exclaimed inside their heads with clear worry, as both beasts looked rather intimidating, that except the bicolored-haired teen and Katsuki, as they just watched closely. Glady spinned in fast speeds as it turned into its blade form in an instant after being a couple of meters away of him. Basil going for the bash with its fangs covered in flames, this as it readied itself for it. But before either Aizawa or Kyrie could act, sighs, whispers, it seems I need to teach you quite a few lessons Spardasan, Izuku said to himself as he wasn't fazed, on the contrary. He already foresaw their moves. Shocked, nah. Katsuki, Kyrie and the bi-haired teen had their eyes opened shut as they've witnessed, like the rest, what happened in just a matter of seconds. As soon as Glady tried to slash Izuku in two, Izuku leaned his torso aside to dodge the slash, getting him to get a grip upon its neck with his right hand, having now a hold of it like a blade, while he aimed his left hand towards Basil, catching the hound's head as Glady partly released its blade form, trying to flap itself away from our teen grip. Yet the result was simplified that our teen basically slammed Glady on Basil in enough strength to not injure the two badly but clearly enough to pin them down on the ground, Glady being the main pin on Basil as the hound was clearly trying to fight back the pin, but Izuku has trained quite enough to get the two on the ground without much effort, after all. An Impusa Queen and the Angelos aren't exactly weak in physical strength, neither small enough to be pinned so easily. Glaring at the demons, steady, Izuku said this in an intimidant tone while releasing a bit of bloodlust aura towards them, both flinching from the sudden intimidant action, making both calm, but why? Surprised. He's asserting dominance. Through fear? Kyrie thought this as she could tell her partners were visibly afraid. No. He's answering with the same answer they gave, asserting dominance through respect towards him. Lowers guard. He's showing them that he is in authority here. Let them be Jadius, they already learned their lesson. Eraserhead mentioned with his usual tone as our teen agreed with the man, him releasing the grip on them as both stood, floated gently again, this time relaxed as their aggressiveness lowered, now being totally passive. Go back to your familiar, she requires your aid, Izuku ordered out as both demons bowed in respect on response, both going towards the amused astonished Kyrie that was trying to comprehend the situation that just happened before her eyes. Not to say the class was as surprised as she was. all of them asking to themselves what kind of trick he used to tame such dangerous and interesting creatures easily. Well, the girl's attention was taken as Aizawa spoke, her familiars now besides her. Now that your main issue was secured, proceed with the task, we don't have all day. The pro hero saying this as he regained his calculating device in hand, this being sign for her to continue on what she was eager to do. Now catching another softball our team threw to her, having her attention on her target. Well, that sure helped, but I seriously need to know who is this guy, she thought to herself as she later made eye contact with Basil, the basilisk understanding her command as it took stance of aim, this as Kyrie also took stance to do her throw. Here she comes again. The pink-skinned girl exclaimed in emotion as she and most of the enthusiastic started to expect the upcoming answer, some of the others just observing closely as they were calmer than them. From now I can only think of this. Go Basil! Kyrie exclaimed with the top of her lungs as she threw the ball quite far than before, the ball going far as the rest was surprised from her inhuman strength. Yet the shock came when her familiar, now known to them as Basil, aimed towards the flying object and now shocked them to see the hound literally blast its head as a cannonball, projectile that surprisingly caught up with the ball on time, making it go even farther, making the ball be out of sight for them, exploding after a couple of seconds while the hound restored another head, this as Kyrie could rest. Bot. 1.08 kilometers. What the? That far? A yellow-haired teen with a black strand assimilating a volt exclaimed astonished as the class was shocked for that number, surpassing Katsuki as the mentioned was visibly shocked. Grinning. Now that's what I'm talking about, creeped out, what the hell is this hobo grinning for? Our team thought a bit unpleased as he observed the grin coming from Aizawa, this being something completely alien for him seeing the guy smile like crazy madman. Sensei. Both teachers had their attention towards Kyrie, as the girl was now looking at them with a determined mind. Basil sat like a loyal dog while Glady kept floating besides her while also looking at them. You wanted my best. Here ya have it. This being said with a little egocentric tone as she was visibly excited, this as it was clear for both of them that she was ready to continue. Smirks underneath mask. Well. Looks at Aizawa. Your call eraser. Returns to seriousness plus glaring slightly plus whispering, don't get confident yet Urizen. Whispers, TCH. What a boomer, the vigilante said annoyed as he backed off from the teacher. The pro still being on the defense as it was clear that their relationship wasn't needed to be explained, this as the pro made the course continue, following up with the rest of the activities as our team could only analyze this to himself as the test continued. Time skip after the rest of the activities took place. Sit-ups, bent downs and lap runs. All of the students were reunited once again at the main PE field, all of them skeptical as they were waiting for both teachers. Although one of them not really a teacher, to give them the results, this being the job of Aizawa to do so as our team just relaxed at the back while having a mental count of the class as well as their names registered in his memories. Well, according to the tests, your results will be shown now, activating hologram. The first place it's the top, followed by second and by third until it'll reach the last number. You know what will it mean? Aizawa said tiredly as he showed the tables of the scores, showing to the class their very first limits to one another. 1. Shodo Todoroki 2. Momo Yaoyorozu 3. Kyrie Sparta. 4. Katsuki Bakugo 20. Minoru Mineta, crying, no, I had such a wonderful future ahead. A midget inside the class of students cried out in defeat as he missed his chance to become a hero. Pokerface plus tickmark. I wonder what kind of sick future you were planning by how I saw you look at the girls' bottoms with no shame at all, Izuku thought to himself as he was starting to get slightly annoyed of the midget's behavior. Not to say that the young Sparta was seen now relaxing a bit while being with Uraraka and Iida. These two being besides her as the pink-skinned girl was, also ignoring the actual situation as she wasn't a fool to detect the said midget checking her out with a disgusting perverted smile on its face, which annoyed her clearly. About the expulsion. I was lying, most of the class, who was relieved first of being inside UA unlike the midget who was already giving up, exclaimed in shock as this was a complete pull on their legs. I knew it was a lie from the beginning. I think I should have told you before guys. An onyx-haired girl of promising physical looks said this with a bit of confusion, as she thought the others had caught the lie as well. Seeing that it wasn't this the case as some of them were like, you could have told us earlier, expression on their faces while looking at her. A technical lie huh? That sure it's only a thing a hobo would make, this being the thought of Kyrie as Aizawa had a little tingle in his body, making feel annoyed as he could tell someone called him, hobo, again. Squint's eyes, that wasn't exactly a lie, looks at Aizawa, I know here Eraser it's always honest on his sentences and he never breaks up his own words. So you do deem them with potential, huh Eraser? Never thought the cold man with zero care on being normal would have a soft spot on himself. Izuku thought this to himself as he later observed how Aizawa gave the class finish, as the students were sent back to the changing rooms to pick up their uniforms and dress up again to go back home, leaving the two behind in deep silence. Tomorrow morning at the hour prescripted on the schedule, be late and you will suffer the consequences. Urizen glares at Izuku. You might be my assistant, but my trust on you it's as frail as always. Don't provoke me. This was the last mentioned words by the pro hero, as he left the scene, leaving behind our teen as the pro went now towards the teacher's lounge, ready to communicate his scores on the test to the documents of the class. Size asterisk. I'm as unpleased as you are right now Eraser, but I made a promise with Galleon and I don't plan to break it. You might see me as your enemy and it's fair, but don't let our students caught up with our enmity. Those matters outside school, not here. This was the last thing said by our teen as he also went towards the installations, ready to wait for Himiko to be free and go directly towards Devil's Cove, knowing that their schedule was also frail and full. Urizen? I think I heard that name before. I had a hunch those two didn't tolerate each other, but this guy sure it's suspicious, more because Jadius it's a non-existent name on the hero chart. I will find out who you are, as it seems you are equal with me, Urizen. A certain girl thought to herself as she stayed up behind for a while, having a hunch of suspicion upon our teen, having heard enough to leave the scene with Aizawa not realizing the eavesdropping ears upon their little chat. Tomorrow sure was a day with incoming matters. With Himiko's POV asterisk size this is boring. I don't know how Izuku manages to withstand these annoying brats, more because one of them it's sure a pain in the noggin. Nato Monoma if I recall by the list of students. This meeting at the auditorium of the school it's the same as the ones I used to do when I was back in my school days, but here it's clearly filled with many pro heroes, so many that I'm not going to lie, scared me to the fullest. I know Izuku and Mr. Mouse helped on not letting them hurting us, but I can clearly sense some tension towards me, more from the teacher I had to aid in this class course. Vlad King, or Sekijiro-kan as I read from one of Izuku's notebooks of analysis. The man immediately gave me the glares once I entered on his eyesight, not to mention the curious group of students I had to help him educate. I do recognize a pair from what my darling wrote down, but other than that I had zero knowledge of what was I doing, not to say that I wasn't exactly the kind of girl to love studies back in the day. But one thing that I noticed was that neither Darling or some of the students from the other course attended the conference. I was indeed weirded out, but I heard from the teachers that some Aizawa was their teacher and that they knew what was the deal, making them just shrug the shoulders without worry. Oh. Darling has it hard, as we don't have good social skills with that ninja hobo man, more importantly because he was one of our pursuers outside school. I'm lucky, and at the same time not. After the conference ended, the students were sent to their classes again, me having to go with Vlad as we followed up to the classroom, after it, having presented me to the class as the class also presented itself. Not gonna lie, it was thrilling and I was nervous all the time, him having to call me Vampress as hero alter ego. I like the name, but I prefer Golden Fallen thanks. I met up some nice girls like some named Itsuka Kendo and Setsuna Tokage, as well as that prick of Monoma also presented himself to me. I was wearing the mask all the time so they couldn't look at my fangs, but other than that it was okay, all until it was the end of it and we were free. Finally. Door slides open. Who are you? I heard one of the students say as the attention was on the door, some of them standing almost in front of it as they've noticed a presence besides it, not to say their clear curiosity opened mine. I wonder if it is Darling. Third POV. Some of the students asked out loud as they've saw a presence leaning besides the door, one we clearly knew but of course they didn't. Izuku was now besides 1B, being the class where Himiko was put to aid Vlad King, as he was now waiting for classes on it to come to an end, this being the case as he now woke up from his small nap. The name's Jadius, I'm a hero that works here as aide for class 1A but right now I've come to pick up my partner, we have some pretty busy schedule up ahead in the day. Izuku said this as he waited for a certain response, the students being now a bit intrigued of this. 1A. Some of them being girls as they caught up with the matter, now checking out our teen as they've observed him closely. He looks strong, not gonna lie. Licks lips and also kinda hot. One girl having this thought as she could notice the well-built of him, clearly being a little interested in that department. Jadiaskin. A wild Himiko came out of the door, noticing now our teen as this caught the attention of the students from the sudden move, not to say that she also came out to hug him like if they were like siblings. What did I told you about hugs inside campus vampires? Pouting, Mo. At least one won't hurt. Yeah, but we are in campus as these kind of behavior it's not right, especially in front of the students. As the two were arguing with each other, the students could only observe with a sweat drop how the two were having their little chat. This as some decided to leave the scene while others were curious of them and stayed a bit. Not before Vlad came out and listened to the ruckus. What's going on here? The pro said as the students decided to not stay anymore and went towards the exit, some certain girls staying behind for some seconds before going once again to the exit. Notices Izuku, any reason why you were here, Jadius? Khan said with a slight tone of annoyance as he wasn't used to call a vigilante some name that didn't even existed. Getting a pouting Himiko off just to pick up my partner Vlad. After all, remember we also work after this. Vlad said nothing more as he let the two go, not arguing back as both then decided to leave the scene, Izuku and Himiko now going also towards the exit as their first day was done. For now I'm pretty aware Sparta has taken an eye on me, as she could clearly know that I'm also a demon, but what my main worry it's for that buffoon of All Might here as teacher. I know he is strong, but in all honesty, him being here will only bring chaos on this school, more because of that guy. But even so, my main worry it's not them. Demons are being active, and it's getting more difficult to get them at bay, more because I'm seemingly the only hunter at Japan, not to say that they are considered myths and I have no knowledge of Nero's presence around. I might have to be ready in case some madness begins here. And I hope it doesn't. Hosu City night time, Izuku's Pav. Well, what a day that was. Here we are again, another night shift at Devil's Cove. Me and Himiko were back at Hosu after the day at Ua. Not to be angry or either stressed or anything, in comparison to what we live here at the job, that wasn't really something to be stressed. Like there are multiple types of students or also multiple types of customers. Drunk, hey gal, bring me another cup will ya? Coming, Himiko said as she picked up some beers, her going towards the table where she was called to, one filled with many men that were enjoying a drunken party, after what could possibly be explained as shift work. At least Himiko knows how to defend herself, otherwise those bastards wouldn't thought twice on thinking about going further beyond, with her at some hotel as hormonal men are. Geez, I know the temptation it's large but I managed to get my strives in order to not think of that. More specifically because Himiko has made many warnings about being hers, in all my letters, even though I read from one of her diaries by accident that she had some attraction to girls, especially the cute ones. But that's personal of her, so I might stop prying on that. But other than that here I am, being the attractive bartender that attended the customers in Devil Cove, as I prepared a mojito and some other concoctions courtesy of my dad's adventures at the western side of the planet, and grabbed a tray in order to go towards some private room we had at the Cove, one that could be assigned for people that paid for a more special service, to be specific, privacy. I went there. As I reached the door that went on it, 1 out of 3 that me and Himiko had. Knock's door, I knocked, as I made my presence clear to the people inside, as the rooms are big enough to hold over 10 people inside, but it could be used for just 2. Although with some laws of charity. The door was opened after a couple of seconds, the customers now being shown as none other than Power Loader, letting me in as I entered into the room, where some other pros were present. Took you quite some time, Mr. Midoriya. The one to answer me was none other than Galleon, in his form of Nedzu, as he was with Toshinori, Lunch Rush, Ectoplasm and Present Mike, Midnight being just besides Loader as the two were up their sits, enjoying the little chat that they were having before I interrupted. I could tell from her eyes that she still had a slight distrust on me, but in comparison to Eraserhead, she was calmer and a little more relaxed, just as she was starting to pry into a friendly conversation. My apologies then, Nedzu. With just me and Himiko, it is hard to get a hold on many customers, as you could tell that we have a very high demand on our service. Waves Pa, no need to worry Izuku. The demand of a job of this kind it's strict and I don't have any complaints. Points at lunch rush, moreover here lunch rush understands. I'm aware, leaving the tray at the table, making food for an entire school of over 500 students daily it's harder than just 50,100 customers daily. Cleaning teeth, nevertheless, I'm surprised and amazed of your skill, not to say that you basically cook and prepare concoctions with such mastery that you're pointing it's well deserved. I loved your food like anything else. A bit embarrassed, thanks. Although I lack on food presentation in comparison to some of the greatest restaurants. You're kidding, right? Despite being something as simple as Devil Angelo Burger, they are masterpieces in their tastes. I felt like I'm eating something full of temptation in the case of the devil, or something as pure as light when I munched on Angelo. Sipping the mojito, not to mention your Limbo's mojito, it's quite calming and tasty as I just tasted it. You clearly got my respect, young Izuku. Blushing, I felt clearly embarrassed from their praises, as in all truth, I wasn't really used to be praised for my work, not to say from what I cook. I knew they were tasty as every time someone ate or drank one of them, they've gulped it or basically ate them in such fast pace that nothing of the plate was left behind. Just an empty plate with not even a speck of meal on it. But other than that, my attention went towards them, now as I sent a message to Himiko, leaving her take care of it while I started the main why they were here specifically. Same visual message reaching them, as they took sit and got their expressions serious. Now to what we came for, young Izuku, Galleon started as he lent me take sit and await his words. By what was I told from both Vlad and Aizawa about the development of you two at the class says that you did what was expected and made the situation easy to handle for them, not interrupting anything about it. But as I was able to observe, you seem to have some sort of slight interest upon young Sparta, more precisely, Kyrie Sparta. May we know that reason? I know you know as I do of what are you implying, Galleon, but here the others weren't going to believe us if we spoke that truth, so I can guess you planned this to make a strategic move for making them ward their eyes off me. With all due respect, Nedzu, and for all of you as well, leans on his elbows, I have seen many quirks, many powers and many things to make it clear that what it is about her it's something unique, as having a summoning quirk of something so sentient means a thing to praise. But with what I had seen just today at the test your employee made, she has quite some flaws that I want to help her into her quirk, but also I'm intrigued at what power she held, one I'm sure I'm capable of helping her improve. It is selfish, I know. But from what I have saw that day, I'm sure you agree with me that she has more than the eye can see, Nedzu, a power many would seek and at the same time fear. But one that if used for the sake of the innocents, it could be a light of a word I'm sure you know, one I don't have to tell you twice but it's there when the situation gets dire. Interested, and what word would that be, young Midoriya? Hope. At first I could tell many of them were not expecting my answer, but some of them I could catch a slight glance of light lit up in their eyes, one that meant that in some way they understood my message, one that meant the very deep meaning of what I said. Same light I knew Galleon shared with me, as he knew how special she was. More because we know the deep sacrifice her Gramps made in the past for the greater good. As I expected of you, young Midoriya. I knew you would see what I saw at that time, stands, then again, we are already aware of that, so my main issue it's not exactly them as you could tell, points at me, my main view right now it's you two. Curious as to, Himiko and I, correct young Midoriya, serious gaze, as you already know, we are already trained enough for academic purposes, points at Toshinori, here an exception as he is also beginning into the task. But you two are part of our responsibility as well. As part of being a school staff it's also our job to help you and your friend out into the making of teaching staff, which it's why we asked you to aid Aizawa and Vlad in this new Gen of Hero course. Despite knowing that our relationship it's not the best thanks to our Vigilante background. I was honest. Although I appreciated and comprehended Galleon and ectoplasm, it is quite difficult if you tell me, as my partner clearly despises me. Yeah, despite that clear vision of his, Galleon not helping much as he made that clear. Although I was able to detect some discomfort on midnight when he said that, as she seemed clearly troubled. Not in the way that she also hated us, more like a way that even if she did, she planned to change that. We know ya don't have a very good relationship with Aizawa-kun. But chill out, dude, it will be a matter of time when that hobo man learns to trust you. Maybe not early, but it will happen in its time, trust me. Sighs, you're not helping much in truth, Mike, but I'll follow up, as I can tell he already detected potential on our students, thing that it's surprising as I read he expelled 2 entire classes in one go because he deemed them unworthy. But anyways, young Midoriya stands up, as you could read in the schedule, I will have my debut class with your class tomorrow, and I have planned something for it, so will you care to help me out? As this matter will be one that will be important to detail on it. Me and the rest were surprised, more than as we heard Toshinori say this. What the hell is he planning to do? But when I heard, important to detail, I got intrigued, maybe it won't be something out of the blue. I'm listening, I asked, showing that I was indeed a bit unsure of what he was planning, but well, what can go wrong? Without me knowing that it will be something that would not be in the preference of Aizawa at all if he knew, and he'll surely know once he finds out. That will be my demise. End Izuku's POV. Uwa Academy. The next day. We now locate ourselves in another at Uwa day when now the formal classes began for Class 1A as the subjects were coming in clear. How? Because our teen was basically at the class as any ordinary student, but with the exception that he was just there in case he was tasked to aid out the teacher. But, looking at the students, all right, in which sentence the personal pronoun it's misplaced. Present, Mike said as he wrote down 4 sentences in English at the blackboard, expecting an answer from the students. The personal pronoun it's misplaced in the third one. Seriously, this is what you call studies? My father had to teach me Italian and even devil speech, and those are challenges. Our teen thought bored as he was already sure that this was something far from easy to him. His father Hisashi making sure he had a perfect education despite not going to classes formally as any other student had informal education. At least I'm not the only one that knows inside this class, as I know you did study. Kachan looks at a hand lifted, not to say I already caught the genius of the class. Izuku thought this as he noticed the onyx-haired girl lifting her hand, ready to answer the question given. Being a positive answer. At lunchtime it wasn't so different. Poker face, seriously, lunch rush. I know they are excited to see heroes, yet it's not so surprising to show yourself off. You're not a celebrity unlike Mr. Oxygenated Muscles or Flamefucker Torch. Izuku thought this as he observed how lunch rush presented himself to the some students of Class 1A, being Uraraka, Iida and surprisingly Kyrie, who was clearly not carrying the pro's presence and just concentrating in her sacred ritual known as lunch. Same thing that shared Izuku as he was eating with Himiko in a table out of the view of the students, Himiko eating calmly, as she devoured her meals unlike our teen that was taking his time. Of course some heedful students from both Class 1A and 1B noticed them, mainly Katsuki and Kendo, as they've found this kind of curious, seeing them, surveilling their actions in care. This although not giving a few some safety. But the awaited time came. Time that Izuku would regret, as the classes began again and with one subject the students awaited the most. Heroic class. IAM. The class started to get thrilled, as a known, imponent voice was heard across the room. In comparison to our teen, who was taking a nap before that but awoken thanks to the sudden interruption. Walking through the door like a normal person. A very well-known bulky blonde man exclaimed as he passed through the door. In a very interesting mode that could only bring our teen one answer. Poker face when in the netherworld or living place in Earth that is a normal way to pass through a door. Our teen had 0 comments. Not even a way to read what was the point for the pro to do so. Oi, it is All Might, so it wasn't just a rumor. The real thing is here. Just his presence, it's giving me chills. That suit, it's the one of the silver era, right? Eyelash tick, and of course, no one it's asking about that just because it's the almighty All Might we are talking about. What a great bunch of airheads unable to see such incoherence just because it's a celebrity. But for his luck, he wasn't the only thinking that. Blinks twice. Is this really the so famous #1 hero All Might? An oxygenated fool that doesn't know the meaning of normality in reality. It was Kyrie, her also asking the same incoherence when observing such action happen upon her eyes, now asking herself if All Might was someone healthy in mind to think that entrance. It's how normal people walked into a room. Good morning to all of you young students. As you can see, I'm the teacher in charge for giving heroic classes, and for this day and beginning of the course I have in mind one thing that you all might await desperately. Takes out card and exposes it. Combat training. Grinning in excitement. Combat training. Both Kyrie and Katsuki grew a clear grin of excitement, Katsuki looking a bit more obvious than her, but it's clear the girl was expecting this, not to say her physical language craved for a battle. Curious. Combat training so out of the blue. Well, that makes it interesting. Although why you will need my aid here, All Might. Izuku, on the contrary, started to think thoroughly on what he meant to him about asking aid in this, as he was explained that he would work in a special place upon the physical test he was going to give to them, yet it was clear that he was never explained of what he had to do or anything close. The question was surely something that stayed on his mind. For this class we are going to go towards ground beta, but unlike with Aizawa you will use these. All Might mentioned as he pressed a button on a controller he had in hand, directing it to one of the walls in the room, wall that our teen had to detach from as he was almost pushed to the ground by some racks that came out from it, one that was showing gray, hard cases with numbers. Respectively said numbers. Tick mark. Watch out what you're doing, meathead. Of course the insult from our teen was taken in surprise by the class, which was once at gleam but now caught in clear shock, not expecting such reaction from someone that was also a hero, like the pro. Sweat drops. Oh, sorry young Jadius. Must have warned you beforehand of that. Tick mark. TCH. Just continue with your business. Izuku saying this as he walked past the hero and went towards the door, visibly annoyed of being almost hit in an accident. All Might could have warned him before, ignoring the clear gazes of the rest upon his presence. Whisper. Wow, I never knew someone was capable of insulting All Might so openly. Whisper. Well, if we take the situation, it seems he had no knowledge of those racks as we did, so it's fair he would get ticked if he didn't warn him of such function. Whisper. But he just insulted the number one guys. Didn't you hear his comment? Whisper. If we were him we would also be angered. Mineta. Thank goodness he had good reflexes or else he could have gotten hurt from that. The students chanted between themselves for a little while before the pro made a couple of coughs to take their attention again. I apologize for that little show, but please take your cases. They are the suits that were made based on your notes and data that was informed previously to the school. Go and we will meet back at ground beta in 20 minutes. All Might commanded the order as the students decided to shrug off the previous situation and pick their cases before going out of the classroom. This as some few took a small glance on our teen, who just connected his with some of theirs, giving a little bit of intimidation on them as they've continued towards their encommended task. Glares at All Might. You better tell me what you're planning with this class, All Might, and I'll make that as your apology, because even if I got hit by stronger things, that would have been a nuisance to my day. Sweat drops. Too told you sorry already, young Jadius. So no need to be unnecessarily anger right now. Sarcasm. Tell that to yourself until you believe it. Izuku said no more as he went towards the place where the class was going to be given, and embraced All Might following behind as he already made a little flaw on communicating with our team, not being a good start with it. This is now the class was clearly ready to begin. Ground beta. Visibly surprised. Whoa. Let me reread it again so I can understand. You're telling me that I'm basically going to work as an outsider threat in this task, when I'm basically warned by Aizawa that I have forbidden hurting anyone of the students. Are you trying to put me in trouble with Eraserhead? Our teen exclaimed in clear anger towards All Might, as he was now explained of what was his role on the task of today's class. In simple words, he was going to be shown as the unwanted danger at some point of the activities, being example of a vigilante assault, in the worst case possible for a hero inside the activity of the students, basically allowed to use major force on them as it shows for them to grow wary of multiple dangers. In an experienced head, it is something quite clever as it awakes some reflexes on younger warriors to be perceptive of every danger incoming. But for an student that it's just being told of the clear basics of what was the job about. It was just ridiculous, and even Izuku agreed with that. Placing hand in front for defense plus nervous, too. I'm deeply sorry young Midoriya, but this isn't exactly my idea. I'm just following up orders. Tick mark X3 of WHO. Because I doubt Eraserhead, with how much we like each other, would allow that to happen. Our teen saying the second sentence with sarcasm as it was clear that he would get himself whooped by the pro if he does lethal damage on them. Nervous TTHE principal, young Midoriya. Izuku was clearly in between wanting to have a serious discussion with Nezu or basically wanting to ask for a clear certificate of protection, because Aizawa was surely going to give him a physical lecture he was sure the pro was eager to give when he is being pursued as Urizen. Tick mark X4, tisk. You better not make me do something crazy. Arteen said in defeat as he later gained his attention towards the main gate of ground beta, All Might doing as well as the pro was a bit embarrassed to even reclaim towards Arteen. After a couple of minutes, footsteps were starting to get audible for both pros, All Might returning his posture back to his normal imponent posture while Arteen was waiting with his arms crossed, this as he could already have some physical details of them thanks to his demonic eyesight, which allowed him to have a glance of them before All Might. Curious, not going to lie, I can see some of them with some imagination upon making hero suits. But some others are clearly generic, more in what Iida and that midget has on. He basically looks like he's wearing a freaking diaper. Arteen thought to himself with clear emotions that went between curiosity and amusement, to just plain confusion of what was the ideal of them about a heroic suit. From now on make this your omen, kids. The costume makes the hero. And right now you are heroes. All Might exclaimed at the students, as now they were visible to their eyes. Katsuki was at the front of them all with his imponent suit that rather looked a bit intimidating, but for Arteen it was more than suitable, which made it unsuitable for people like Beast Genus that are obsessed with fashion at the eyes of Izuku. Although the comment that All Might made did give him a look of, what the fuck are you talking about? Kind of type, the mentioned pro noticing it as he could only made an undetected shoulder shrug that Arteen only rolled his eyes back at the expression. But of course, Arteen detected something that was clearly missing. Is everyone here already? So we can. Lifting hand, hold on sensei. Spardasan's missing. One of the students, more specifically Uraraka, exclaimed interrupting All Might, making obvious the missing piece that Izuku detected, this as he now started to sense her. Thanks to her demonic presence. Huh, who's missing Kirby? The bubbly girl flinched a bit thanks to the sudden aggressive tone directed at her, and the rest turning to the source as they've observed the dark tunnel that they've just passed through. This is a certain feminine presence started to make herself visible, this is her footwear, being stylish boots, the first thing visible. As more of her was visible, the clear impression and surprise of the students, as well as the clear curiosity of All Might, was more visible to observe, as her dressings were quite stunning, not to say that it made her figure visible upon her legs and in some way showed her young attractiveness. But of course the surprise was upon what was lying on her back. It was a suit, one Arteen recognized thanks to tales that his father read to him about the old and nowadays extinct Order of the Sword. A tale from none other than Nero. Smiles underneath mask, it seems she did copy your style, Hanero. Like father, like son, Izuku said this to himself as he looked at her, being now the clear image of what Nero was before, notices her back, and it seems she also shared the liking on a personalized Durandal like you, huh? Despite being like Red Queen, it's clear it has a personal touch of her. Sorry for the delay, just making sure this bad girl was made correctly as I wanted, Kyrie said as she held her blade in her hand, moving it elegantly as the students could only observe her with multiple thoughts that were different between one another. Holy cow, that's a huge sword. How in the world they've admitted a sword as her equipment? Damn, she looks badass. She looks kind of naive. Is that sword safe at all? Not going to lie, she looks amazing. More and more thoughts were shared between one another as they looked at her, same gaze as she detected. What, I'm not a show you know. Waves hand, oh, you're definitely are. Tick mark, huh, wanna say that again Pikachu. The teen flinched at Kyrie's warning, stepping back as he didn't want to be her sword's target. Grins, hee hee, I like this gal, one of the girls thinking this with amusement of the guy's misfortune. Wow Spardasan, you look amazing, Uraraka said as she neared the girl with excitement. Scoffs, of course I do. I am, notices her dressings, what the hell are you wearing? Kyrie saying this as she observed at Uraraka's dressings. Embarrassed Etta, I kind of made a mistake while asking for my suit. I didn't make clear the measurements so it ended up as a skin-tight suit. I should had checked for that before. Poker face, yeah, you should have had. Thumbs up, I love you Arteen AHD to hold a laugh when Kyrie smacked Mineta to oblivion as the girl clearly heard him and the sarcasm he implied. This is the other boys, except two, flinched from it, one of those being Katsuki, as the guy was basically laughing his ass off from the event. Tick mark, try anything and you'll be dead like a fly midget. Nervous is he alright? Uraraka getting nervous as she saw the scene unfold in front of her. Relaxed, he's not dead. So he's fine. What part of that it's fine? Most of the girls and the others exclaimed at that, all while Izuku had to hold his laughing attack on the contrary of All Might, who held a sweat drop from the antics of the situation. Calming down, okay. Enough drama already all of you. Here Mr. Number 1 has class to do. Izuku said now as he took the attention of the class, Kyrie packing her sword back as she held complete attention on them. More specifically him. This is All Might returned to Earth after hearing this. Thanks for that Jadius. Looks at the class. Alright students, today for this class we have a special way to start this class. All Might said as then, the class started to ask questions. Is it going to be like Aizawa-sensei that the lowest will be expelled? Isn't that a bit dangerous? Are we fighting robots like in the entrance exam? Can we kill our classmates? Isn't this cap dazzling? Tick mark, silence. Izuku exclaimed as he interrupted the noisy interrogative of the students. I know you're excited as this new to you all, but seriously. Let the teacher talk before anything. He hadn't even finished the explanation yet. Most of the students, more visibly the girls, kept their mouths shut, a bit ashamed for their behavior, while the others just followed the order. Kyrie on the contrary was silent since the start, but by visible and undetected situations. She was rather more docile this time, not to say that she seemed to have now a bit of respect as tutor. But not much yet, as she still was a bit rebel on her own. Although she does know how to respect the teachers, one thing she learned quite in her life. Sweat drops, thanks again ya. Tick mark, for the mother of. Be straight to the point already. Izuku exclaimed, now clearly desperate, as the pro could only shut himself up while he started to check his notes, ignoring the clear shocked gazes from everyone, as it was not from every day that someone dared to raise its voice at none other than the number 1 hero, ignoring that Kyrie held a couple of chuckles from their antics. Nervous, okay. The villains had hidden a bomb inside their hideout and the heroes have now to stop them before it's too late. Pax note back, in this lesson there will be 2 villains and 2 heroes. The villains will have to work together to prevent the heroes from retrieving the bomb or capturing them, either that wasting the whole time of the activity or putting them out of commission. On the contrary of the heroes, their job will be to retrieve the bomb safely from the villains or capturing them successfully. You will have limited time to do so, and if the time goes out, the bomb will collapse and explode. Beware, because this activity will be between each of you. In other words, you will fight physically against yourselves. With Aizawa you learned your limits, now you will test that strength on real people, so once again, beware. Use your strength wrongly and you might get your classmates badly injured if you don't control yourselves correctly. Looking at Katsuki, so no Bakugo, you cannot kill your opponent. The mentioned could only grow a tick mark and ward off his gaze, annoyed as he was just a bit exposed from that, while the others got the information in detail, now knowing that it wasn't like before. This time they would get hurt physically, and by how some of the present looked, it was sure some of them are not going to be lucky. But here it's the catchy thing in this activity, All Might said, once again regaining their attention. There is 2 things I want to make clear here. First, as you have heard when I'd explained the activity, this will be in pairs and each pair will fight with another and the pairs will be decided by lots. Carries a box, so you will a paper and then your pairings will be chosen. The pro explained this as at first some students had this question in their minds of why, yet by observing our team, they decided to keep that to themselves, as they could tell it was something common and not to discuss upon hero work. Teams the same as the canon, except I will do the most I can to work with you. Sparta-san, the onyx-haired girl, who was dressed in a kind of revealing costume, bowed in respect towards Kyrie, who was her partner. Sweat drops, are you not concerned of your dressing's ponytail? Her asking this as it was basically obvious to detect. Blushes embarrassed, eats because my quirk, not be because I want to. I'm actually shy to dress so shamefully like this. Forgive me if I displease you. Sighs, no worries, you've said enough. Nervous, why with him of all the present boys? Uraraka asked nervously to herself as she was unlucky to be with the midget, the mentioned dizzy thanks to the smack it received, yet with a clear pervert grin thanks to his luck. Now, All Might took a couple of lot boxes, one with H as hero and one with V as villain. Let us decide which teams will face off first. The box with H means hero and V villain. So now. All Might took out 2 spheres, as the 2 denoted 2 teams, both now being clearly intrigued to see that. Team A and F. A will be heroes and F villains. Grinning excited perfect. Now I have to show that sword gal who's boss. Poker face great, I've got to fight the Muslim first. But I haven't told anything yet, I just explained one of the 2 things. This sudden comment from All Might took the class off guard. There was something more. The pro had a grin of excitement, knowing that the surprise was sure to be released, not to say our team was now waiting for the bomb to be released. I did say about heroes and villains, but I will tell you something that in some certain occasions happens in the job. All Might said as the attention of the students now turned complete. As I think you have heard somewhere around and recently, there are times when an uninvited ally or foe appears in between missions, one we heroes normally take the care to capture as they tend to break the law of illegal quirk usage, without permission and for purposes that are unsure and mysterious. I'm aware that some of you catch what I mean correct. Many of the students were confused and some of them didn't get what the pro mean, looking at themselves with clear confusion. But only 4 caught what he meant, and this was a matter to be either surprised or thrilled to understand what it meant. Lifts hand, sensei. All Might caught the sight of a certain haired teen that had half of his body covered in ice, not to say his expression was surprisingly showing surprise. Are you talking about vigilantes? Because I'm aware of what this guy, Urizen, has been doing recently. Izuku had to stiff himself in order to hold a choke for the sudden surprise of his alias being mentioned freely, same for All Might who was surprised that he was well informed of such topic. Same for the students as many understood and caught the name correctly, some shivering from fear at the mention while some others surprised, not to say a couple was either intrigued or thrilled to hear about it. 2. I'm surprised you know that stuff young Todoroki, but yeah, that's the topic I mean. Tick mark X4, excuse me. Did he said Todoroki. Izuku had to hide the clear fuming coming from his head as he was annoyed and angered of hearing that surname that flooded his mind with absolute wrath of knowing it. The same surname of the annoying brat of Flaming Torch that was pursuing him and Himiko. But sensei, why are you implying this? Tenya asking this as he was clearly intrigued of this information, not to say the whole class. But this time All Might wasn't the one to speak. Allow me that honor young Iida. Him saying this as the attention was on him, many actually intrigued for hearing him talk gently, as here Mr. Muscles of Justice mentioned, vigilantes are normally people that get involved between heroes and villains, at some point they are allies, in some others are enemies, but I want to make this clear. Vigilantes are neither heroes or villains. They only work for their ideals. Maybe some have ideals that help people in the community, others for just arrogance and fame. But to be honest, they are mostly people following ideals and doing them with actions, this, Urizen, not being different. But why am I saying this? As you and the rest are eager to ask right now. Well, here All Might has an idea that maybe some of you will find it kind of crazy, but consider it like the entrance exam's 0-pointer. ... Without sugar coating, I'm going to act in between activities as a vigilante, enact. ... EHHHHH. The entire class, even the most acceptive students, exclaimed in absolute shock and complete surprise of what our team just implied, more Kyrie as she knew what it implied, fighting him, a more experienced demon. Are you nuts? There's no way we can fight you. Some of them reclaimed clearly angered, as they weren't even in the slightest pleased to know that. Pointing at All Might, trust me, I was against that as you when Mr. Muscles here told me that plan. And why are you so eager now? This not helping much as the students kept arguing back at that. Because in all honesty I want to test you guys. Consider it like the 0-pointer. An enemy it's best if you evade because like any other pro, I won't consider being merciful with you if I get to face you. But don't worry, as All Might mentioned, I will only show up at some point of the activity. Maybe early or almost at the end of it, but make sure to avoid me if I get ready. I'm not a merciful guy when it comes to professional act, and I mean it. The most of the class gulped cold at that. Fighting between them was already risky as they would hurt each other. But fighting a professional was another level, one they would surely be unable to complete. Even if Katsuki was eager to do so, he felt an intimidating aura coming from our team, denoting that fighting him would be a very bad idea. All Might in some way thanked Izuku for making the fact clear, although for our team, the thrill was clear. He might know that Aizawa was going to give him a plump after this, but one thing was sure. He was surely going to enjoy every lasting minute of this, more because he was doing to test them, more importantly Kyrie. The thrill was getting near. UA Academy Ground Beta. Izuku's POV. Deep sigh. Great. Absolutely great. After what I've just told to the crew of students in front of me, now all of them are quite wary of me. Thanks for nothing, you big doofus. Sighs. Aizawa was right, you kind of suck at teaching, dude. Even if I admire your talent, to make me, a professional, fight newbies in the making was clearly the worst idea you could think of, more because I can sense that most of the students became scared. And I say most because it's clear that 3 of them were thinking differently. First of all, little Kachan. He sure got himself inspired for this one, as I can tell by his emotion that he was eager to start this, more because I saw him get excited the moment Kyrie was mentioned as his enemy. I won't deny you're strong, Katsuki, but Kyrie won't be easy to move, more if we get the deal that she's carrying a Red Queen copy that could surely pack a punch. Of course I've noticed it was sharpless. I know Power Loader wouldn't admit a full sharp blade in between the trainings for preventing some blood stains on the walls, but I personally wouldn't want to phase her if I was human, because I can tell she was strong enough to wield it just like her father in his younger days. And talking about her, I've got the clear idea that she became careful the moment I became an obstacle on this test. I can sense both her Gladius and Basilisk eager to participate against me. They surely wanted to get a bite on me, but I won't be an easy one. More because those 2 are nothing compared to a Queen Impusa are similar. And for last, that kid, Todoroki. Deep breathe. FCK. In all the kinds of situations, did I seriously have to teach that mother's son? Please tell me he doesn't have the same type of ideals as that bastard, or I'll surely wouldn't mind scorching the guy up. But no, you are a teacher of UA and trying to murder your student is strictly forbidden, so now I have to control myself to not ask for tips to get to his father. But looking at him I can tell he's hundreds of times more relaxed, so I thank Kami that he is like that. After a brief talk with Mr. Number 1 here, we've got ourselves inside a room full of monitors and cameras, which in all honesty made me think that this place wasn't completely safe for secret meetouts, which I don't have of course, but well. Best knowing that. After some more talking, it was time for me to retire, as All Might gave me the call, making me go to my spot, which I think will have a better view of my environment there. Well, this is going to be interesting indeed. And Izuku's POV, Kyrie's POV, well, this is going to be interesting indeed. After Muscle Man talked about the test, I was told to wait here with Ponytail. This is I saw how Sonic's cousin and the Pomeranian Muslim to retire first after Jadius Sensei left the place, which talking about it. This sure it's going to be difficult. I know how strong he is, I can feel it with my demonic aura. He sure it's going to be a challenge to defeat, so I would prefer to not get him into my sight so soon for now, but I rather get the Muslim first, he seems tameable enough. But I'm more worried about here Miss Fancy Ponytail. I know she has a powerful quirk and all, but I can tell she has 0 to none experience in combat. She can create things to aid herself, yeah. But I don't think she has the knowledge for close combat as much as I do, so I might as well do something about it. I can tell that guy, Tenya Iida, it's an amateur to kicking and running, so having him in close combat would be difficult. But I definitely don't want this girl to engage on the Muslim. That guy sure has eye on hurting anyone in his way, even if it is a delicate girl. And obsession of power I can tell. So well, might as well give it a try. After walking for a couple of minutes towards our assigned building of doom, I saw that it was the classic building of multiple floors, just like those big towers of Castlevania and similars. Muscle Man sure is obsessed with the American culture to like this idea, not to say that all of this blueprints are quite annoying. TCH, why do I have to do this again? Yeah, to be the hero on this activity. More like getting ourselves to kick our asses like 2 gangs for territory. Sparta-san. I had my attention taken by Ponytail here, as she looked at me, waiting for an answer. Anything wrong, Ponytail? I asked her back. I honestly don't know what they see in me to trust me so lightly. I can tell she's innocent. Well, coughs twice, yep. She's innocent. How do you plan on getting to the bomb with both Bakugo and Itakun on our way? Good question. Well, your quirk allows you to create anything, right? I asked her this as she nodded to my question. Well, first thing first, the Robocop guy seems to have some sort of torques on his calves, so he works as a motor. If his motors are blocked, frozen or overheated, then I think he won't move so easily like in the speed test. That's actually accurate. She said this as she also caught my explanation. It's what I saw from the first time I've analyzed his quirk. If you ask, yeah, I like to analyze my enemies first before tackling them. A recommendation my old man gave me. How about I make some sort of freeze bomb of low intensity? Good thinking, but you have good aim, right? I wanted to confirm this, so I asked her. She was taking more than 5 seconds to answer, so, you don't have that much, don't you? Thought so. She did answer me with a nod there, slightly embarrassed and disheartened. Sighs. Let's make this. Use smoke bombs to distract him and get on his back. Try to hit him at the back of his neck or at the main joint of his leg. Trust me, you don't want to take a kick full head on. I agree with you, Sparta-san. Itakun seems to be the type to have a powerful kick. She even agreed to me, so I can tell I'm correct with this detail. What about you, Sparta-san? It's simple, gripping the handle of my blade. I'll distract the Pomeranian long enough for you to get there. Isn't that dangerous? What does she see me like? Poker face, gal. Not to be cocky and stuff, but I can take on that Muslim no problem. But Sparta-san. I shushed her with my index finger after that. I know that idiot won't contain himself, and I know how powerful his quirk can be. But he's just a dog that barks and bites midway, serious, not to say that he's the least of our concerns. Ponytail instantly caught my meaning with this, her starting to get a bit nervous. Sparta-san. Kyrie. I interrupted her, her looking at me confused. I prefer if you call me Kyrie. I don't want to sound like my great-gramps so casually. And I mean it honestly, being called Sparta was weird in all ways. I'm not that full-fledged in demon arts. I barely know how to fight with these baby and my gun here, which of course I won't use here or else the teachers would expel me. Okay then, Kyrie, she learns fast, that's for sure, but aren't you scared? You know, we will encounter a pro hero anytime, and he doesn't seem to be like Aizawa-sensei. Sighs. I won't deny that, Ponytail. Jadea-sensei sure seems to pack a punch, but it's best if we don't fight him. He's too much for both of us. I also agreed with that. I know he's far more experienced than me in combat, not to say that he's more fledged into the art of combat. To instantly pin down Glady and Basil in an instant talks much, almost like Dad used to. Intercom. Heroes, you only have 30 seconds left. Well, that's our cue. You ready? Momo. Yaoyorozu Momo, nice to meet you, Kyrie-san. I smiled back at her, as the horn that told us that the activity started sounded, both me and her entering the building as soon as it sounded. I hope you don't appear too soon, sensei. End Kyrie's pav. No one's pav. So, it began. Izuku said this calmly as he used some infrared goggles he crafted himself to be hidden as contact lens. This as he observed how both girls entered the building. This as he observed Katsuki instantly rushing to a certain point of the building, which was a hidden spot that easily hid anyone from sight. He knew he was planning to make an ambush to the girls. Ambush, huh? You sure developed some cockiness, Katsuki. Izuku said this as he later on looked at the 4th floor, exactly where Iida was hiding, waiting patiently at the place as our teen was fully aware that he was guarding up the bomb. Well, let's see. Checks his pocket watch. Each test is around 20 minutes, and judging Katsuki, it could get heated any moment now. Boom. Our teen's analysis was soon interrupted when he heard an explosion coming from inside, his lens already making him watch Kyrie and Katsuki engaging in combat, as the Sparta descendant instantly ordered the creation quirk user to skirmish towards the bomb. Just what I thought. Size. Let's make this quick then. Izuku said this as he stood from his spot and jumped right towards the ceiling of the building, landing gracefully as he now walked towards the emergency stairs. Let's see how much you improved, Katsuki, cracking his knuckles, and let's see how's your descendant in strength, Nero. At the observation room. Wow, an ambush. Not manly, man. A red-haired student said this with little disappointment, as him and the rest of the class was observing the battle happen in the middle of the 2nd floor, as they've observed how the girl instantly enter in a stance of battle, impaling her sword slightly on the ground as she showed it in front of her. This as she held her free hand as some sort of claw-like position, this as a smirk went through her face. "Whoa, she looks intimidating with that dude," a plain-faced student said, this slightly nervous, as he was witness of her combat position. "She's not going to use that against Bakugo, right?" A pink-haired girl asked this with worry, as she saw the girl quite eager to use her blade in battle. "I won't say she wouldn't if she smirks like that," Uraraka said, this now worried, as she was sure to denote that the girl was eager to use the blade for battle. Trembling, "Sensei, that blade isn't sharp, right?" The small midget of Mineta asked this a bit scared, as both Kyrie and Katsuki were still on position, waiting for one another to attack. "Sweat drops, don't worry young Mineta, the school grounds made sure that blade was sharpless. But regarding that, a good hit with it could cause serious damage. I didn't think this would get difficult at first," All Might thought the last to himself as he answered to his students about Kyrie's weapon. This as everyone turned to the camera again, this time seeing how Bakugo was dodging every slash the girl was launching at him with a surprising speed and strength, as the girl was doing this with just one hand. This as from behind her winged partner aided her, also turning into a blade that tried to strike Katsuki, who clearly dodged and counter-attacked with his explosions, denoting that the fight was serious between the two. Damn, she knows how to wield that," a student with a tail said this with a gulp, as the girl was clearly an expert on launching slashes, as some of them made marks upon the walls, deep enough to tell that the slash would easily kill a person if not careful. "And look," pointing at the cameras, "it seems she let the fire dog be with Yaoyorozusen," a purple-haired girl said as she pointed at some certain camera, showing Momo hiding in a spot while being followed by Basil, as both were going towards the 4th floor, which was the one where Iida was hiding with the bomb. "Yeah, notices something, Eep. Sensei, it's also on the move guys," an invisible girl exclaimed, now worried, as everyone caught her words, going to the site of the cameras of the 5th floor, instantly sweating cold as they were seeing our teen walking slowly towards the 4th floor, this as he was eyeing the place constantly. "Gee, that early. The fight just begun," a yellow-haired guy exclaimed, as he was like the rest, wishing for their classmate to not encounter the Vigilante so early, as it was clear that the probability for them to find each other was large. "Serious, you want to test those two, aren't you young Midoriya?" All Might thought this as he knew the intention of our teen, already ready to give the call of emergency. "Attention, Vigilante is on the move. Repeat, Vigilante is on the move." With the students, "The Vigilante is what?" Momo got scared the moment she heard that notice go through the building. This as Katsuki and Kyrie and also stopped their fighting briefly, just like Tenya became more wary. "This soon. Alright meathead, let's make this quick." Kyrie didn't want to waste more time and went all out with Katsuki, the mentioned already knowing her intention as he also dashed towards her with his explosions, this as the girl spinned in her spot to slash out towards him, Katsuki instantly dodging this as he tried to precise an explosion to the girl. Thwack. Just to receive an elbow hit from the girl strong enough to make him retreat, this as her gladius almost cut his chest if it wasn't because Katsuki managed to dodge the incoming impact, him launching a powerful explosion towards it as gladius became stunned thanks to it, impaling itself on a wall. "Ha, you saw that sword gal? Even your pet it's no match for me," Katsuki exclaimed cocky at the direction of Kyrie, or well, where she was, as Kyrie took this chance to skirmish past him and towards the bomb. This as Glady returned to her, knowing it was enough. Enraged, "Hey, come back here B*TCH. Him instantly getting mad as his opponent fled, this as Kyrie rushed as fast as she could towards the 4th floor, knowing it was more important for her partner to be safe, knowing that our teen was powerful enough to make easy work of them, this as she ignored the calls of battle from Katsuki, as he was pursuing close by. "Gotta get there quick," Kyrie thought this with desperation, as she rushed as fast as she could towards the hideout of the bomb, this as she prepared her blade in case she found him near the way. She instantly guessed he wasn't against the bomb in this round. But with Momo, the situation was different. "I found it," Momo thought to herself, as she located herself at the room where Iida is, being the same room where the bomb is, as she also located the mentioned guarding it. "If I can only find a way to distract him from getting to the bomb in no time. I have to be quick. Sensei could be anywhere right now." Rock sounds. Who's there? Iida immediately exclaimed in guard, as Momo hid herself instantly, this as she covered her mouth completely, trying to make the less sound possible. After all, she wasn't responsible for that sound earlier. So, you're the villain that tries to decimate this beautiful city. A third voice was heard across the room, as Iida instantly entered in guard. He realized he was against the Vigilante. Show yourself, Vigilante. I dare you. Tenya said this while trying to be as intimidating as possible. This as the sound of walking was heard around the room, alerting both students, yet Momo stayed in place, paralyzed from the fear. Chuckles. As you wish then. In an instant, Tenya moved himself out of the way as he barely dodged the incoming hand that almost caught his head, this as he looked back to see none other than his teacher, his attacker, returning to position. Good reflexes. I can tell your style is so much like Ingenium's. Are you brothers perhaps? The mention of his brother from his teacher made the teen completely shocked, as he was now crossing gazes with his teacher, who had an intimidating glare on his eyes, those two orbs clearly glowing in a neon color so brightly. How do? But before he could answer completely, Tenya found himself being pinned on the ground easily by his teacher, as the teen now had a clear expression of shock and fear. He didn't see him coming. This was also seen by Momo and the rest of the students inside the observatory, as all of them got clearly scared of the quick feet from their teacher, who easily caught off guard who was by far the quickest student in class. TK. Rule number 1 of combat, don't let your emotions carry your decisions, kid. This is a battle, you cannot think like this in the middle of a fight. Izuku said this as he instantly tossed the teen away towards one of the pillars, the teen crashing with it with a loud grunt, as the teenager fell on the ground, this as Momo tried to be as hidden as possible behind a pillar, mainly to not get detected by our teen. What's wrong? Aren't you going to defend your loot? If not, I could take it. Izuku said this mockingly, as he started to near the bomb slowly. Get your hands off that. Tenya not risking this as he instantly rushed with his quirk towards our teen, charging a kick at the process. Kick that was easily blocked by our teen, action that clearly shocked the teen. Kid, I have taken harder than this. It'll take more than a kick. Izuku exclaimed as he used his palm to launch the teen away towards the wall of the room, instantly taking his breath away as the teen fell on his knees the moment gravity took control of him. Remember this, kid, train harder and you will be a hero worth my effort. Don't take it personally, but this was unfair from the start. Just how life is, our teen said this as he was just inches to touching the bomb. Gah, only for him to use his other hand to rub a sudden pain coming from his neck, checking it as he grabbed hold of a small dart, courtesy of Momo, who used her quirk to make a traditional dart thrower tube, this one being a somniferous one. Chuckles, you could have told me you weren't alone, tosses the dart away, I must suspect you are a hero, right dear? Our teen asked with a gentler tone, as the girl instantly created a metal baton from her arm, entering in stance as she knew that our teen was just playing with her. This was a mission, and hers was to get that bomb no matter what. I apologize beforehand, Mr. Vigilante, but I'm deactivating that bomb first. Her exclaiming this as she guarded up, our teen gaining a light smile smirk as he observed someone clearly determined to end her job successfully. Chuckles, that's the spirit. Our teen said this as he joined his hands together as if he was holding a handle, which at first confused the present. Only to get shocked as our teen used his hellwind fire to create a pointy ice baton, entering in the floret pose of combat, petite beauté. To say Momo blushed lightly with this comment was an understatement, as she was sure that her teacher used this to trick her, yet the compliment was kind of bold. But either way, she didn't give it much thought as she rushed towards our teen, lashing out her baton, as our teen only retorted to block her attacks and push her away gently with his hand, making her stumble. Sorry, but I won't be an easy one to flail. Our teen said this as the girl rushed again, trying to make jabs and lashes as much as she could, but our teen easily dodged them or blocked them, getting her to stumble a couple of times before she almost tripped back from her feet. Whoa, she yelled out as she was about to fall. Whoops, got you, but our teen instantly caught her from her waist, making the sight almost as accurate as a pose of elegant dance, one that was meant to be seductive. Said action clearly flustered the girl in a crimson blush, more because the gentle, yet strong grip of her sensei was holding her body so kindly that her face was a blushing mess. Of course this was seen by the students. The boys were kind of jealous and in some ways surprised of his reflexes, Mineta being jealous of his position, while some of the girls, mainly two, gushed at the romantic sight, while some others got a little more concentrated in the fight rather than what could be easily described as a sensei seducing her student. But it was no problem, as for some reason, they kind of have an inner thinking of their teacher as a student almost their age, mainly thanks to his size, which was almost similar to the girl in turn. But of course, the sudden bold contact was too much for the girl. So she instantly slapped our teen on his face, making the mentioned lose his grip as the girl instantly backed away while blushing madly. It was the first time a man who wasn't her father was so close to her physically. Ow, I didn't mean anything perverted there, but I won't judge anyone here. Our teen said this as he ignored the pain of the slap and now assaulted her, the girl trying to dodge and block as much as possible. If it wasn't because our teen defeated her almost in an instant, pinning her in a pillar as he pointed his baton at her in warning. You surrender, our teen demanded at her, as Momo was clearly cornered. From a moment she was a blushing mess, but right now she was defeated. I surrender, Momo replied in defeat, as our teen instantly squinted his eyes at her, not liking this answer. You're seriously giving up? Our teen asked, this time making the girl confused, as he was basically saying something different to what he demanded. You did defeat me, so I know I defeated you. Our teen interrupted her, making the girl a bit startled, but you are a hero, a future heroine, surrendering like this it's not correct for you. What will happen if you did this and some civilians are at the jaws of death? Him asking this very question as the girl suddenly understood his commentary, starting to look down in shame, as she was basically regretting her choice. Sighs, take this lesson to heart Yaoyorozu, as a hero, it's your job to try the best you can to protect the innocents and help the needed, a defeat like this could mean the lives of many. Think about it, Izuku said this as he took out his capture tape, binding the girl gently as he left her on a corner, this as the girl could only analyze his words repeatedly, as our teen returned his attention with Tenya, who recovered from the beating of before. Well then, do I make it quick or you want it easy? Gulps s show me your best Vigilante. Tenya tried to keep the ambience correctly, as our teen only sighed with a bit of defeat, as our teen entered on guard. Then bring it on. Boom. Tick mark always on the right mark, huh. Our teen said this with a bit of annoyance, as from the main door lied both Katsuki and Kyrie, as the first mentioned didn't think twice to rush towards our teen. With the others, whoa, seems the bottles got more serious than before. The pink-skinned girl exclaimed with clear excitement, as the battle got to become more just. Yeah, but unfortunately, the heroes are at disadvantage right now that they've lost one of them. The frog-like girl said this as she pointed at the clear situation, knowing that the heroes only had one member in between them. Well, I just hope that Spartason gets to win here, I'm rooting for her. Back with our team, generating explosions, shine, Katsuki exclaimed out in excitement, as he continuously assaulted our teen with his explosions, our teen easily dodging his attacks, as Kyrie took product of this to release her partner, who was observing everything from behind. Gal, you surely let yourself so low. Gilgamesh, Momo answered this to Kyrie, as both now could only observe the bomb near their reach. Look, we can end this right now. Momo exclaimed this to her partner, as she tried to reach the bomb. Wait, ponytail, Kyrie exclaimed now as she instantly put herself in front of her. Just who I wanted to test. In an instant Kyrie slashed down towards our teen, who easily caught her blade with his bare hand, catching her strong swing with the bare minimum of effort as this shocked the girl in touch. Kyrie clearly getting fully on guard as even Momo got shocked of our teen's strength, this as even Tenya, who was behind them to take the bomb away, decided to back down the challenge, getting the bomb to locate into another place inside the room, safe from the upcoming fight as even Katsuki backed away a bit, feeling the danger incoming from both half-breeds in front of him even if he doesn't know they are half-breeds. At the observation room was the same reaction from most of the present, as our teen clearly looked intimidating at the eyes of every student. More because of his powerful demonstration of power he just gave. Grunting in effort plus smirks good. I was also eager for this. Kyrie exclaimed this as she launched a fist towards Arteen's solar plexus, Arteen blocking it with his other hand as Kyrie took product of this to back away. This as both her Gladius and Basilisk came to her aid, both hissing, growling at Arteen as they were eager to give him a bite. Signs with her free hand, this one's mine you too, better help Ponytail here to get that bomb. Shocked, but Kyrie. Not now Momo. Get to that Sonic rip-off and get the bomb. End this before this gets messy. Kyrie ordered out as Momo decided to follow up and rush alongside Glady and Basil straight towards the bomb. This as Tenya put himself in between, denoting that said action was not going to be easy. Crack's neck, duplicate that order 4 eyes. Don't let that Ponytail near the bomb and protect it, I'll take the Vigilante and this gal first. Glares at Katsuki, acting cocky in this situation hero. Might as well show you two what it means to deal with you as well. Arteen said this as a taunt, as he later on backed away the moment Katsuki threw himself with explosions towards him. This as he later on dodged an incoming slash from Kyrie, as now he had both hero and villain in front of him. Signs to stop, back off Pomeranian. Unless you want to have some too. Angry, you back off gal. This one is mine. Deep sigh, you too. Arteen instantly grabbed both from their necks, slamming them on the ground with great strength as both clearly got their breaths taken out of their lungs. You might be enemies right now, but at the sight of a greater danger, you'll have to learn to cooperate. Izuku exclaimed as he used this chance to toss Bakugo away before he reacted, knocking him out with a powerful solar plexus uppercut before he did this. This as Kyrie took this chance to get away and deal a slash upon our team, making a big damage upon his arm as even a bit of blood came out. This as Kyrie entered in stance. I shall not lose, Kyrie exclaimed in great desperation as she dashed once again towards Arteen. This as Arteen countered her back with his own strength, pushing her away without effort as even Kyrie was starting to lose ground, getting herself nearly pinned to the wall of the room as she was unable to fight back with much strength. Sarcasm, you shall not lose. Increasing strength, don't make me laugh Sparta, with the actual strength you have. You are far more inferior, whispering to her even more pathetic than a scarecrow. Angered, the hell, increasing strength, you called me. Kyrie exclaimed as she was starting to get surrounded into a bluish aura. This as Arteen was starting to feel her power increase. This as he grinned underneath his mask as he was getting the result he wanted. Angered, don't you dare compare me with such a pathetic species. I dare you call me that again. Increasing strength, then show me instead of whining. Show me how enviable your bloodline is compared to mine. Izuku exclaimed as he tossed Kyrie away, the girl stumbling a bit before recovering again. This as she gripped her weapon with her might. This as Arteen used his power to summon a blade similar to hers. This as Kyrie got a bit on guard. Well, senseless spin, let's see how your old man taught you how to wield your blade. Izuku said this as he dashed forward while charging up a slash. This as Kyrie jumped up to dodge the incoming slash. This as Arteen managed to cut down a pillar with this attack, making the girl take this chance to do her own attack. Arteen swiftly dodged lightly while he slammed his blade onto her, which she barely dodged as her right, free forearm was slightly grazed, making it bleed a bit as she grunted a bit from it. If you ask, are the others hearing this? Well no, as Tenya decided to take the bomb into a different room, making Momo follow up and leave the two, as Katsuki ended himself tied up inside capturing tape, courtesy of Momo. And Izuku decided to deactivate his intercom and Kyrie's, as he didn't want All Might hearing upon their talk, making the mention concentrate at the two remaining students at the activity. You still let your humanity domain both your natures, merge the two of them. Accept both. Gritting teeth, you make it sound so easy. You are talking to a half-breed young one. This shocked the girl. I know that you know exactly what we are since the beginning as much as I know what are you. You came here to become a better form of yourself, thing you won't achieve if you still negate your nature. Shocked, why are you helping me here? How do you make sound so easily? The girl said this as she stood up, this as she remained her guard, yet her stance was weakened and clearly denoting that the ambience wasn't aggressive anymore. Because I can help you. Your potential it's as great as your father's and I might even get you a proper job for you to improve. Arteen explained this as this detail intrigued the girl. Senseless spin, but taking that in mind, determined, give me all you've got. Arteen taunted with a mighty roar as he released part of his demonic aura at her. making the girl shiver a bit, but not out of fear, but excitement, as a grin was increasing in her mouth. Chuckles. Well then, grips her blade harder, don't regret this later. Kyrie exclaimed this as she dashed upon our team, Izuku doing the same as both clashed in the middle of the room, making a powerful shockwave. This as both their blades clashed with a terrific metal clank, both pushing through as both their demonic auras started to react at the scrutiny of each other. This as both tried to overpower the other as Kyrie's strength increased in power, enough to start to catch up with our teens, who was actually starting to enjoy this fight, as he internally wanted a real rival to train with, without discriminating Himiko, as she was clearly human in all her letters, lending her a lower strength, yet her training at least made her go on par with him. Boom. But the demonic auras clashed between each other in a wild explosion, launching both half-breeds away to their sides as our teen easily recovered, while Kyrie crashed upon a wall, making her fall inside another room besides the one, said room empty as they were the only ones at the area. But enough of them briefly, let's see how's it going with Tenya. Thwack. Ack. The engine quirk user was launched from his position as he was impacted with an explosive head of basil. As both demonic summonings managed to catch up with him, this as the bomb stayed afar, as we see a lightly tired and bruised Momo, as she had herself with a little brawl against Tenya, denoting this as she held a shield on one of her arms, said arm limping a bit as it was worn out, but what could be interpreted as a slightly swollen shoulder for absorbing such powerful impact directly. I got to take this chance to touch the bomb before he catches up. Momo thought this as she started to walk as fast as she could towards the bomb, as her feet were slightly worn out from pursuing the team. This as the bomb was clearly a couple of meters from her position. Noticing her, oh no you won't. Tenya said this as he tried to catch up with her, if it wasn't because Basil bashed at him completely, sending him to the ground abruptly as the hound stayed on top of the teen, who clearly tried to take it off him. Yet Basil was heavy enough to not let that happen so easily. This as Glady hissed aggressively at him, denoting its eagerness to attack if the guy tried to stand up. Of course this allowed the onyx-haired girl to near the bomb without problem, as after some suspenseful seconds, touching the bomb recovered. Momo exclaimed at the top of her lungs with deep satisfaction, as she ignored the scream of defeat from Tenya, as some megaphones from the building blew the signal. AM intercom, the heroes have recovered the bomb successfully. Team A wins the activity. Smirks plus laughs. Congratulations Kyrie, you managed to win this. Izuku said this now relaxed and calm, as his job was done. Yet Kyrie remained silent, which didn't get him comfortable. Kyrie, him asking this out loud as he was eager to aid the girl if she got herself injured. Whoosh. But her reaction was more different than he thought, as he was greeted with a girl that clearly started to look different, but at the same time, gleaming slightly in happiness. Sensei, we gotta do that again, that was so fun. Kyrie screamed in gleaming joy as she now had more white trends coming from her hair. This as our teen could sense a greater strength come out from her. So much that our teen was honestly surprised. Surprised, I appreciate the compliment, yet the activity it's over so you better get back to the observation room. Chuckles, you just won the match. Really? Aw man, it was starting to get funny. Kyrie whined loudly as she internally thanked Momo for ending the test, yet she was actually starting to enjoy the battle, more because she found herself enjoying the battle. Laughs. Slightly annoyed, what's so funny? In between laughs, no nothing, it's just that you looked kind of cute doing that. Slight blush, huh, cute. Kyrie blushed a bit as she heard this compliment from his teacher, as this commentary caught her off guard. Notices his commentary, Gomen. That wasn't meant to be something flirtatious or anything. Blushing slightly, no problem teach, just, tried not so say that out loud, come on girl. It's just a compliment, why so shy so suddenly? Kyrie reprimanded herself for this as she got green lights for our team to retire the place. Another thing, the white looks good on you. Blushing bright red, sensei. Kyrie exclaimed more embarrassed than before, as her face was fully red, this as she increased the pace of her steps as she went towards the observatory. This as our teen could only chuckled from her antics, denoting that she was clearly not used to compliments about her juvenile appeal. Internal laughs, I just hope Himiko didn't watch this, or else I'll be stabbed like a brochette for quite a while. After all, she's kind of jealous when it comes to girls she never know. That's the last Izuku thought before returning to pick up Katsuki, as he knows that both Tenya and Momo were also nearby, being helped by some medical robots, as he could only return the injured to the infirmary. This as he knew this day was only beginning. Izuku's POV. After all that action I've got with Kyrie and the first team, everything turned to be quite interesting. And boring as well. Well, I was indeed partly reprimanded by Recovery Girl for injuring some of my students with deadly force, which I didn't complain as I was aware that it was my fault. Yet it was clear that Aizawa will seriously give me a beating after this. Well, returning to the matter at hand, the rest of the teams were a bit meh to be interesting. I managed to meet the power of many of them, as they clearly seemed to not hold back on their powers when they've encountered me. Well, who were able to meet me at the field, as some ended the challenge a bit too soon and fast that it was just disappointing. I saw how the false Pikachu accidentally put himself and his teammate, the purple-haired girl named Kyokujiro, to sleep thanks to his electric quirk. Deep sigh. That's what happens when you don't train your powers correctly. Tsuyu and Tokiyami were quite a team, not gonna lie. Both their abilities gave them a bit of advantage against their foes. That girl Mina and Aoyama were interesting. Yet the French soprano, it's just an idiot that barely knows his quirk, while the girl, it's too easygoing that she easily distracts with everything she does. Such power wasted in clear obliviousness. Might as well teach her some sense inside her brains. The hardening guy, Kirishima, and the guy with tape rolls as elbows, Hontasiro, are quite a team. They both have pretty good quirks. Yet like with the pink-haired girl, they are kind of idiots sometimes, doing many things instead of thinking first what they do, which it's disappointing. With Shoto, Todoroki, his partner was interesting, yeah. The same guy that's good at tracking. But their opponents, the invisible girl, which was clearly naked for some silly reason as anyone except me, which I had to cover my eyes most of the time, weren't able to see her because of her ability to reflect light through her skin, which in all honesty I'm planning to give her a plain tip to make her a more suitable suit, because just gloves and boots, it's just plain simple. And her partner, the tail guy Ojiro, was way too simple-minded. Yeah, I admire the martial arts and all, but he's quite simple to think of better things outside the box, not to say his thinking was just meh. But Todoroki, deep breathes. I have to get used to that wicked nickname, or else I'll involucrate an innocent with someone as poisoned as that wrecked guy of many sick men. But well, I must admit, he has an overwhelming ability with his quirk, to be honest, as prodigious as Katsuki and Kyrie. To freeze an entire building inside out and only leave the price intact takes years of mastering, and to think he also possesses fire, which I didn't see him use it other than melt the cold ice. It's weird, if he is his son, he would be happy to use it. But since he is not, I can tell already why, and maybe I have to do some background on the torch demon himself. The day was productive and all, but nonetheless, the fun was just limited to the level of all these little zygotes, so I had to endure being the pointer of the task. I just hope this doesn't end with me being beaten up by a racer head, or else I won't be able to make it. Sighs. In what kind of matter have I gone myself into? Izuku's POV. Well, that was it. After a long day of being a vigilante, again, the matter with the hero class came to an end as all students decided to have a break after the battles as we continued our classes from there on. Of course Katsuki had to get a bit touched for losing so easily against me as an opponent, so I had to talk to him privately to reassure him that it was basically his very own fault for challenging me, despite knowing our different level of power between us two. This clearly got him upset to the point he was thinking that I was looking down on him, typical Kachan, but I later on explained to him that this was barely just the beginning of this path as he was meant to become stronger as time passes by, yet right now he was just starting to get adjusted to UA's schedule, and it was quite a lot to learn if he wanted to compete against pro heroes. After all teachers at UA are pro heroes. Maybe not the strongest around, but a pro doesn't get its title so easily. After that long talk, Katsuki just scoffed at me, in agreement, and left the school after the day was over, making me promise that, no matter what, he will crush me, and get to All Might as soon as possible, like how his destiny should be as the next no one hero. I could only sigh and surrender with a nostalgic smile beneath my mask, as I know for sure that his ego wasn't going to disappear as I remember him, yet I know he'll grow up more than a couple of balls to man up and be cocky in a more civilized way. I just hope his sister Katsumi doesn't follow up to his behavior, or else we'll have two Pomeranians on the loose. But returning to the matter at hand, Himiko and I reunited after 1B ended their own class, which was quite more relaxed than 1A's, making me think that Vlad follows up more the protocol unlike Aizawa who does whatever it pleases him to do so, being 10 times more unorthodox than any normal class one have been up until today. And I'm glad Vlad's like that, otherwise these young heroes in the making will be completely traumatized because of their teachers, mainly Aizawa's glare. And, talking about glares, Himiko clearly detected the scent of 2 girls on my body, making her all bristly and angry at me as she demanded an explanation of why I smelled like other females. I can only remember that girl Yaoyorozu and Kyrie as they were the students I held the most contact with, mainly Yaoyorozu, who started to act nervously and quite shy around me after our little encounter in when I almost held her like a princess. But Kyrie actually was a more positive story as she started to get loose on me, so much that she actually asked me for tips and even for just a trivial talk most of the time the activities went by, making the rest of the students actually relax a bit with me enough for them to be inquisitive upon many things, mostly trivialities, so it was a win for me as teacher. But this wasn't pleasant for Himiko at all, as she demanded me an essay about both girls have touched, getting myself some cuts when I tried to deny that, having to tell her more than once that whatever she was thinking it was far too far-fetched, as I was just being a teacher giving lessons to its students. This was enough to convince her gladly, but she later on told me something that just got my gears off. Well, just don't flirt with the girls without me knowing about it. I also want to know them beforehand. After that comment, she returned to her work leaving me, the bartender and owner, in big confusion, as I made her clear that I was not flirting with them. More because I'm aware of what she tried to mean with that commentary. But otherwise it was just expected. Aizawa came to me furious as he wrapped me inside his scarves. This is All Might had to apologetically explain him the reason for me to attack his students, more because he was eager to kick my ass right there in the middle of the teacher's lounge, as the rest only watched me get scolded without interfering. I know we don't get along, but this was just humiliation. After the explanation, the hobo man was not happy with All Might, now scolding him for letting me such freedom as this time Galleon had to interrupt the speech, making Aizawa to just eat his tongue and move on to his own business as I just decided to leave from there for the day, as my day got ruined by his overprotective behavior. I mean, I know I'm not exactly the best guy to be around with, mainly because of the demons I hunt. But doing that in front of the others, without caring how the others would look at this as all of them except Toshinori and Galleon saw me as the enemy. Scoffs sorry, but that was plain on bullying. So now I was just at the Devil's Cove, making beverages for the clients that kept coming to the bar as I later on started to think about the things that might happen tomorrow, as before I have sensed something I clearly didn't like at all near the school. Maybe in Scout, a spy or something worse. Villains or demons. Just this thought made me wary for the rest of the night, and I know it will make me wary for the next one, as I just hoped it was just one of those sick jokes of bystanders, because I'm not in the mood for dealing with villains, especially with demons, which were actually quite absent these days. Ua started the course. I knew something bad was about to happen, as I felt a powerful demon aura nearby. So better get my equipment with my pocket dimension, even though I know I'll get punished if Galleon or the teacher sees me with it. But I won't risk it if my class ends up in a demon hunt. Moreover, an encounter with Redgrave's sentient weapons, they are clearly not ready to what will happen if that occurs, and if it happens. I'm sorry Galleon, but I better quit with Himiko before I cause emotional damage to those innocent guys. They don't deserve to live that, neither see it. The very first demon I see interrupting this, I won't hesitate to kill it. End Izuku's POV. Ua Academy Musudafu City. I demand just a bit of your time. Can you tell me how is All Might as a teacher in Ua? A new day began at Ua Academy, as now the news of All Might, #1 hero of Japan, giving classes inside the most prestigious school in all the country of Nippon has created havoc amongst the media, as every TV company now demanded physically and explanation about the life of the pro inside the school grounds, as we can see a multitude of people around the gates of the academy, as they were constantly assaulting every student they managed to see for answers. This was clearly one of those times, as we see ourselves with none other than Kyrie, who was basically annoyed to her limits as multiple reporters tried to interrogate her about All Might. Tick mark X3, for the mother of can I have my class without you annoying so early? The girl exclaimed, clearly annoyed as she glared at the media, getting them to flinch a bit, but nevertheless the mention didn't back up, making her breath exasperatedly as she just pushed herself between the commotion, not wanting to give AFCK about questions as she just went to her classroom. Demanding, how is All Might at UA? Iedo. He is so muscly. This was the same with some other members of Class 1A, this time being Uraraka Ochako, who just gave this simple answer as she didn't know how to talk with so many people pestering her actively. Yet of course, this never stopped the media from minding in their lives for the sake of news. Demanding, can you please explain us how All Might works? Hand chopping continuously, well, despite his clear lack of explanation and in some way his curious actions, All Might Sensei surely proved to his experience by lending us a chance for us to experience a class with some knowledge for the future, as it is expected from the number one hero. Iida was one of the many, and even if he gave just the necessary intel for the media to back off, the female reporter that was constantly pestering the students wasn't satisfied, as she still demanded on some others' opinions about this, not caring of the clear enough intel she just received. Demanding, please, can you please, surprised, hey, aren't you the kid from the sludge villain chaos that occurred 9 months ago? Tick mark X4, for F asterisk CKS crap. Can they stop with that stupid SH asterisk T? Bakugo was not excluded for this, but unlike his peers, he was clearly recognized as the kid that got himself trapped by the sludge villain months ago, making the reporter ask him many questions as the guy just speed up his pace with a visible angry expression, not wanting to get his temper lose out in such situation or else he would cause commotion. Demanding, can you please? Disgusted, what the hell? You look like some guy that woke from a bridge. Not giving a damn, I completely demand for all of you to step off the grounds of UA, you're not letting the students attend their classes. Aizawa had to show up to the brim, as he was starting to get annoyed by the presence of the media pestering his students, this as classes were indeed soon to start. Insulted, oh, come on. We just want answers. That's what you always say and you just don't stop when it's enough, that's who you are as media. The teacher started to walk towards the school, not caring about the people on his back waiting for a reply. Angry, hey, get back here, I'm not done yet. The female reporter advanced through with determination to get her answers, as she neared the gate. Alarms activated, eek, but her steps were cut short, as the gate suddenly closed up suddenly with a large door that blocked the way. This is the alarm from earlier beeped slightly through the area for some seconds before deactivating. Gobsmacked, for God heavens. That was dangerous. Nearing her, that's why we didn't enter, the media calls it the UA security. If you're not registered within special ID, the gates will close up and they won't allow anyone from outside to get in. Angry plus tossing a fist around, damn. Why is it so difficult to just give a damn answer about All Might? The reporter threw a tantrum from this as the media just retorted to wait at the place until the gates opened, this as everyone wasn't aware that from behind the multitude, right on the shadow, a lone figure was standing there, contemplating the events as his silent stare was clearly one to be worried about. As it defined that it was trying to get in, but not with the same purpose at the media. Class 1A's lounge. Man, all that media down there clearly tire me up. Mina exclaimed with some relief as her and the rest of Class 1A managed to pass through the media tantrum as everyone was basically waiting for the class to begin. This is besides the girl were some other students like Tsuyu Asui, Hontasiro, Eijiro Kirishima and Toru Hagakuri, them being clearly a group of friends. No sweat. I know All Might is a celebrity, but doing that it's just crazy. Kirishima exclaimed this as the rest were only minding their own business as the day continued its normal cycle. In the case of our team, life was simply too loud to be simple. Stressed, I didn't sleep up until 4 a.m., because of some damn hardcore alcoholists for just 30 minutes of sleep later. I had to get ready and wake up Himiko to reach this place early and find those annoying guys from the media, pestering on business they shouldn't even care about. I had to find a way to enter without getting suspicious eyes from the staff, and now all that tipped the cherry on the cake was that Aizawa had to FC King ground me with this stupid clown-ass collar that makes me look like some sort of punished dog. Great. Just FC King. Great. Our team just gave a damn about life right now, as he was sitting in the corner of the classroom's teacher spot with a tight collar that had written on it, Sorry for being a bad teacher. This is our teen was definitely drowsy and partly stumbling because of it. This is he just decided to take a nap at the corner, not caring if the students noticed him or not. He just wanted to have a little rest before starting up. Of course a couple of students did notice his presence. Yet they also noticed his clear condition, as both decided to just go to their seats and wait for their teacher to appear, as they knew it wasn't recommendable to interrupt his beauty sleep. These two were Momo Yaoyorozu and Kyrie Sparta, both girls already being the first students to interact with our teen in a healthy way, as both girls decided it was best to let him sleep. Momo was in all honest words a bit embarrassed to start a talk with him, as the memory of his kind and gentle grip upon her waist was still engraved in her mind, making it for her a bit difficult to not look at her teacher without getting shy and nervous. This as she decided to study some of her notes to ward off said feelings, as she found this quite preposterous to think about, as she was starting to think that she got infatuated by an older man. Clearly not knowing they weren't more than just a year and a half apart in age. On the contrary case was Kyrie. She started the day with an embarrassing detail, this being her hair, as she combed it and made a little braid with half white brown hair, making her blush a bit embarrassed to know that she did to look more appealing. Despite her rebellious way to dress up, this as she knew why she did it. Yet she preferred to not think about it and wait until her hobo teacher decided to come, as she was eager to ask a couple of things to our teen about her hair included instinctively, but seeing him in such state made her think it twice, as she knew how much a demon can get aggressive if angry, Basil and Glady being the example of this. But fate was considerate, and after a couple of minutes Aizawa finally made his presence up the classroom, making everyone go to their seats as fast as they could the moment he entered, this as he decided to go to his booth, not caring if his partner was awake or not. You still took some seconds to get to your seats, but it'll be a matter of time. Aizawa said this as he had the full attention of the class. I have come to analyze and watch your development through All Might's class. Looking at Katsuki Bakugo, you have potential to spare, but you let your emotions take full control of your actions, correct that? Katsuki scoffed in approval from this commentary, as he didn't want to get reminded of that. Looking at Momo Yaoyorozu, your determination was on spot, but your will was fragile and weak. Improve it. The mentioned only retorted to nod with an embarrassed look, knowing that she was taking the attention of everyone at that moment, yet her eyes briefly looked at our teen for a slight moment, sighing in relief of seeing him sleep for some unknown reason. Looking at Kyrie and you Sparta, your temperament and thoughtless actions almost put you in danger. You are strong, but strength won't lead you always to the right course. Improve that behavior as soon as you can. Kyrie just tch. At this, as she was the center of the attention this time, not being for her liking, but it's not like she can protest. It was the contract for being a student. Well, enough of this. Aizawa looked at our teen, acquiring a tick mark by seeing his negligence at work. This is the rest of the students that didn't notice him now took full attention of him, getting also a curious gaze of his sleeping face. Angry Jadius, I require your assistance this moment. You have a class to give us. Our teen clearly heard him, as he was indeed aware of the pro that was almost glaring at him, making the teen wake up and start to stand from his place. This as the class could only observe him while he stood up from his place. Lightly cracking his neck. Took you long enough. Fully awake. Now what do you mean by that? You've heard me quite enough. Now be quick, some of the others await. Aizawa said this while he went into his sleeping bag, leaving our teen to give the class as the students could only look at this with a sweat drop. Well, ignoring that act of hypocrisy you just saw, looking at the class, does any of you have a question before this guy chokes me with his scarf? Tick mark, don't tempt me. Kyrie let some silent chuckles from this, as the interrogation began with Tenya, who raised his hand. Noticing him, yeah, Iida Tenya. One question sensei, why are you and Aizawa sensei working together? Well, that's an answer that comes from the principal himself Iida, but other than that, I was enrolled in this after he himself offered the place, pointing at Aizawa, and if your next question it's to ask why me and Mr. Sleepy Pants here don't get along. Let's just say we don't have the best background as partners. Tenya could only appreciate the answer and stay shut in his seat, as even if he did want to know that background, he was able to sense the tension between the two teachers, so he decided to let it be, despite the clear burglar way he communicated to Aizawa and them. Lifting hand up, sensei. Sensei. Noticing her, I already saw you once Ashido, what is your question? Curious, it might be quite inquisitive Sensei, but are you perhaps single or similar? This question caught our teen off guard as he flinched a bit from it, Aizawa glaring a bit from this as Mina also flinched when she detected the man's glare. Coughs twice, that was a bit too bold of you Ashido, but if you ask me, no I'm not. Yet try not to ask that again if you don't want your teacher here to choke me for trying something illegal with a youngster. Nervous HHAI. Sorry. The girl excused herself with an embarrassed expression as our teen regained his attention towards the class, Aizawa going back to sleep. Alright then, I will answer one more question before we start this so I can really concentrate on this. Izuku said this to the class as the students were a bit eager to ask him more things about him. Yet not wanting to disrespect or trigger their teacher made them back away from the thought. All except for one, which our team clearly recognized. I twitch, great. Yes Todoroki. In what can I answer your doubts? At the activity with All Might, I saw you having an ice-type quirk of the sort, forging an ice baton and a blade from your very own hands with quite some expertise, purely intrigued. If you were aware of my quirk, is there perhaps a way for you to give tips for improving my own powers? The question from the bi-colored hair teenager clearly surprised our teen and the whole class, as this was clearly a way for him to say that he personally wanted to learn from him as a mentor, fact that in some way triggered Kyrie, as she wanted to be the first with that honor. Well, to explain that it's actually more curious than it seems. Izuku said this as he lifted his hands to his sides, making the class intrigued as he was clearly eager to show them something. You say my quirk it's ice-based. But trust me, it's more than just that. Izuku said this as from his right hand, heat increased on it, summoning his characteristic emerald flames that already caught the full attention of his class. Not to say the shock of Todoroki. I can control both fire. His left hand suddenly froze part of his gloves, this is some curious emerald-like winds circled on top of his palm, said winds generating a frosting aura that chilled part of the air around it. And ice with my quirk. And I'm not limited with just a side of my body like yours. Izuku said this as he changed the nature of both elements on his hands, changing the flames to the hell winds as how he changed the winds into flames, doing this back and forth repeatedly as the students could only watch this with absolute shock. My mastery with my quirk takes control of both sides of heat and cold, so I can tell you that, if you want to ask me about improving yourself, then I can help you with both sides of your power, dissipating the energies, but if you only want to improve just your ice I can help you, but it's up to you there. Todoroki was only left shocked after this, him regaining his normal demeanor as our teen was left with the class giving him full attention. But well, as promised grabbing a board marker, shall we start this? And just like that, the day began, as our teen gave on a full class dedicated to the natures of the quirks. A subject that completely took off guard the students as everyone was trying to comprehend what exactly meant this class. Izuku already noticing the airheads of the class as well as some of the other geniuses that easily understood his lessons. Seeing in some of them a clear intrigue and curiosity rising as he explained the subject clearly. This as Aizawa could only listen closely to this while sleeping, as the pro could at least give our teen credit for being quite good at teaching, but other than that, the class went on its own way, Izuku grading them equally and depending their mental processing, already getting who were the ones that will give him headaches, and some others that at least won't make him worry about their future, in between them Momo, Iida, Todoroki, Katsuki and surprisingly Kyrie. After a couple of hours, the bell rang, describing that his turn ended as the next teacher came over, being midnight, the titular of history subject, which actually surprised our teen that she was quite acknowledged about it despite her fame as 18+ heroine. Afterwards came present Mike again with English, which was the most boring out of all the classes for Izuku, as he was already keen to multiple languages, so English was just a parental tongue, his mother's being Japanese while his father's clearly demon speech. And soon after that class ended, came the awaited moment for Izuku. Aizawa's class. Or more like Eraserhead's turn to give an indication, as Izuku was well aware that Aizawa wasn't a guy for patience to give class, already knowing he would prefer to give an activity for the class, said activity being one crucial for the class indeed, because our teen was aware that Aizawa indeed thinks outside of the box. Alright, After all the mess, I'll now give an announcement to you all. Aizawa said with his common, almost like glare demeanor, imposing his presence as the class was clearly left silent, awaiting for all kinds of situations. Playing with a Rubik's Cube, knowing how melodramatic some of them can get, they would think like, is it another surprise test? Or something. Their faces are too predictable. Izuku thought this with a casual look as he fixed the Rubik's Cube in seconds, clearly not caring that the students acted as if they were scared. We will select a class representative. That's a normal thing to do. Breaking the cube, try not to shout, okay. Izuku said this the same moment Aizawa glared at the class, him having broken his Rubik's the moment his tympanus suffered from the sudden shout of the students against something so simple. Of course this ended in deaf ears, as the students started to protest out loud. Standing up while lifting his hand up, select me as prez guys. I'm more than prepared. Doing the same, no. Me. Jumping in gleam, I promise to make this classroom as entertaining as possible. Doing the same as the guys, if I'm selected, I'll ask for the girls' skirts to be. How? Bouncing away, gah. Clearly triggered, no perversions midget grape. More and more, as many laughed from Minetta's misfortune, the poor midget being kicked like a softball by Kyrie as she surely knew he was going to mean something perverted. This as our teen was only starting to grow tick marks upon his forehead, trying to act as much calm as possible as, thanks to being drowsy, the screams were clearly giving him headaches. Silence everyone, Tenya exclaimed as he took the attention of everyone, Izuku thanking him from inside as he was starting to use a stress ball to relax. Like this we won't end up anywhere, we have to think of something better than this. But Iida, poker face, your hands, it's clearly the highest Sonic. Kyrie said this, ending the sentence of most of the class as they've clearly looked at Iida's hand, which was clearly lifted up to the point that it was perfectly 90 degrees up. This as our teen could only think of hypocrisy, as he knew completely that, like everyone, he wanted to be the class president. Returning it embarrassed, well, coughs twice, I won't deny that I do want to, but like this we will only give a blank answer. I suggest for all of us to give a votation to select the class president. Iida said in a way to apply for a proper reason. Yet, poker face, yeah, no problem. It's not like we know each other for more than a goddamn day, idiot. Do you have a better idea? I agree with Spartachan. We've barely known each other, so for most of the part we would only vote for ourselves instead of voting for someone specific. But at least it's a proper way to think about it. Deep breathes, let's do this. The one with the most votes will become the class president, otherwise, we will have the rest of the class to think about it if we aren't content, do we agree? Finally someone that thought with the head instead of the heart. It was starting to give me headaches after all their ranting. Izuku thought this to himself as the students, although not really convinced, decided to go with the plan, Momo being volunteered to have the marks as everyone grabbed a paper from their notebooks to make note of their choices, of course Momo being the one to pack them with a box she created herself. This as the plan kept going, our teen taking a nap as he waited for the choice to be made. After a couple of minutes, the results were given. Comically enraged, why wasn't I voted? Glaring at the class, and who voted for that gal? Tick mark, excuse me Mr. Pomeranian, but I am not responsible for this, so quiet down the barks. More angry, the F***ck you mean with that? Say it to my face. Glaring back, what you just heard you damn Muslim. Kyrie and Katsuki crossed their glares with volatile sparks coming out. This as the class could only look at this either scared or with a sweat drop. This as the whiteboard showed that clearly two of the students had the most of votes, Kyrie in between them. Sparta Kyrie 6 votes, Yaoyorozu Momo 3 votes. The rest was either 1 or 0. Clearly surprised, interesting. But once again, this was thought with only superficial facts. Our teen thought as the class started to discuss about the results in a positive way, mostly the girls as the votes were collective amongst all of them. Looking defeated, 0 votes. On the contrary, Iida acted kind of devastated as he received nothing more than 0 votes. This as his classmates could only sigh to his behavior, reminding him that it was basically his plan, so he had to be aware of the results. Of course Aizawa stood from his place after this decision, as he made both girls to stand in front of the class, Momo looking rather embarrassed but at the same time relieved while Kyrie looked kind of annoyed and uncomfortable, blushing a bit embarrassed. So the class president will be Sparta and the vice president Yaoyorozu. Looking at the class, well, that makes the decision, yet you have the option of changing this during the break. Now go, I need some sleep. Looking at the teacher with a poker face, that's what you've been doing the entire class, hobo man. Kyrie thought this as she and the class could only look at this with a sweat drop. This is the bell for break rang. Looking at Kyrie, well Kyrie-san, bowing down slightly, I hope to be up your expectations. Embarrassed, don't be, you're quite better than me in this. The two talked like this as the rest of the class started to go out. This as the two girls decided to look towards our teen, who just stood from his spot, yawning a bit from tiredness. Slightly embarrassed, well sensei, what do you think of this option? Kyrie asked this as she awaited for a more professional point of view. This as Momo fidgeted her fingers slightly as she was a bit shy to be near our teen. Stretching, well, in my point of view, this was mostly superficial to be said, but it will up to you two to decide if you want to continue or not. You have to discuss this with your classmates thoroughly, because this was clearly made so suddenly, but I know you two can do it if you're up to it, otherwise, you can think of it. Our teen answered with honesty as both girls looked at each other from this answer, as this made them to start to think about the matter. But well, I think it's best if you go to your break, you must be hungry after all those hours in here. Well, we are, but, Kyrie started to say this as she unconsciously trailed a hand through her hair, mainly where her brand was made as she tried to maintain eye contact. I was wondering if you could eat with a sensei. You know, to have a brief healthy talk. The comment honestly surprised our teen like it surprised Momo, her getting a bit more shy as she was about to have a meal with her superior. I don't mind, but are you okay with it? It would honestly look intriguing if I came with you to the cafeteria. Smiling in reassurance, I don't mind at all, teach. I honestly prefer a rather more mature way of thinking instead of all these guys with their young view of point. You know you're also talking about yourself, right? Chuckles. Kind of. Kyrie and Izuku chuckled a bit from this as Momo stayed a bit behind, mainly because of her shyness towards our teen. Noticing Momo's behavior, I know we didn't have a good start, but I promise I won't bite like yesterday Yaoyorozu, that was mainly because of the activity from All Might. Startled HHAI, hi. I know sensei. Blushing shyly, but you know, I was raised as a kept-in tutoring, so I never had a proper interaction with men at all and size. Don't worry, I know how all of us men can act upon such attractive figure like yours, young girl, but keep in mind that my job here is to help you improve that, more because it's necessary for your career. So nothing to be scared about. You can ask me anything you want if that soothes your nervousness, I'm all ears. Momo nodded to this with a more calm smile as the three decided to come out of the classroom, sensing the glare from Aizawa to demand silence, as our teen went along with both his students. But as he was starting to go through the corridors, Jadius, our teen gawked in a desperate move as he was suddenly pushed to the ground with a hug, the responsible being Himiko herself, or Vampress as her alter ego demanded, this as she was also being followed by 4 students of her own. Of course this action shocked the two girls completely. Grunting, the Vampress. What did I tell you about the hugs? Pouting, Mo. But I'm bored. I know you are, but this is a professional place, so you better behave better. Himiko pouted defeated as our teen stood up from his place again, this as he now looked at the new 4 presences in front of him, this as both his students looked at the situation with clear intrigue. Coughing twice, I apologize for my unsuitable behavior there you all, but allow me, looking at Kyrie and Momo girls, this is Vampress, my partner in the job and co-tutor of the first years, her being in class 1B, looking at the new 4, and I present myself. I'm Jadius, a recently graduated hero and tutor of 1A, I assume you 4 are from 1B. Our teen asked as the 4 nodded to this. Being ironically girls like his students. Well, pointing at herself, I'm Kendo Itsuka, class 1B president, and besides me are pointing to her sides Yui Kodai, Setsuna Tokage and Reiko Yanagi, and like you said, we are being tutored by your partner Vampress, which I assume you are a couple by how you acted now, right? The girl asked this boldly as our teen choked from this, Himiko having the luck that her mask hid her prominent blush and creepy smirk. Unlike Kyrie and Momo that unconsciously felt a sting the moment this was said. Sisihado Mata, Vampress, it's normally like this with me because we are step-siblings, nothing more. She just gets this clingy when she feels comfortable with someone, don't confuse this. Momo and Kyrie sighed relieved internally without knowing after hearing this. Confused, really. I thought you two were already a thing considering how close you two are. Why yeah, we've been told that, but anyway, smiling brightly, my prez here already presented us to you three, but now we want to know the names of your students and our classmates here from the neighbor class sensei. Tokage said this as she pointed at the two girls with our team, the two already getting a bit startled to get the attention, Kyrie shrugging a bit from this uncomfortable. Not to say hungry. Pardon my manners then, pointing at Momo, she's Momo Yaoyorozu, vice president of 1A, while her, pointing at Kyrie, her name it's Kyrie, Kyrie Sparta, and she is the recently nominated class president from 1A. Yet it's still under discussion. Intrigued, still, I thought you already did select it, counting that we already had this since the first day. Shy and not exactly. Our homeroom teacher, it's quite the curious one to be honest. Momo answered this as she felt a bit nervous to have the attention on her, this as Kendo could only take this as some sort of negligence. Yeah, not to say that he looks like a hobo. Tries not to laugh PFF'd. Nice one there, you already have my green lights. Poker face, we're not even in the same class, croc girl. I know right, Tokage seemed to already have quite some chemistry with Kyrie, as the girl already knew a way to tease or disturb Kyrie's patient thinking. Yet our teen noticed that the other two were quite silent, moreover kind of stoic. Pointing at Reiko and Yui, are the two of them shy or just for few words? Not to offend you two. Stoic, no offense taken sensei. Yui answered coldly, stoic as her expression remained the same, but our teen understood that she was like that. But the girl Reiko kind of flinched a bit when our teen spoke to her, this being clearly detected by Izuku. You don't have to answer if you don't like to. But I promise I won't bite you or anything. Startled. Well, it's not really that sensei. The girl spoke at last with a bit of shyness as the rest only looked at her. But to be honest, you and Spardasan have an interesting aura around you too. Confused, as too? Both Izuku and Kyrie were clearly confused by this commentary, not to say that this clearly intrigued the rest. Fidgeting with her hands, Etta, how'd I explain it? Well, you don't have to get it complicated, ghost girl, just tell us without fear. Kyrie said this as she described the girl like a ghost, Momo having partly the same idea as she knew nothing of it. But why exactly did Kyrie say this? Reiko was basically holding both her hands in front of her like some classic ghost movies used to portray the ghost's normal physical behavior. This as her aura and expression of dead inside, emo-like face gave that kind of idea. But the most interested were Tokage, Yui and Kendo, as they already knew how their classmate was and how her quirk acted. Yet this was definitely new, as she normally didn't take long to describe someone's aura or presence just by looking at them and their behavior as she did with them. Well, you are very kind people, Spardasan quite volatile, but your aura, they don't exactly feel human, to be precise. Now this clearly caught the attention of everyone, especially Izuku, Himiko and Kyrie, as this was basically a way to tell them that she was capable of seeing their secret nature from their aura. Clearly confused. Wait a minute there, what do you mean by that, Yanagi? Of course Setsuna asked this with clear intrigue, as she was definitely confused in all her letters like the rest of the girls. This as our team kept silent as much as Kyrie, as they were starting to feel something. Thinking throughly. Well, what I'm trying to say it's that. Alarm activated, clearly startled. What's happening? Kendo was the first to react, as the whole campus was starting to resound in alarm. Security breach detected, level 3 threat, please evacuate as soon as possible. Security breach. What does that mean? Setsuna asked this as the students clearly felt scared from this sudden alarm. Serious. It means that someone or something managed to infiltrate illegally through UA's security, looking at Himiko, Vampress. Looking from the window. In the name of hell? Jadius, the media managed to break through. Himiko said this as the present went towards the window, this as everyone looked exactly at what the girl meant by it. Noticing the crowds of media trying to push through the campus as present Mike was seen trying to contain them. Exasperated sigh. That's why I hate media, they always get this annoying. Everyone heard the new voice besides them, being Eraserhead, who clearly looked irritated. Jadius, Vampress, stay here with them in case something happens. I have to stop this maniacs before they get through. Aizawa said this as he rushed towards the entrance through the stairs, this as both youngsters decided to follow the order and look at the students. Well, you've heard the pro. Go back inside your classes, this isn't time to. Izuku was saying this before he stopped briefly at his words, time going slow as he looked at the end of the hallway, some figures that he never thought would be inside this place. A fury. Here, Kyrie thought this when she saw this demon inside Ua like nothing. Demons. Right now, while Izuku quickly used his flames to make a defensive barrier to protect the girls, as the demon fury almost neared them in a flash, this as the girls were caught so suddenly in shock when they saw emerald flames before them in an instant. To your classrooms, now, Izuku stated in demand as the girls wasted no time to do so, sensing the danger as all of them rushed to their classes. All except Kyrie, who was intercepted by the fury, who closed the door behind it. F***ck. The girl thought as she was almost impaled by the fury. And this was almost as Izuku acted quicker, catching its dagger arm and instantly freezing the demon to make out of him ice dust. This as Himiko managed to kill the other fury with a series of stabs to its neck before it stabbed the girl from behind. This as Kyrie was capable of seeing the two in action. They're demon hunters. Her thinking this as the flames died down, showing nothing but the image of Gilgamesh, which vanished an instant later, leaving our teen and Himiko to relax from this, as the alarm was still active, yet not present. High Vampress, status. Looking at the window. Nothing for the present, yet now I see why the media managed to enter. The Vigilante girl in disguise said this as both her and him observed through the window how lone young man of ash cyan hair was going calmly yet quick through a warp gate, the mentioned seemingly entering relaxed as the pros were distracted by the media. Not to say that they saw one of the walls of the school crumbled down and collapsed, place from where the media most possibly entered. Squinting his eyes. A calculated infiltration. Sighs, and just when this day couldn't get any better. Looking at Izuku. We have to report this to the principal immediately. Toga said this as the two decided to go towards the teacher lounge, where the principal was located. This as Kyrie decided to enter the classroom while listening to their talk, getting shocked to hear that this was caused by an outside danger. But before both vigilantes managed to get far, pow. Gah. Both of them were suddenly thrown away of their track. Well, Himiko to be precise, while our teen was suddenly pinned down by a powerful force that rendered him on the ground easily. NGH. You too. Izuku thought this while grunting in pain as he had on top of him none other than the Gilgamesh Knight, as his demonic presence was enough to perturbate Kyrie through the door, who was just as scared as Momo at this moment. Demonic speech, growling menacingly, Borgdant. Shall the death of Sparta and Borgdant kin become a truth by the will of the darkness Mundus? We shall meet again. Traitor, PD. I will also use this for reviving and Pokemon. All of that happened in slow motion, as our teen was instantly released as soon as a sound was made, this one being of Kyrie, who clearly looked as she just see a ghost through our teen, the mentioned just standing up from his place as Himiko did so as well, her rubbing her head a bit from the sudden hit she received back there. Size asterisk. Stay there until further notice Kyrie. Izuku demanded this in a cold tone as the mentioned just nod to this. Returning to her class as she now used whatever she had to calm Momo down, who was clearly alert from what happened earlier, up to the defensive wall of fire. The class president retorting to just calm her down without caring that she felt her heart beat like a metal drum from feeling the presence of the high rack demon she almost encountered. This as from the other room was basically the same situation, as the girls from 1B also tried to relax to what could be described as a villain assault. But the most scared was Reiko, as thanks to her quirk, she was also able to sense Gilgamesh's deadly aura, making her faint the instant moment it appeared at our teen, which made the other girls worry for her safety. As Izuku said, this was clearly just a joke for the day. Izuku's POV. Now that's what I call a bad premonition. I have felt that this day was going to be messy, yet I've never expected it to be this F***cked up. After a couple of minutes from that, me and Himiko were able to see the police reaching UA grounds, punishing those pesky little eavesdroppers for infiltrating so boldly at UA without authorization. Chuckles, I couldn't stop grinning from seeing that. They do deserve it for being so persistent. But even though I laughed at that, I decided to go towards the epicenter of the infiltration, as Aizawa, who clearly demanded why part of the hallway was slightly burnt, decided to interrogate me about such reason. With a low whisper I told him what happened, without including the demons, earlier, him going ballistically alert from that, yet hiding it as the class was clearly eavesdropping our talk, me having to convince Momo and Kyrie earlier about the earlier presence so they wouldn't cause chaos. Of course after that I managed to locate Nedzu and some other pros at the place, Midnight and Ectoplasm, both giving me the clear glares as they weren't expecting my presence there with them. With a guilty sigh, I explained the situation that I managed to see through the window when I put some students to safety. Of course all of them got triggered and clearly alert the moment I said about a villain entering UA grounds, the two pros instantly acting to see if any damage was made to the campus a part of the wall, leaving me and Galleon alone to finally talk the main reason for my search. Galleon immediately understood the moment I said about Gilgamesh and the message from him. This was a clear alert from both of us, as it meant that Mundus directly orchestrated this, as well as the disappearance of the Sparta brothers. If Gilgamesh was out, then it meant that some of the other devil arms of Dante were as well, but it also meant that they were clearly with one goal: hunting me and Kyrie down. We were aware of this thanks that the Furies instantly went straight towards Kyrie, knowing she wasn't trained enough to counter them yet, while Gilgamesh went for me, the most trained of the two. Galleon had to instantly think for something when my explanation ended, already telling me the plans for tomorrow as they were a rescue class, somewhere affiliated to the terrains of UA. But thanks to that villain, I can tell that he would be aware of what we were planning, so I now had two utter conclusions. 1. That said villain will come with an army of amateurs to cause havoc upon the students of UA, bringing with them enough force to bring down All Might, as he was sure that the buffoon will come for the class. 2. The one I fear, for Gilgamesh or some other high-rank demon to appear and try to kill me and Kyrie, killing anyone on the path if may possible. If that last one happens I won't hesitate to act with deadly force, Himiko either, as Galleon told me that 1B was going with us as well as a class to reinforce our union, thanks that me and Himiko are partners. But knowing from Himiko that one of the 1B students it's a plain old jerk, that would be difficult. But nevertheless, my job might fall in chaos the moment I do so. So I might as well surrender, because I know All Might won't hesitate to pin me down. And even if I'm capable to hold him down, his strength is sure to be feared as he is capable to match against Redgrave in his fullest, and even I am unable to match against him yet. Deep sigh, many things are about to happen, and I hope this doesn't escalate too much. Musudafu City, UA Academy, morning. Izuku's Cove. Well, what a day was yesterday indeed. I've never thought that Gilgamesh and some other lesser demons would basically raid UA singularly to get me and Kyrie down. Not to say that it seems that we have also gotten the attention and the clear interest of a villain to cause havoc. I can clearly think that this villain that's now aiming to attack us has some sort of connection with none other than All for One, nemesis of All Might and the most dangerous villain in Earth. Me and my dad held the hunch that the bastard didn't die that day when the two fought at last, not to say that Tsubasa, that medic that once studied my quirkless behavior, it's also a member of his cult. It only meant one clear thing for me. All for One it's still alive, and now that he knows that All Might it's back and weakened, he seems to have found this as a perfect moment to start his spider web towards global control. I can tell from what I saw from that ash-blue-haired man that infiltrated UA, that he is now the new pawn of evil, of AFO. I just hope this bastard doesn't dare to strike upon my students or else he will suffer the fury of Urizen right upon his butthole and soul. But well, discarding that, today was going to be a day full of activity as Nedzu contacted me to make a clear announcement of what will be today's activity for both me and Himiko. Activity that took us both a bit surprised. The USJ, or more specifically the Unforeseen Simulation Jolt, because for some damn reason it sounds the same like Universal Studios Japan, place Himiko is clearly eager to visit someday with me, but scratching that aside once again. This installation from UA, it's a large building placed a couple of miles away from UA as a large test field of many kinds of city disasters such as a storm, a fire, a yank boat, an earthquake aftermath, you get the idea. I have no utter form to comprehend how Galleon managed to get such installation built that way and since when, but taking count that UA has formed most of the most notorious and powerful pro-heroes in Japan sure gave him some credit. And even so I think of it as exaggerated. But putting that aside, it seems we are invited to go into the installations as safety measures, as it's clear for Galleon as how it was for me that said villain didn't just provoke that break-in, for fun, so both me and Himiko agreed to assist in case it was necessary. But there was one thing that both me and Himiko weren't exactly happy about, and that was that the pros that will come with the respective classes, both mine and Himiko's, are going to have in special activity there, rescue missions. In all honesty, this was fair, as all heroes at least need to know how to save the lives of the citizen when the given opportunity appears, but other than that it seemed for both of us that getting both classes connected into one activity was way too much work for just 4 pros. More because I know some youngsters tend to be quite energetic in this kind of cases, more if I know Katsuki it's going to be in this class. But there is another thing I'm getting concerned of. Demons. It's not an odd thing for me to know that Gilgamesh didn't appeared in Ua just to ambush me and Kyrie. That last message he gave me meant something clear. Him and the other devil arms of Redgrave are as free and ready to assault us as how Mundus is, in other words. Mundus was after us, and he has also started his movements. There was no doubt about that, neither a hesitance of me to notice said message. I am now the next target of Mundus, and this meant clearly that he might had captured Dante and Virgil altogether in hell that day. Same for Kyrie as the only direct descendant of Sparta found for the moment, because it's clear that Nero's location it's a mystery even for them as it is for me. But oh well, it's not like I'm exactly bothered by demons at my position since I'm basically one myself. Partly, but my main worry is if those bloody lustful bastards ever dare to appear right in front of my students. Humans that have no utter knowledge of their existence and clearly have no idea that they are real living beings like us and I, more because they are myths to them. So them showing off in front of them will cause chaos, more if one of the Redgrave heralds as I call them does dare to show up, which it's practically the most possible for Gilgamesh to be honest. Well now scratching that aside, I just hope today my days as Urizen doesn't end in a chaotic conclusion nor any of my students get hurt, because if they do I will personally have to quit Ua and run the hell out of there with Himiko by my side, clearly knowing that, if my alter ego it's found out, well, that makes it obvious as it is. Sighs well, a long day is near happening today alright. End Izuku's paw. Deku. The Emerald Reaper. Hosu City Devil's Cove. It was night time at the Pacific city of Hosu as a day in UA has ended like usual in all kinds of cases. Well, this being the first time it isn't as the break-in of the media in UA has been made public through Japan as some sort of security joke, getting seen that the mythic UA barrier was nothing but a bluff from UA to cause unnecessary safety for everyone in UA to the public, not knowing the cause thanks to it being private between all the members of UA. But putting UA and the media aside, we now locate ourselves back at the home and main headquarters for our teen and Himiko, Devil's Cove, as another day of service has also concluded for the customers as the last group of drunk men and satisfied people went out the installation as soon as their bills were paid, letting the young girl Toga to finally clean the place as our teen also started to stretch his limbs from all of the work of the day. Good work Himiko, with this we can finally pay the rent and bills of these month. Himiko only giggled cutely by this said by our teen, as she continued her job on cleaning the surface of all the floor from all the liquor and many other drinks that were spilt to the floor. This as our teen started to aid her by cleaning the tables of all the place, this is also getting the items back into their proper places. Both of our grown-up teens kept doing this for an hour as after a lot of effort given to it the whole installation was now once again clean and ready for the next day, as both of our young teens basically took seat on some chairs available and took a well-deserved rest from all the effort. Mainly Himiko as she wasn't as physically resilient as Izuku is. Mo, you can say that thanks to your normal stamina, I cannot even do this without getting a little bit tired after it. Himiko exclaimed this as she tried to refresh herself by pulling her chestwear a bit, opening a bit of a sight our teen respected to not view or give a peek at. Yet you don't say anything when it comes to hunting demons or getting away of some hero during our pursuits. Izuku responded like this as he started to walk towards his room, Himiko following close behind as their rooms are almost equal in location, just meters behind one another. Because they are fun to deal with. Himiko whined at this as she was more used to exciting feelings instead of the normal work as waitress, as our teen could only chuckle at her antics thanks to it. He does know how the girl is in terms of behavior, and if it isn't because Devil's Cove it's their main source of income, Himiko would have instantly tried something else more exciting, with her abilities, and it doesn't mean something sexually related. Well, enough chit-chatting Himiko, Tidy up and clean yourself, for today we won't have any nighttime hunting. Shocked, why not? Izuku stayed quiet for a couple of seconds, looking at his partner closely as he was serious upon these next words he was going to use. Himiko, I have a hunch tomorrow will get wild, so I need you to have the most energy you can have. Tense, I have a feeling tomorrow's activity at UA might not be as peaceful as a simple rescue mission would be. Those simple words were enough for Himiko to shut her whines down and look at our teen with the same feeling, adding some awe to it as she has never seen our teen this serious. That only happening when? Is it thanks to that demon from today? Toga couldn't have made the best question with anything else as our young man agreed to her with a silent nod, getting her a little nervous at this thought as she wasn't exactly powerful to deal against one of Redgrave's devil arms incarnation, not to say she is barely able to take off guard a fury. Sighs tired, have a good night Himiko, make sure to rest well. Izuku said this as he kissed her forehead with deep care, taking her off guard a bit with a heavy blush on her cheeks as our teen entered his room to rest from the day. This as Himiko could only be left with deep concern after such show of care for her, as our teen normally doesn't do this unless it meant his safety was in peril. And if regarding one of Redgrave's devil arms it meant enough for her to do so. Worried, I just hope you don't get too overboard with this Izu. I don't want to lose someone important again. With that last thought, Himiko decided to leave our teen for this night as her worries made her unable to give a tease to our teen without getting into thinking about the Redgrave demons, topic of conversation that always made Izuku serious and completely concentrated. Not for nothing one of them was the responsible for the deaths of both his parents, and so the mention of high-rank enemies that she wouldn't be able to defeat so easily unless trained into a more experienced rank. Little did she know that this next day would be more active than any of the two would thought of. UA Academy, Class 1A, the next day. A new day came for Japan as a new day also came for both our teen and his partner at work, a day that our teen kindly wanted it to end peacefully as a dreadful feeling of danger was starting to crawl up his spine ever since he woke up from his bed, so much that even with Himiko being clanged to him teasingly wasn't enough to relax him at all. This worried her, but at the same time she couldn't show this to the class, which like always, was as active as any other day in school in between teenagers. But getting that aside, Class 1A was also like its counterpart, active and full of energy. Stoic plus tick mark, this is too damn frustrating. Kyrie thought this as she was in all matters of ways annoyed as she was hearing many of her classmates besides her. Mainly a certain pink-haired, pink-skinned girl with one of the boys she called Kyrie through the entire class, getting Aizawa and more than a couple of teachers to get them shut multiple times as some of the others besides them were as loud as they were, making it clear for Kyrie that this day wasn't going to be one of her favorites to begin in UA. But regarding all that, she couldn't feel any more concentrated in class as the matter of yesterday still lingered in her memory thoroughly. She couldn't believe that it happened, demons in UA. Real demons. She has heard of them thanks to her family and not to say some self-investigation from the records from the old job of her old man. But never in a million nights she could have foresaw that demons would likely to appear at plain daylight and bash at her in such a public place like UA, the mother of all places that it's crowded with powerful people capable of at least vanish them away of the installation. But other than that she was now clear with a clear truth thanks to it, making her catch a glance towards our teen who was taking a quiet nap at besides the whiteboard and the teacher. So it seems sensei it's a demon hunter as well. That's what she thought as she looked at our teen, who has been quiet and calm ever since the class began, same thing that was obvious for the entire class ever since our teen arrived, making them know that he wasn't in the mood for a friendly talk for today, as even in class our teen has been quite strict the entire day, making even some of the teachers quite curious and surprised for his sudden behavior. Kyrie wasn't stupid to not know that what happened yesterday was the main reason of why our teen's sudden behavior in the day. But it's not like she could ask this freely to the guy in such time, more because the topic of conversation was in the same level of a taboo for the rest of the students in presence, thanks to the same fact that demons are nothing but myths for humanity. But one clear thing was for the class. For our teen, Jadius, to be this calm and serious meant that he wasn't in the good spirits for today's activities. Door opens. The sound of the main door of the classroom getting opened made the entire class to get to their seats immediately as the next teacher to come from the main gate was none other than Aizawa himself, who was the same as always, with his common face of no care in life, as he usually had plastered on his face. Good, you have learned well. Aizawa said this as he later took a glance towards our team, getting to see with his eyes the clear calm and seriousness that he was hearing from his hero comrades throughout the day. Internally curious, so what I've heard from the others wasn't so wrong as I thought. That's what he thought as he went towards his place, getting the full attention of the class as even Kyrie decided to listen up this time. Note: ignoring how she threw Mineta away after the midget tried to peek below her skirt. Well, now that I have your attention right now, I have come to give the announcement for our next activity. Aizawa said this as the class entered once again into a cold tension that our team was suffering since the beginning of the day. And for some reason it became thicker at this moment. Lifts hand. Noticing the hand go on, Aizawa asked this towards none other than Tenya Iida, who was the one to lift the hand to ask his doubts of today, getting some of the students besides him to become curious of what he could ask. Standing up, I'm sorry for my sudden interruption, sensei, but I just have a couple of questions I want to ask about today's activity. Tenya spoke out to the teacher as now the rest of the students started to get curious about it as well, both Aizawa and our teen Izuku getting to know that said detail would be obvious from any of the students at the moment. Sighs, just as expected. I was about to explain that right now, so back at your seat, Aizawa demanded as Tenya did so, getting now the attention of the class as thanks to our teens' preview classes, they knew talking in between class at the presence of Eraserhead wasn't wise if you didn't want to reclaim from him or to basically not get binded in his scarf like an unfortunate fly in a spider's web. To make it simple, with your first activity, you've learned the limits of your abilities and powers, while with All Might, you have learned to control them in order to not hurt anyone so easily, glaring slightly at Izuku, as well as you've experienced the power of a professional at first hand. Izuku could only grunt lowly while he warded off his gaze from the sight of the pro, as he was honestly tired of listening to Aizawa about that class, having already explained him that it was mainly fault of All Might instead of his, yet of course the hate of Aizawa won't even let that pass through from our team thanks to it. Of course here both Kyrie and Momo kind of detected the tone of the teacher slightly here, same for Todoroki and Katsuki as they were curious of why such hate to our team. Yet they knew it was unwise to ask something if it wasn't their business, as well as if it wasn't wise if they wanted to be punished thanks to it. The rest of the class did saw the glare, but in their minds and thanks to Aizawa's words they could point the source of it thanks to the activity with All Might. Returning to the class, but today we will now be entering a very specific topic that all certificated heroes have to know, our prior rule. With that, Aizawa took out of his pocket a hand-size metallic card with a word printed on it in green, a word our team could agree with at his fullest. Rescue. From natural disasters to the aftermath of battles and other situations, rescuing the citizen has always been the core of what we all heroes are today, the prior rule of our very existence. Aizawa ended his words as now most of the students looked completely intrigued and in awe from his words, this as some of them started to get excited from inside. Well, that's correct, but at the same time most of your kind distorted that word into some sort of insulting entertainment, that what Izuku thought to himself thanks to the many heroes he has met as Urizen, mainly the newbies such as Mt. Lady and Kamui Woods, as both has been the talk of today. Yet both Himiko and he have seen what they really are, mainly this first mentioned. Scoffs to himself silently, money digging B*TCH. Lifts hand. Teach, may I comment something please? Kyrie interrupted as she took the attention of Aizawa and the rest. Just receiving an approval glance from Aizawa, taking something out from near her seat, just to be clear, pointing at it, I am 100% sure that I'm not rescuing this little perverted midget if I have to. That's what she said as she was gripping Mineta from his head while showing him to the teacher, as the mentioned only looked scared for being discovered from his little mischief, getting more than a couple of glares from the girls as well as some disappointing from most of the other boys. This as the teacher could only hold a poker face on his expression while our team could only hold the bridge of where his nose was in clear disappointment. Sighs, unfortunately you have, but this won't stay like this for long. Aizawa said this in surrender as Kyrie groaned in discomfort from this, tossing Mineta away as she could only return her attention to the class. This as our team could only think about the little discussion he will have with the midget after the activity, mainly for his own good. Well, returning to the task at hand, Aizawa pressed a couple of buttons on a little controller in his hand as the same compartments of the suits of the class opened up again, letting the class once again to have their suits available. For this activity, we will be moving on towards a different location. You can use your suits or not as how you like it. Meet me in 10 minutes at the main gate. Glares, don't be late. That was the last thing Aizawa explained to the class as the students wasted no time to take their suitcases and go straight towards the dressing rooms of the school, getting our team to stand up from his position. Urizen, Aizawa called, getting sure that no student was around to listen as he called at our team with his Vigilante alias, getting his attention with a put silence. Whatever happens in the USJ, be warned that if anything happens to my or Vlad's students in your and Fallen's presence and under your responsibility, be sure to get ready cause I won't let it slide with you unharmed and intact. Do I make myself clear? Aizawa said this as he glared at the young Vigilante, who only returned his gaze towards his in clear seriousness and stoicness while nodding in approval, getting Aizawa to get this as, I understand, yet with clear intrigue and suspicious thanks to his silence throughout the entire class. I also hope that's the case Aizawa, cause I don't think this will be just a rescue mission. Our team thought this completely serious as he also stepped out of the classroom, getting towards the main gate as Aizawa could only sigh in the same feeling. Whispers, I don't get paid enough for this. Some minutes later. UA's main gate. We now find ourselves at the main gates of the academy as we found none other than our team, waiting some meters in front of two large buses behind him, sitting in a lotus position as he started to think about the many possibilities that could happen around the day. First, there is a large chance that we will be ambushed by a large group of villains. Because that ash cyan-haired guy with that hand was 100% suspicious and responsible from the little outrage of the media yesterday. Second, and the one I want to make sure never happens, is that me and Himiko will have to be on complete guard of any demon inside the USJ, because it's clear this place it's big enough to hold more than an entire battalion of them inside the place. Being that the case, we will have to surveil any of our students closely, because if one of them dies we are doomed. Well, more than we already are to be precise, because I doubt both Aizawa and Vlad would want to hold guard on us for a long while, and to be honest, UA doesn't seem to be a place for me and Himiko, more with All Might as teacher in here, because I'm sure AFO it's behind that man in some way or another. Groans, but that would mean finding that little pipsqueak to interrogate him, because I doubt I would be able to hold on for long against that putrid man with Emperor complex. Our teen stopped his thoughts as he sensed Himiko near him, getting to open his eyes and find her no more than a couple of meters in front of him, looking at him with clear worry and concern. With a soft tone, are you sure you're alright Izu? You're starting to scare me right now. And with the soft tone of voice she used, it was more than enough for him to make this detailed truth of her feelings. Sighs, I would be lying if I said I am Himiko. But yesterday has opened more than a couple of possibilities of any kind of chaotic situations to happen, and you know that those two furies weren't here if it wasn't because of that damn Gilgamesh night. Getting more worried, I know what you mean, and I'm also aware of what that means. But you know that if any of those possibilities happen, both of us will be nothing but a target for any of the pros at UA, more if there are demons at that place. I just don't want any of those innocent kids to be exposed to that kind of danger. Izuku was honestly surprised to see this being a topic of worry for Himiko, as he knew the girl long enough to say that she wasn't this selfless in the past. I'm surprised and happy that you now consider the safety of our students first than ours. But you know that it was going to be sooner or later that our little protection at UA would come to an end, and that even Galleon's help, we would be nothing but clear prisoners of Eraserhead, Vlad King and whoever else that will go with us to this USJ they talk about. Himiko could only let out a sigh of clear sadness because she knew our teen was right in all of his words, knowing that the moment the two exposed their real identities and profession they would be immediately pinned down by their supervising pro-heroes. I just hope nothing happens with them. I had enough knowing that did wrong in my past looking at UA, and that if it wasn't because of the egoism and fear of my parents, I would have the peaceful life like them, the life of a normal girl, with normal classes and normal schedules. Deep breathes, let's just make sure none of them get hurt, right Izu? Himiko finished this while she looked at our teen with an expression of inner sadness and regret. Our teen was able to see through them, getting him to know that this experience in UA has opened Himiko's eyes to a world of peace the two of them would have lived if their lives didn't have such a catastrophic beginning. A thought our teen used to share with Himiko long ago when he lost his parents thanks to Gilgamesh. But both him and her knew. It was too late for amends. You've said it yourself. With that said, Izuku stood up from his position as both Himiko and him saw both students of 1A and 1B getting closer to their positions. All dressed in their hero suits as they could manage to see the interactions between the two with clear attention, getting to see that in some parts it was a pacific interactions, while in others Izuku could only sweat drop in defeat by seeing Katsuki and a young blonde boy arguing between each other cockily, getting Himiko to let out an exasperated sigh of frustration, getting our teen to know that this boy was the problem child of his class. Alright, listen up meatheads, ladies. Kyrie talked out towards the group of 1A with a stern tone as she stood near the entrance of the bus designated for 1A. Kendo doing the same with her class and the bus designated for them, yet with a more polite tone as hearing Kyrie's comment kind of triggered a few boys while getting some sweat drops from most of the girls, mainly Momo as she embarrassingly went besides her while hiding her face by warding it away a bit thanks to the burglar vocabulary of Kyrie. Enraged, huh? WHO are you calling meathead punk girl? Same, don't interrupt me Bomberman. The fuck you mean Bomberman? You've heard me jackass. Kyrie answered back at him with the same tone, getting some of the students to shiver at her tone, mainly some boys of 1B as they've never expected the class president of their neighbor class to be this aggressive. More because the discussion between the two seemed to be escalating progressively. Whispers, are they always like this? A little embarrassed, not entirely. It's mainly because Kyrie-san is a tough girl, but she's not this disrespectful. Blame this outrage on Bakugo-san and his temper mainly. My sincere apologies beforehand if he does something burglar to your class. Momo explained this to Kendo as the girl could take this warning and words to heart, as she had met Kyrie yesterday to know that she wasn't wrong, seeing her kind yet tough persona slightly, yet she will follow that warning on regards of Katsuki's behavior, mainly because her and her class already had a preview thanks to both of their classes coming together to the main gate. Sweat drops, I guess Monoma it's not the only one with some temper issues between our classes. Kendo thought this as she looked at one of her classmates, getting to see him chuckling at the misfortune of the neighbor class while the others of her class could only look at his antics and the argue of the two hot heads with a fat sweat drop. Both Katsuki and Kyrie were glaring to each other while getting ready to beat themselves to a pulp, but then. Whack. Tick mark plus irritated. Alright enough you two and your bickering, Sparta-san continue and Bakugo temper down. I'm not a racerhead but be aware that I'm not in the mood for your Pomeranian tendencies. Izuku decided to interrupt the argue as he knocked both of their heads with his fists, getting the two to stop briefly. To say Bakugo wanted to argue back at his sensei was an understatement, but a glare of our teen was enough to shut him down. A bit embarrassed, my apologies sensei. Kyrie said this with slight embarrassment as our teen gave her green lights to continue. Coughs twice, well, discarding that. Today we will be inside whatever kind of activity our senseis might want us to do. So better be ready because I have a hunch some of us will get a little injured or not depending on the activity, so to say it simple, if anything happens to you it will either make me or sensei here guilty, so better not provoke anything bad or else I don't want to know what kind of punishment the Hobcough X2 I mean Aizawa sensei will give us. FCK, almost dropped it there. Sweat drops, she has no utter filter to insult her teacher like that. Many of the students from 1A and 1B thought this in unison as they have clearly heard how Kyrie almost called her teacher in an insulting way. Sweat drops, I mean, she sure has a keen sense to know erasers here, but at the same time she almost signed her tune there. Well, now let's get inside the bus, because I doubt sensei would want to wait for us any more minutes for this sh*t. That's what Kyrie said as she turned around and went inside the bus. This is the rest of her classmates only looked at this with fat sweat drops, getting to surrender because they knew she was right about that. Well, I was about to say kind of the same, so let's get inside as well, looking at Himiko, Vampress sensei. No worries, I know. Himiko said this in her common cheerful self as she went inside their bus with Kendo. This as Izuku decided to wait until all of his class went inside, as he looked at Ua one last time, hiding his serious expression behind his mask. I just hope this hunch of ours it's nothing but a fluke galleon, because if it is, I'd rather die than letting my bloodline be discovered by the hands of AFO or Mundus. This being the last thought he had before getting up the bus. This is from the principal's office. The mentioned former demon general in his body of Nedzu also looked at his direction, having also the same feeling as our young demon hunter did right now. Class 1B bus. A couple of minutes have passed since the buses parted towards their destination, as now we focus ourselves on the bus of the neighbor class, being under surveillance of both Vlad King and Himiko, as the ruckus inside the bus was one that the young girl could normally describe as the common ruckus a whole class of young teenagers could be. Noisy and highly active. This is going to be so exciting. I can't wait to see what this class will be about. A young teenager of silver hair with what could be described as an eye mask of pale yellow color said. As he was dressed up in his hero suit, which was made of a sleeveless full body, baggy suit that covered up most of his body up to his chest, leaving a metallic silver brace that jointed up around his neck on the back and chest, being formed at the center of the chest with a red jewel, 1 silver rings on both forearms and a pair of gray, tall boots that were armored with some slight metallic fuse. This was Tetsu, a young teenager which quirk was in complete similarity with Kirishima's, yet instead of hardening his skin like rock, his made his body basically become pure metal, to be precise steel. Slightly nervous, you think so? Because to me this is more of a delicate yet educational topic to think about Tetsuzan. Another one of the boys answered back at him, as this one was basically in the eyes of Himiko. A fur ball kid. Why? Simple. The young teenager was basically all covered in fur from legs to neck, making basically some sort of human beast, having also 2 prominent fangs from his below jaw and a pair of golden eyes that made him look intimidant. Yet Himiko has confirmed through this days that, despite looking menacing, the young man, named Jirota Shishida, is nothing more but a gentle, kind young man who enjoys having a sweat nap rather than getting into conflict oftenly. One thing that makes high contrast with his quirk, beast, which it's basically synonym of aggression and wild rage. Toothy smile, no need to be so polite bro, just call me Tetsu. Sweat drops, that's basically your name and surname sir. Notices that chuckles right. In my case I wonder what kind of things we will do with Class A, because in all honesty, I doubt that guy, Bakugo, would like to cooperate kindly. Another one of the boys said this as he looked rather nervous of coexisting with 1A's Pomeranian, as just the preview of his behavior when meeting each other towards the bus didn't give him good thoughts about him. This young man was a slightly chubby guy of cyan hair that had a nervous expression normally on his face, getting him to look rather innocent and well-mannered in comparison to most of his classmates, but even with that said, this guy was nothing more than 1B's Vice President Narengeki Shota, who was now inside his hero costume like most of his classmates, this one being a black, high-collared suit with a trim of pale white lines around its collar and hem and a similar pattern over his torso and shoulders, along with plain black pants and white knee-high boots. A blue-looking device is worn over his left eye, and he has a connected radar on the back of one of his gloved hands. Himiko couldn't think but to agree with the young lad from her side as even she found Katsuki annoying to the point she would gladly shut him up. But thanks to being her dear Izuku's childhood friend, she couldn't even harm him. Not to say that it would provoke an aggressive reaction upon Vlad and Aizawa if she tried to do so. Smiling cockily, that hot-head Pomeranian scares you Shota. He's nothing but a dog that barks but never dares to bite a single damn fly. Near Himiko's position, a boy of a slightly intimidating appearance talked, as the guy's face resembles some sort of mantis, as 2 hook-like horns are spread out on the sides of his head. Not to say his hero costume being basically a dark green hood with plain black trousers and 3-toed boots, making him look for Himiko more like some sort of criminal or goth hero. Slightly nervous, too don't know Kamakiri-san, he seemed a bit too aggressive to talk to. Tick mark, then don't be dude. I doubt that Pomeranian would be able to land a bite if we ever engage in combat. Sweat drops, I highly doubt that. Himiko thought this as she knew thanks to our team that Katsuki was everything but a coward, knowing the little bomberman wouldn't think it twice to attack someone if provoked. Poke X2. Himiko's attention turned to her side as one of her students called her attention by poking her sides, seeing none other than Setsuna Tokage, one of the few girls in the class that held conversation with her and Izuku yesterday, being dressed inside her costume, which consisted in a dark blue-purple scaled eye mask, a scaled full bodysuit with matching design with a pair of black knee boots. A part of that some black fingerless gloves with orange, three-piece wrist guards and a belt around her waist with some sort of jewel embedded in the center of it. Curious, yes, Tokijkin. Smiling with a toothy grin, sorry for asking Vampire-sensei, but do you perhaps know what kind of activities are we going to do? I'm curious. The question of the girl also made most of the present near them to look at Himiko with the same question in mind, getting our young huntress to clearly detect their gazes of doubt with a fat sweat drop. I must apologize there Tokijkin, because I'm not allowed to say anything about it until we reach the place. The only thing I know it's that this class will have to cooperate with Class 1A for your class today. Shivers slightly, WWE really have to. Shota wasn't convinced to do it now. Looking at Shota, no need to worry there young Ningaraki. I doubt my partner Jadius would allow that young man do anything to any of you, same for me as I have been informed of his high temper. No sweat about that. Another one of the boys of 1B said this in clear agreement, as Katsuki didn't give a good image for them. Yet the words of the young heroine made sense for many of the present, as our team proved to be able to maintain Katsuki under control. Coughs, well, regarding that, can we know anything about yourself sensei? We have no utter knowledge of yourself ever since our classes began and we are all honestly intrigued of what kind of heroine you are. The words of one of the girls, being a young brunette with a cap-cut hairstyle and a hero costume that had a pattern and appearance similar to some cartoonish shrooms, made Himiko jump back slightly in surprise, mainly because she wasn't exactly expecting that question from her young students. Slightly nervous, well, how can I begin with? Himiko started that with a rhetoric question, making her students clearly expectant of what she was going to say. FCK. How can I answer that without getting any kind of suspicion from any of them about my true identity or getting myself vulnerable to suspicion? Vampress hadn't had much formal recognition yet. Vlad was the one to speak for her, getting the attention of his students. Looking at them, Vampress hasn't been inside the screen much of the time because most of her missions concentrated on aiding up other pros, being basically a helper for the time being. We aren't sure when will her debut occur, but be sure her job it's as honorable as the one of the pro heroes. Sighs in relief, thanks, and at the same time I owe you one Vlad. Himiko thought this as she gave some hand signs towards the pro hero to make him know this, Vlad scoffing away to make her understand his indifference while the students could easily understand that their young teacher was still a heroine in the making, yet inside the missions of a pro, which in some way made them a bit disappointed to not listen something interesting. It was understandable for them that her debut haven't been made formal yet. Slightly disappointed, too bad, I was intrigued of what she could do. Well, that's unfortunate. But can we at least get to know what's your quirk? Please. Tokage demanded with puppy eyes as Himiko looked at her with a clear sweat drop as she could understand her eagerness on curiosity, yet her quirk wasn't exactly the most gentle one to talk about. Sweat drops, I doubt you would like to hear that. Most of the students got a little confused of what she meant with that, mainly some of the girls, as this topic touched their curiosity. Visibly confused. Why? A girl of raven hair and a red costume asked this for the class. Her being mostly quiet made her question touch a clear nerve for everyone to be curious, as even if there were just days they've met, they knew the girl would only react to something if it was seriously interesting for her. Rubbing the back of her head slightly nervous, Etta, let's just say that my quirk it's in some way similar to your teacher here, but at the same time it's not something you would like to hear easily. Why? I'm sure your quirk it's amazing no matter how you look at it. Getting nervous, Himiko was in between a dagger and the wall, as the curious eyes of her students were already eating her alive in terms of her nerves. Tell us please, we are actually curious. Another one of the boys said this in clear intrigue and curiosity over Himiko's quirk, same curiosity many of the students had with themselves. A bit more nervous, trust me kids, you wouldn't exactly like to hear it. Mainly how it works. Himiko answered this honestly, as this answer only gave more anxiety for her students as they were dying to get that answer out, mainly the girls as they were curious of what kind of heroine their teacher is. Bus wires. But Mother Luck was in her side today. For the moment. Alright kids, enough questions on Vampress, we are about to reach our destination. Vlad King said this without knowing he made a tactical save for Himiko, her sighing silently in relief while the students were left in a cliffhanger. some actually getting a bit annoyed to not get the answers they've wanted, while others like a certain blonde guy couldn't care less of it, getting ready to get down of the bus and begin their activities. But just being a mile away of it, someone specific in the 1A bus reacted to something dangerous. Starting to wake up, and just what I wanted to be just AFC King Nightmare. Izuku, who thought this as he woke up from his nap inside the bus of his class, starting to get up as Aizawa also gave the same advice to the students of Class 1A, which was getting inside a common conversation of teens, getting Katsuki slightly hot in anger yet not triggered enough for a bad situation to happen. But he wasn't the only one to sense this danger. Getting nervous plus shivering slightly, this is a joke. Right. Kyrie, who was also taking a nap besides Momo, who was concentrated on trying to calm down the guys, also woke up suddenly thanks to the spontaneous surge of energy that was felt near the place, getting her to tremble slightly for the coldness her body started to experience thanks to it. Noticing Kyrie's body language, "Are you okay, Kyrie-san?" Putting on a fake smirk, too. "Okay ponytail, just had some chills from this morning," blowing her nose slightly, "I didn't sleep well last night." Momo wasn't completely convinced of her answer, yet she decided to let it be with a bit of worry as Kyrie's body language talked completely to her that the young Sparta was nowhere but scared. Noticing Kyrie, so she also felt it. Izuku, not being blind, knew exactly that Kyrie, thanks to her bloodline as a Sparta, would be able to sense up the demonic energy upon the place. And said energy being basically the reason why he's gotten so anxious right now. There were demons nearby, and two of them had an energy of a high rank. External Training Grounds, USJ, a couple of minutes after. "We're here," Vlad called out with a loud call, making his class, 1B, to reunite near him. Aizawa not doing the same, yet Class 1A understood completely his orders, going also to their positions while both Izuku and Himiko stayed behind and near their classes, yet right now they've came up together. Whispering, "Himiko, stay alert and ready for any case," giving her the Sero swarm steadily, "We're not alone in here." That was all Izuku had to say before returning to Aizawa, getting Himiko extremely worried and concerned, not to say shocked when he revealed this to her, as she understood completely what this meant. Worried, why now? Why today? Himiko didn't like this at all, packing up her main weapon in a hidden position of her costume, making sure neither Aizawa or Vlad noticed her doing this. Same for Izuku, as he hid both ivory and wyvern on his belt, his expression turning to a serious glance as he felt the presences stronger than anything inside the complex. And one of them, he recognized it very well. Gritting his teeth, "I know you're around here. Gilgamesh. Hello there, students, and welcome to this place." The attention of everyone turned to the main gate of the place, as two presences were waiting for them meters in front of the main door, already getting some students excited. "Whoa, it's 13, the rescue heroine," Uraraka exclaimed in a fangirl mode as one of the presences at the gate was none other than number 13, a professional heroine that prioritizes rescue over the act of battle, and which hero costume was basically an astronaut suit with finger caps that could open up widely to use her quirk, which was one of the most dangerous our teen and Himiko could have found, not to say that they were lucky that 13 wasn't an active pro-heroine. Poker face, "Oh great. But both heroes," said this in a low tone of annoyance none of the students detected. As the second presence in place alongside 13 was none other than Midnight herself, already being the catch of eye of embarrassment and shyness for many of the boys around, as of course her feminine figure was purposely exposed thanks to her hero costume, not to say that of course Izuku facepalmed himself while Kyrie grew a tick mark when Mineta and Kaminari already got eyes on the pro-heroine. With a smile, "We welcome you to the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, USJ for short, but not that one if you know what I'm thinking." The students had a poker face on themselves as the name was easily confused as one certain institution of entertainment made for all people. Poker face, well, why wouldn't they? We confuse it with Universal Studios Japan if you gave the exact same damn capitals. This being a collective thought of Izuku, Himiko and Kyrie, as they've found this stupid to dodge or ignore. What you have here at my back will be the place where our activity will take place, but first I want to hear out a couple of questions from you all to begin with. Make me know you first. Many of the students lifted their hands at the proposal of 13, as the pro started to search someone to begin with. Getting one after a couple of seconds. Young Kodai. Getting the raven-haired girl of Class 1B, now revealed to be Yui Kodai, to be selected first. What exactly is this place 13 sensei? Her making a simple question that applied to a justified reason, getting our teen and Himiko to confirm that the girl was direct towards what she saw and heard. Well, answering to that question, here we will be doing all kinds of rescue activities depending on the ambience and the place where they could all happen simultaneously, more because these places will be adjusted to all kinds of situations or disasters that could happen in the hero job. Kodai was satisfied with her answer while the rest started to get anxious of what could this probably mean, mainly for excitement. In other words, fires, floods, earthquakes and stuff. Lifts her shoulders in agreement. Not bad there. Well, any other question? Midnight was received by another group of curious hands being raised up, her getting one already in her sights since the beginning. Well, Kodakun. The shy boy was only able to use sign language to communicate as he was too shy to speak, getting some confused mainly because not many of them understood this language, so our teen offered up to be his translator, getting Koda to agree to it. He asks about the risks of this place and what kind of situations you're talking about, mainly because his quirk it's related to summoning wild innocent animals upon his command. Koda thanked Izuku while Midnight and the rest present could thank him mentally for translating that question, mainly the pro-heroine as she could now think of her answer thoroughly. Well, to answer that Koda, there are some animals around this place you could speak with like birds and small animals, but with some warning beforehand, these situations are mostly involucrated with difficult climates, so we recommend you to stay alert on anything that could happen inside here. Explaining that part of the simulations will be once we enter first for you to understand it better. In some way Koda was thankful and relieved that he wasn't forced to make innocent animals engage in dangerous situations, but in other both him and the students were a bit intrigued of what the pro-heroine meant with that, leaving it like that as they didn't want to ruin the surprise others like Katsuki or a certain blonde not caring about it mainly. Anything else to ask? 13 received another row of raised hands, yet she detected one that actually caught her intrigue. Young Sparta. Putting down her hand plus faking calmness, say Miss Armstrong, I know this is a rescue mission and all, but how does this has to do with the usage of our quirks to do so? Not to be disrespectful nor a plain jerk or anything similar to all of us, but some of our quirks aren't exactly harmless, pointing at herself, while I have some sort of control to it. I honestly have zero to no tact at being careful, points at Katsuki, same for that Muslim over there which quirk basically provokes explosions. Enraged, say that. Glaring, Bakugo Katsuki. The Pomeranian shifted and shivered at the stern tone of reprimand of Jadius as even some of the other students actually got shocked and stiffened thanks to the sudden outburst. But the main one to be affected was Katsuki himself, as his shock and fear was visible because his body reacted immediately and stayed quiet. Shocked, wow, never saw him this reprimanding before, Class 1A thinking this when he did so. Grr, damn it. Notices something, wait AFCK in moment, why did I reacted immediately? That Jadius guy can't be someone I know, as the only ones that did that to control me are both my hag and. Gets shocked, Deku. Looking at 13, my apologies 13, I'm still working on tempering down his demeanor. Sweat drops, we would appreciate that, he seems quite used to his temper actually. 13 said this as both her and the other pros in the place thought the same thing. Getting now some suspicion upon his acknowledges, but well, responding to your question Spartason, we are more than aware that some of your quirks are dangerous enough to cause harm rather than helping out the situation, so that's basically the main reason why is this class made in the first place. In this class we are all going to teach you how to use your quirks and your intellect to get the appropriate solution to any kind of situation without causing more harm than good to the people when this problems happen in the time you'll become heroes. So I thank you Spartason for touching that term. 13 explained this as many of the students now could understand this clearly in their minds as it was fair. If their quirks were used incorrectly, they could harm someone instead of helping him, so it was fair for them to know how to solve any kind of problems without getting more conflict out of it. This is some also thought of this in clear detail as they've looked at their hands in clear expectancy, some knowing their quirks weren't as gentle as they could wish for. Same thought happening inside the mind of Himiko as she knew better than most that using her quirk basically requires hurting, someone to be used, being the main reason why she decided to abandon the real world and society as her nature of being, villainous. Sensing her dreadful past being uncovered internally, Izuku went besides Himiko and started patting her head to calm her down, getting the girl to relax and get calm as she glanced at the only family she had now, getting the eyes of gentle nature of our teen to look at her to comfort her as she thanked this with her own glance, purring slightly while she clinged in an innocent way on him, getting her calm again and ready for what was about to come, as both knew they couldn't ignore the clear energy felt inside the installation. Getting near 13, well, if that was everyone's questions then we should get going now, whispers at her, where is he? Has that Downs forgotten his job here? Whispers back at Aizawa, not exactly, but let's just say he had some appointments to make and couldn't come earlier at time. Both Izuku and Himiko weren't idiots to not know that Aizawa was referring to All Might, as they of course knew he was also programmed to do this activity with them, yet the sign of 3 fingers from 13 already gave them that answer as how it did with Aizawa. Irritated face, great, just when you could be our best card to get the students safe and you've wasted your energies back in the city. Thank goodness that it seems you haven't passed on OFA yet, or else you would have been more tired than these earlier days already. Izuku could only think this with clear frustration, as thanks to his father's tales, our teen was not a fool to not know that the reason of All Might's tardiness wasn't exactly tiredness, but instead being cause of his power and the limit of time he has for using it for the day, getting frustrated to know that he was far weaker than how he was in his prime. And he couldn't blame him. AFO almost killed him back then if it wasn't because All Might managed to get him out cold first, yet he knew said injuries were now getting on his nerves, knowing that sooner or later he would have to search for a proper vessel of the power that was bestowed to him. And he already had a hunch of who could possibly be his successor, yet Izuku knew one thing All Might ignored completely thanks to his desperation. If you have chosen who I think you did, even if I know he's more than worthy of it. Then I know his lifetime won't be the greatest he could think of, his only goal would be going after AFO, and even so I doubt he would be able to exploit its power to the fullest. Such power can no longer be held by people with quirks. It's basically a death sentence with a timer clock incorporated, and once it hits 0, your successor's life won't continue anymore. Sighs, I just hope AFO falls for good this time. I had enough of him trying to search for my father's grave and my blood, looking at Kyrie, so much that now I'll have to think of a way to hide her from him. Turning towards the building, alright kids, then let's get on into this right away. Midnight's words were enough to make both classes follow her with joy, as both Himiko and Izuku followed right behind for a couple of meters, Aizawa and Vlad being now besides the other 2 pros as they've now started to go inside the USJ. Yet undetected to them, a couple of red scarlet eyes were looking at them in expectancy, eyes our teen knew and for his misfortune, was tracking him and Kyrie down the entire time. Inside the USJ, astonished, amazed, in awe, whoa. Many of the students exclaimed, said in awe as they've contemplated the size and looks of the entire facility, getting even Himiko to do so as well silently as she was shocked of what she was seeing. Yet our teen could only curse his luck even more, as this was more than a perfect place to hide out an entire army if planned correctly. Looking at the area, 6 different areas, 6 different situations, but all of them being nothing more than a great space for an entire battalion to prepare its forces. Size, I should ask Galleon if I can install some sacred protection on this place. Our team looked at the map, as he analyzed every single one of them, same for Himiko, who actually wanted to see the full length of the place carefully, mainly thanks to what our team just said to her moments ago. Worried, this place, it's gigantic, and big enough for a lot of unfortunate situations to happen. Well, before we get down, allow us to explain what are all of these places for you to understand, Vlad began as he took the attention of both classes. Each of these domes and areas are meant to represent one of the various kinds of disasters and chaotic situations that can happen in the hero job continuously. Points at the domes. First we have the downpour storm zone, a big area marked to represent a difficult situation inside powerful storms that could easily make civilians lose track of their path and even balance, since rain makes the ground slippery and difficult to walk on. Some students started to take notes while some others listened carefully. This as both our teen and Himiko were starting to locate all kinds of hideouts a demon can get inside the areas carefully. Next it's the flood zone. Despite looking like a simple artificial lake, This place has been made precisely to make it difficult for even most pros to do it correctly without getting some flaws on getting the citizens off the boat from danger. And trust me, having a mutant quirk of any kind of water animal or a quirk of water control won't be a saving cards in this area. Poker face, they're joking, right? This is definitely the easiest when it comes to that. Notices her students, yet I don't think most of the present here are talented swimmers or anything, mainly some of them. Izuku looked slightly as Mineta, Shiro, Kyoka, Hagakure and Kaminari, being part of the ones with low intellect and physical preparation out of all the others, as even if he didn't want to admit it, both Ashido and Kirishima were well prepared physically, mainly Ashido as he knew from what she saw from her some athletic skills such as breakdancing, and while Kirishima it's more of a raw brute, he sure seemed prepared for swimming if necessary. Serious plus slightly frustrated, great, just great. One big pool that could be easily filled to the brim with demons of all kinds. How creative, but at the same time it seems you didn't use your brain here, Galleon. The next one in front, it's the conflagration zone, place where fires burn continuously and citizens are at continuous risk of being burnt or getting crushed down into ruins thanks to their power. Some of you might find this one difficult to pass at first, so we're not going to take this one yet for now. Same thing with the storm zone. While reading the map on conflagration zone fires, I can understand a human thanks to their fragile bodies, but a demon definitely does not have issues in that kind of ambience. They live with both colds and heats beyond human resilience. Smirks, better yet for me and my powers if I get there. Smirking excitedly, definitely Izuku's next to be favorite place of them all. Continuing on Vlad's explanation. At the left side of this red dome we locate the mountain zone, one of the easiest to take over yet nonetheless dangerous. Here the mountains show why many hikers have to be prepared carefully to take them on, and so its dangers upon exploring such sites. So better be careful because one false step and you can easily fall down the hill. Midnight joked with this one in order to make the area seem more familiar for the teens that it seemed, making some already nervous while some others did take the joke to heart, as some already had experience on it beforehand. Which was no different for Izuku, as he knew this place was also a great place for demons to conquer, mainly because their rough environments have made them capable of climbing even the most dangerous heights for humankind. Right next to it towards us it's the landslide zone, home for all kinds of difficult jobs to make with the right danger of falling down to your demise if our steps are sloppy and without determination. Many can get buried inside this place, but that's the easiest part. Smirks, taking them out, it's mostly the job in this kinds of cases. Some students flinched at the tone of Midnight, as this was by far the most challenging of them all without counting the last place to know, as they knew how difficult was to climb up a leaned risk and how easy was to get buried inside tons of dirt and concrete. Some knowing it was easy for someone to not get out once trapped inside if that horrible scenario happens. Worried. Perfect for ground diggers and demons obsessed with underground ambushes and kills. **T. This one will require skill for them to conquer or run if they get on target lock. And for last and mostly the most favorite to become the most destructive after all of the present, it's the ruins zone, place where the aftermath of all kinds of unfortunate events are seen and where the most chaotic events can happen. Leaned down structures, buildings near collapsing state, broken glasses, lost items, and most importantly for us heroes, lost people or hidden villains take shelter, either finding a lost civilian and recovering it for the tomorrow or getting into an encounter with a villain by surprise. Both are part of our job and we must be prepared for them all. Think of it as the greatest and most important hide-and-seek playground you could ever play on. One that if done incorrectly could lead to a bad ending for both us heroes and innocent civilians. Poker face plus sweat drops. No **T Sherlock. Both Izuku and Himiko thought this in clear, seriously, expressions, as they've already knew that. And it was clear as water that not only people or humans could get this like that. Even demons like to play that game, and it's always the role of the finder to fetch on their prey, which was of course, humans. Alright then, any more questions before we begin? Aizawa now took the role of asking, already tired of waiting so long, as he looked at the students, which were all but excited to begin with the activity already, getting Aizawa happy to know he won't be wasting more time on this childish talk. Well, now let's... Irregular beeping **. Suddenly the lights around the USJ started to malfunction, getting all the present students to look at this confused while the pros and both our teens got alert, getting them to start to search the source of the distortion. Portal appearing. Aizawa over there. Vlad exclaimed as all the pros took their attention now at the main fountain of the central plaza, being now shown in front of them how some sort of dark purplish mist started to concentrate in one point, making a portal out of it. Confused. What's going on, sensei? A worried and confused Kendo was received by the hand of Himiko posturing in front of her and her classmates as Izuku did the same with Kirishima and his class, both entering on guard like the pros as they knew what this was. And an oral answer was unneeded, as from the mist itself, a slightly pale, adult male of ash cyan hair started to come out, dressed in black and covered up in synthetic hands. Being followed by lots of adults with visible lowly costumes that made them look far from friendly, getting now all the students anxious as this was nothing they've expected. Especially one large being that came right besides the man that assaulted Ua yesterday. Squinting their eyes. That is definitely not human, at least not anymore. Izuku knew exactly what happened to the poor devil that once lived as human had been used in some sort of experiment. Same thought from Himiko as the lost, lifeless eyes of the creature gave her quite a clue that such creature wasn't conscious of what it was doing, heck, not even conscious of where or what it is. Scared? Please tell me this is part of the test. Almost every one of the students was equally scared as Shota, as the behavior of their teachers, which were now on guard, made them think completely that they weren't safe at all. Growling slightly, "No, this is no test, kid," cracks his wrist slightly. "This is now the time for you to leave before something worse occurs." Both Izuku and Himiko's words made no sense for the students, yet some of them like Kyrie, Momo, Katsuki and Todoroki understood this completely. They were in danger. Looking at the classes, are 18 plus Heroine Midnight, number 13, Vlad King and the Underground Hero. Eraserhead. Wasn't All Might also at the list I've checked? Perhaps tardiness? Squinting their eyes plus loud growls, Himiko. So this was planned by them? Stern tone. Kyrie Sparta, Momo Yaoyorozu, take your classmates out of here now. The two shifted a bit by the stern tone of our teen, still frozen a bit in fear at the events unfolding. Glaring at them. Didn't you hear? Get out of here now. Shivers. Hi. Scared. Damn. I've never seen sensei so stern like this. Well, you've heard sensei. Let's get our butts out of here. Kyrie's command was heard by her class as at first they had many questions in mind, but seeing one of their senseis in such a serious tone made them not think it twice and run towards the exit. Looking at her class. We've also heard Jadius sensei. Let's go. Kendo not wasting time to give her own commands to her class as they've also ran towards the exit. But before they could even get out, and this thanks to Kyrie being the first to reach it out with Tenya. Hitting the brakes. Whoa. Plat Tenya wasn't able to stop his track on time as he crashed upon the wall, yet for some unknown reason, it was now covered into some sort of red energy webbing that even went across the entire dome, trapping everyone inside. Shocked. What's happening? Scared. We're trapped. The screams of most of their students made the teachers also realize of this, making them look at the entire place covered in said webbings. Shocked. They even trapped us inside. That's what the teachers thought. Curious, huh? Any of you can do that? Some of the lesser villains that heard the leader denied with the same curiosity he had, not being able to comprehend the why of such event. Shrugs shoulders. HMPH. No matter who did it, if we can get to kill the pride of the future then it's best for us. Scared, angered plus frustrated. They're here. Only Izuku and Himiko knew these webbings weren't good, and not because of the villains. Frustrated sigh, change of plans. 13, Himiko, Midnight, stay close the students, Vlad, Jadius, we have to make time upon help arrives. Aizawa exclaimed at the two as our teen agreed to do so, Himiko giving a silent nod to him in understanding of the situation at hand, making our teen give one simple telepathic command to her. One that made her horrified to think of. Himiko, if demons appear, no matter what happens just keep them safe and don't engage. It's best if only I am the only involucrate. Himiko was about to scream to him to not do so, but the moment she tried to do so, the three had already jumped into action, leaving a very concerned Himiko and the other two pro-heroines in charge of the students. Deep breathes a bit sad. Calm down Himiko, you've trained long enough to know this was going to happen sooner or later. Everyone stay near me and by no means, no one tries to become hero right now. This is not a game to play. Himiko demanded on the students as many understood her command and decided to be on guard. Yet Katsuki and Kamakiri weren't exactly agreeing on staying put, itching for some action. Yet said action happened before they knew, with Aizawa, Vlad and Izuku. Ga. A couple of villains were sent away as we now see ourselves with Aizawa, Vlad King and Izuku, the three of them entering in combat against the villains at the main plaza. As the three of them were getting most of the villains knocked out, this as the leader and the creature stayed on the back, same for the mist, which unexpectedly was also another villain with them, one with bright, sharp yellow eyes visible at the top side of it. Knocking down another villain. Eraser, we have to get to the leader quickly, we might stop this quickly. Also knocking down a villain, and that's the most difficult part regarding all, blocking some hits before sending back another couple of villains, these lesser villains. Knocking down another few with heat blasts. Better save your energies, because we don't know what they're capable of. And Izuku wasn't wrong for the pros. The leader was basically standing there silent and expectant, looking at them carefully as it was clear as water for our team that he was analyzing their fighting skills. Like a hawk trailing down a poor mice. Knocking down a villain. And not to say that large brainless biscuit over there with the dead eyes. Without looking away, Kurogiri. Get them, FCK. Izuku thought this with clear frustration as he saw how easily the purple-black mist, now with the name of Kurogiri, basically vanished from sight, him sensing him clearly in one specific place. Slightly angry, the most problematic of them all now gets away in an instant. Aizawa tried to go back to protect his students from the villain that disappeared in front of them, but another squadron of criminals managed to force him down on the area, as both him and Vlad started to get surrounded. Yet our team was perfectly getting through them with ease, going towards the main gate as he now tried to protect them. Keyword tried. Poom. NGH. Izuku almost lost his balance when he forcefully landed away from the stairs, as the leader managed to get his creature to carry him and stop the tracks of our team immediately, also forcing him to stay in the place. Visibly angry, out of my way leader wannabe. To say the mentioned was more than insulted was an understatement. Tick mark 10-3 plus scratching his neck slightly, wannabe. Me. Oh. You have a sharp tongue there for such a fake hero, little bastard. Works better for me that you know that because I don't have to sugarcoat myself with old cliché words. Glares at? Who you want? It's that oxygenated buffoon of all might. Not those kids. So get your pathetic cloud of mist off them. Izuku demanded, now extremely angry as he glared at the now visibly angry leader, who was more than eager to get his perfect weapon to smash our teen into a mass of gel made out of his bones for insulting him so highly. Starts to laugh hysterically. You don't understand it, do you? I want to show? Poker face plus tick mark. Show the world that all might isn't so almighty, and that this hero association it's nothing but a corrupt society? Chuckles with mid-angry, for the mother of all underworld handyman. That's nothing but the most pathetic reason to provoke such an assault of lessers upon a couple of pros. A bunch of kids that have no business with hero work and most of all, points at. Bring with yourself nothing but a biological weapon made from who I know specifically who is your boss to get that blonde idiot a good exercise, and how I know. Simple. That brainless muscle bird you have there, it's product of experimentation as I can even see it from here, and experimenting with quirks it's the specialty of just a few villains I know, so better spill the beans of your operation or else I won't think it twice to get your sorry ass on Tartarus. Now this scared the leader of the assault as our team basically read through every single one of his moves in a mere instant, freezing him in shock of being discovered so quickly by a stranger, yet the ones that were most of all shocked to know this were Vlad and Eraser themselves, as now it was clear for them that our team knew more of the underground than them. So much it seems he knows who is the true leader behind this event. Growling, how? Do you know? Ignoring him, I've already talked. What you can do now it's either speak out the truth or get ourselves ugly with some exercise. But one thing was sure for the villain. This guy talked his language. Laugh slightly entertained while smirking. If that's the case, then you shall be the first to test Nomu. The leader clicked his fingers as the large creature vanished from sight in an instant, getting our team to quickly summon a large, thick wall of ice that managed to protect him from a powerful punch of the creature. Punch that basically shattered the ice in an instant. Smirks, hey. Never knew AFO had favorites. That's the last our team said before dodging another powerful punch from Nomu that made a crater on the ground. This is our teen managed to summon 2 large ice javelins that he used to pierce the now revealed Nomu's shoulders, getting the creature to stumble back a bit before getting itself consumed in a surge of flames that launched it meters ways. These as the leader now held a shocked expression on his face when he managed to listen to our teen's words, that hit at a nerve. Boom! The large beast roared, now more eager to attack as his target was now our teen, who entered on guard with a wide smirk. Cracking his neck slightly, well, it seems I'm finally going to have a proper excuse to close down my job for a temporal break, looking at Vlad King and Eraserhead. Eraser, Vlad. Get the leader. I'll hold this brainless brawn the most I can. Visibly angry, no need to tell that twice to us. Even though Aizawa wanted answers, he and Vlad decided to follow upon the orders of our team, the two now getting on sight. The leader, as the mentioned, was scratching his neck before he noticed the 2 pros now on his side of danger. To leave your temporal ally at the jaws of the big shot means he isn't a softie, smirking terrifically, yet now I get to entertain myself with 2 underlings of low level. On guard, who said we were also softies? Villain. On guard while holding his scarf. We will be getting our answers once we get you behind bars for good. Taunting pose, then try it, heroes. Roar. Nomu roared, now intimidated, as now our team was completely on guard and ready to battle it. Same for the pro heroes that also were ready to strike upon the leader of the assault. Serious, better not take too much on this one. If there's demons around here I should not take too much in this. Size, better find a way to get those comms on work, Himiko, because I doubt Gilgamesh would want to come out right now. Grits his teeth more if it's searching for innocent blood like our students. Looking at Nomu, well, better deal with this asset before anything else, but it'll hurt till next week for sure. With Himiko. Midnight, 13 in the students' USJ main entrance. Pikachu, better find a way to make that comm of yours to work because we won't be able to escape without help. Hi, Kyrie demanded upon her classmate, Kaminari Denki, a user of an electric quirk, to try and contact Ua through the communication device he had implemented on his scouter, getting nothing but denials as the mentioned was mentioning upon having interference of signal. It was clear for Himiko and the pros that there was a villain around the complex that was affecting the radio frequency signal from around the area with his quirk, one that surely had a nature similar to Kaminari's, and this wasn't something new to the students either, as Kendo, a blonde in a hero costume resembling a clear tuxedo named Monoma, Todoroki and Momo agreed to that as well. But the one that was definitely more anxious was Kyrie, as she knew like her sensei that this red webbing-like barriers was work of demons, not from the villains below that were now given a run from their money by her teachers. Visibly frustrated, anxious, FCK, both Basil and Blady are going madman with these presences, and there's 2 of them inside the place. Realizing something curious, no wonder why sensei was being moody the entire morning. He also felt all of this, and we've just entered inside a cage with demons in it. Mentally facepalming herself, **T. Why didn't I realized of this sooner? Sighs angry, and now I didn't even bring my blue queen with me. Scared, we've got company. Mineta screamed in terror as the villain named Kurogiri made his appearance meters behind them, getting the pros and Himiko on guard while the students, well, most of them shifted scared, while some of the others went on guard instinctively. It is an honor to meet you all, heroes and future promises of heroes. We are the League of Villains and we have come to make the symbol of peace take his last breath of life. Curious plus shocked, they want to kill All Might. That's what most of the present thought. Poker face. Seriously, you pointing out all the villains killing All Might? I must say, not something new because that list it's large missed **T. Some of the students went shocked of hearing Kyrie talk so blatantly at the villain, not to say the pros with them and Himiko, despite being slightly shocked of her brave bravado, they couldn't deny that last part of her sentence, mainly Himiko. Squinting its eyes, my, what a tongue you were raised with, something odd for someone who aspires for peace such as a hero. Smirks, nah, family tongue there and nothing of you to care about for you purple smoke. Not to say there are some heroes that have even more questionable appearances and moody talk that doesn't resemble something respectful. Poker face, she's technically giving right in some way. At this point, some of her classmates knew she had her downsides well put to talk so easily with a criminal without losing control, the pro heroines thinking this as well. Sweat drops, that's an interesting way of thinking you possess, young girl, but nevertheless we will make sure this day marks you all into your minds. Smirks, oh yeah, gas face, middle finger, try it. Comical rage, Sparta-san. That's an unacceptable behavior. Kyrie just glared at Tenya as she ignored his reprimand after her clear insult upon the villain. The villain could only hold a comical sweat drop upon its forehead thanks to her behavior, being one that basically it's a rebellious one, yet her tongue describes her clear intelligence. Never mind. Very well then, now I shall. Boom. Himiko facepalmed herself as she observed how Kamakiri, Katsuki, Kirishima and the blonde Monoma attacked blatantly the villain as the others just dropped their jaws thanks to the big idea of the students, Midnight and 13 also being worried as their students basically launched themselves in. Those little idiots. Smirking in confidence, have you ever thought of being beaten by us first, you bastard? Katsuki's self-proudness of course still touched a nerve on both classes, making him visible as some sort of prideful, powerful idiot. Chuckles as expected of a hero class. The 4 students in front of the dust cloud were shocked to see the villain basically harmless, same for the others as now Himiko prepared to act in an instant. Bean sprouts in growth. That barely made me some damage, but there's still too much to learn first if you ever want to deal against a real villain. Before the villain acted, a yellow-red flash appeared in front of him, even shocking the students near him. Glaring at Kurogiri, you've also forgotten that they're not alone, idiot. Kurogiri tried to act, but Himiko was faster, taking out one of her safe knives, and went straight towards its neck. Clank plus thud. Finding out that the villain had a physical part of himself on it, being a sort of metal armor that protected its neck, getting both her and the villain on the ground as she easily pinned him down in an instant. Death glare, bad people must be punished sometimes, you know. Especially big meanies that dares to strike young innocent kids such as these youngsters for fun. So, Himiko increased the force on her limbs in order to pin the villain down even more, immobilizing him. Dare to touch any of my students and you will suffer more than you can think about. Shivering slightly, says Kyrie. Some of the girls thought this as they've saw with how one of their teachers, most especially their youngest one, managed to pin down a villain in an instant. Yet of course her warning didn't felt so heroic, making some students shudder a bit from it, surprised or a bit scared. Grunting lowly, how odd, for being a young heroine, your tongue and behavior doesn't fit the heroic morale. Tightening her grip, nothing for you to care about. So talk now. Himiko demanded as both Midnight and 13 went besides her in case Kurogiri tried to escape. Same this as the students decided to look from afar expectantly of how things will go out, getting relieved that they were safe for now. But such safety wasn't permanent, as the red webbing started to glow brighter, getting the attention of everyone, including the ones fighting at the main plaza, getting even the conscious-less Nomu to stop and start to look around, scared. Alert, now what's going? Looking at Kurogiri, who is doing this of you all? The answer of the villain was something none of the ignorant from demon knowledge expected. Alert as well, this isn't our doing. Roar. A loud roar was heard across the entire complex, as now the most alert were Himiko and especially Izuku, as he recognized that roar perfectly. Serious plus worried, Gilgamesh. Loud distorted chirping plus loud distorted snarl. Whoa. Both Kyrie's summonings, Glady and Basil immediately went out and bashed towards the direction of the teacher. Basil, Glady. At first the teachers were alarmed. Yet their confusion grew when they've passed them away, going more straight. Palm. Getting to attack something else that was nothing but meters in front of the gate, said something lending hits on both small lesser demons as they were sent backwards in pain, getting everyone to see through the cloaking of it. What is that? The students of course went ballistic at the sight of another villain appearing out of nowhere, one that looked scary even for the adults. Scared **CK. A hierarch. Only Kyrie knew they were now at the sight of the real wolf of this hunt. Completely alert kids, on my back now. What the hell is that thing? Midnight did her job alongside 13 of protecting the students, as of course the enemy that now appeared was completely a mystery, more because of its beast-like appearance that was nowhere near any kind of quirk mutation she has seen before. Gilgamesh Knight, hollow tone, S, Parda. Kyrie immediately backed away, scared for the first time as both her summons stepped forward on guarding her at any cost, hissing, growling back at the invader in front of them. Notices something, wait a minute. Did that thing said, Sparta. Some that managed to listen looked at the mentioned, who was once before a beacon of pride and confidence, being now a scaredy cat afraid of the enemy upon them. Gilgamesh started to walk menacingly towards the group, making some of the present scared, on guard. Yet, whispering at Kurogiri, "Hey, missed guy." Grunting slightly, "My name's Kurogiri, young one. Tick mark, I appreciate the presentation, but now I have an offer for you." This interested the villain, looking at her with curiosity while giving her the permission to explain. "You wanted to test out your perfect weapon over there at the plaza with All Might, right? How about you convince that thing to go against this beast? More than a perfect candidate to test its strength. Not convinced? Why should I trust your mindset regarding that I'm a villain hero?" Himiko only glanced at him with sincere eyes, making the villain now convinced after her next words. "I work for peace, yet I'm not really a hero, and this monster, it's both our enemy. You want All Might for yourself, right? Then test it out on it. ... Convinced, understood." In a small, tactical act, Himiko acted to be distracted thanks to the newcomer, untightening her grip on Kurogiri that allowed the villain to push her back and retreat away. Angered, "What the? Why did you let it escape?" Tick mark, think about how getting off the sight of this monster instead of that villain. This one does not hold a good vibe upon all of us, villains and heroes alike. Growls. Himiko could only retort on trusting the villain's thinking, as they were now sheeps at the sight of the wolf, this as they could only retort on some sort of miracle the heroes could pull off. Not knowing this was beyond their level. With Izuku and the pro-hero's palm, Naga. Our team was thrown away again by the large creature known as Nomu, as the creature's biology made it obey the commands of its boss no matter the issue as long as it kept conscious. And that was the issue here. Both sides were having trouble rendering down their enemies, as the leader of the assault was surprisingly trained enough to deal with both heroes at the same time, managing to even hurt them a bit with his quirk, which was decay, making Aizawa's right elbow and Vlad's left knee half decayed and exposed, making them vulnerable and injured. This while our team, Palm, was having a hard run for his money. Visibly tired. God damn it. This son of a biscuit does pack a punch. Izuku could easily compare the rough, strong punches of Nomu as similar as the powerful kicks from Mirko, making it seem as basically raw strength. Not to say that thanks to their battle, our team managed to define two crucial things. While dodging Nomu's attacks, first, this bastard has raw strength, but as I thought, it's basically mindless. Yet having both impact absorption and regeneration, it's more than a normal pro could deal with naturally unless you were part of the top 10. And none of these clowns except that buffoon of All Might that now has it impossible to enter unless I take out Gilgamesh and whatever hierarch demon lies around this area. Size, now I understand Aizawa when he says he's not paid enough for handling this **T. While our team was having the battle of his time, the leader was now visibly tired but happy to know his enemies weren't so different in conditions, both now visibly injured and tired from trying to pin him down. Panting tirelessly. It seems this leader, it's not just used to vomit orders, huh? Also tired. That's what it seems. Laughing, entertained. See, heroes. You're nothing compared to me in power level. I can kill you both if I want to. The leader exclaimed this proudful as both the pros tried to attack him once more. Yet at that moment, someone else decided to appear. Appearing next, the leader. Shigaraki Tamura, confused. Huh? Why are you here, Kurogiri? Have you taken on both 13 and Midnight yet? The pros were listening closely, now getting to know the identity of their attacker and also the name of his ally. Yet of course being worried for the condition of their partners was also inside their doubts. Unfortunately, we have found ourselves in a tight predicament and I had to escape. Starting to get angry. Huh? Repeat that. The same confusion was on the pros. Size **. An unknown enemy appeared before me and the heroes at the top of the stairs, and it's one which power it's yet unknown to me, but apparently for the young heroine Vampiress and one of the female students it's an acknowledged foe and danger. Confused, unknown enemy? Is it the source of the roar moments ago? Both Aizawa and Vlad now had big question marks on their heads because this was clearly something to be curious about, mainly because it implied both Himiko and Kyrie themselves. Tick mark. And what does this has to do with our job here? That it seems this creature has come to kill, and it will do on anything in sight, villains and heroes alike, and judging Vampiress words, it's powerful enough to compete against Nomu. The leader now went shocked to know this, as this meant there was also another bastard with the same idea as No, one even more terrific, as it searched for a genocide. Alert, villains and heroes alike? It wants to kill for sport? Aizawa got alerted with this because it meant this new enemy was more dangerous than it seemed, as killing for sport meant clearly that it wouldn't mind killing his students if the opportunity it's given. Glaring at Kurogiri. What are you trying to imply in this, Kurogiri? Now that we have the chance to make an impact upon the heroes by killing All Might. Squinting his eyes. First of all, Tamura, are we sure Nomu it's on the level of All Might? Not to judge Master, but All Might it's not an easy foe, more if we talk about the number one hero. Shigaraki made a curious expression while he could give a reason to Kurogiri on that part. All Might was still the final boss and they were yet in novice. So let's make this a field test. We can get Nomu to act upon this beast and then we can continue our original plan. Best way to find out the power of our ultimate weapon. Shigaraki started to hold his chin in thought while the pros started to take this time of thinking to prepare for another brawl, getting to see some of the previous villains that were unconscious to start waking up, making them now on guard while our team still held Nomu distracted. This while Gilgamesh still looked eagerly at Kyrie and the group upstairs, menacingly walking forward as it awaited for any of them to drop their guard and strike. Size asterisk. Make sure this was a good idea, Kurogiri. Nods in approval. Understood, Shigaraki Tamura. Kurogiri vanished from sight while Shigaraki inhaled his breath a bit, getting the pros alert. Nomu, go after the creature upstairs, get a fresh start before going for our target. Palm Nomu immediately stopped its tracks upon Midoriya and now sent its sight towards the main gate, vanishing from sight as our team, who barely dodged that last hit, now only understood what this meant. Mildly excited while taking out some small pops. This is gonna get bloody. Pew. Dodging the blast. Oi. Get yourselves again on ground, you filthy bastards. Izuku disliked being interrupted, and of course said distraction came upon the villains that now were getting conscious, making now stretch out from his fight. On guard. Well. Better take you back with Morpheus then. Dot 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 dot. But little did he know that at some part of the mountain area, a different awaited. Gaw. Bone-crushing plus meat-munching sounds, the unfortunate villains that were hidden there being now devoured alive by impusas and other demons, while at the back, a larger demon of spider-like appearance devoured some whole, burning skin and screams alongside with it. Bah! Laughing. I hadn't have this feast since millennia ago, no wonder why you little pests like to be around here. The large demon noticed the ambience around the place, as its attention now roamed towards the main entrance, seeing a large quantity of humans reunited in one same place, followed closely by Gilgamesh, which was now just meters in front of them. Chuckles. Seems that Metal Golem finally found his next meal. Notices Glady and Basil. But well, hold on a minute there. Seems there's some scavenging traders nowadays, and more importantly. Noticing Izuku and Kyrie. They're sent. There's no mistaking it. It seems we've hit a jackpot here, and not only for the Spartakin, but also for that other traitor that dared to strike upon the great darkness Mundus. Borgdant, never thought I would have seen your descendant here. This is going to be a goo, D-Day. The large demon laughed maniacally as many impusas and other lesser demons were feasting upon the misfortunate villains that were scattered around the complex, eating them alive or killing them in many horrible ways before doing so, their screams and shouts of death being a lullaby sung around the entire USJ but not heard amongst the present thanks to the commotion of Nomu and Shigaraki at the front part. Needless to say that Kurogiri, who was the one in charge of doing the task, was also able to sense that they weren't alone. And that whatever was in between them, it was something only God knew why he created. And it'll be only fate and faith the ones to guide the course of this entire day and what would may happen to all of UA's Hero Course students, not to say our team, Himiko and the pros. All hell will know. Izuku's POV. So it has finally come to this, huh? The day began like any other, classes, teenagers doing their normal uproars, and today was going to be the first day both mine and Himiko's classes would coexist with each other in order to build a better partnership for their futures as pro-heroes. But no, it seems today was scheduled for both villains and demons to cause an uproar and attack the hero course of UA directly at the USJ installations, making it now nothing more but an experience kids like them shouldn't have lived in their lives. My demons are now going to be shown upon all of these people, and one of them will clearly be Katsuki and Kyrie. I didn't want to show myself as Urizen now, neither Himiko wanted to show herself as Golden Fallen, but it seems our time as free people will finally come to an end after today. Father, Mother. Sighs, today I'm going to make sure Gilgamesh gives his last breath, and for there on my hunt will end by the hands of the heroes. My little students, I didn't want this experience for us to end like this, but it seems today our days as teacher and students will come to an end. I'll make sure all of you will live to fight another day, and live for your families, as you all have ones to care for. Today, I'll avenge mine and free myself from the demons that have consumed my being all these years I've been alone with Himiko. May your future provide you with the best of the lives you can get, because after today we will be what we are meant to be. Vigilante and heroes, demons and humans, enemies of each other. Izuku's POV ends UA Academy Unforeseen Simulation Joint, USJ. We find ourselves once again at the USJ, where both Class 1A and Class 1B were meant to have one of the classes that would define their future as pro-heroes, being nothing more but a rescue class. But destiny had other plans for them as suddenly villains appeared at the main plaza, endangering them into a matter they didn't have to live yet. Our teen, Vlad and Aizawa managed to get some distracted, while Himiko warded off Kurogiri from the students, providing them temporal safety. But right now, a new tight predicament endangered their lives, and it wasn't thanks to a villain. It was thanks to nothing more than the Gilgamesh Knight, Hierarch demon and the murderer of the Midoriya family line except Izuku, said demon now being nothing more but meters away from the vulnerable students, who looked at it with clear fear and expectancy of what will it do to them now that they are its target. Or that's what they've thought. Kyrie Sparta, for the first time in her life, was trembling scared. Thanks to yesterday's uproar and sudden visit from Gilgamesh and the Furies, she was now aware that Gilgamesh wasn't exactly looking for food, since everyday criminals can sustain that necessity. It was looking for her. Hunting her like a hawk or eagle does to an unfortunate rat across the plains. She was the prey and he was the predator. And right now she was facing her predator just meters near her to end her. She absolutely knew that both Glady and Basil were no match at all for this demon general, and it would take ages for her to try and damage it. After all, she hadn't woken up her demonic powers completely, as her old man was now a retired demon hunter that decided to live alone at the temple where once he and his deceased wife lived in their young days. She knew his father was strong, but asking for help right now for him was useless because he was sealed away thanks to some religious extremists that feared him for his power. In other words, she was cornered, and it didn't help that she didn't bring her weapon, Blue Queen, with her thanks to the type of activity they were supposed to do today. And even if she had it, she wouldn't be able to lay down a single blow on it. But fate had other plans for her and her classmates, as Kurogiri now appeared behind Gilgamesh, taking its attention thanks to its senses. Squints its eyes. I don't know what or who you are, but let us make one thing clear. This is the target of the League of Villains, and you or whoever it's in charge won't make us stop our plans, so stop before something bad happens to you. Kurogiri's attempt to look intimidating failed miserably because instead of looking scary he only managed to get the full attention of Gilgamesh, one that was sure to say, "Your death," to him. Pokerface plus fat sweat drop. Phew, that save it's appreciated, yet now you've done it to become demon food. That's what Kyrie thought as Gilgamesh started to glow in power, getting its forearms to grow large drill-like protuberances on them. This as it released a more powerful roar upon the place, releasing a shockwave that disturbed the present, not to say stunned down some of the students that were audibly sensitive. In a flash, Gilgamesh vanished in order to drill through Kurogiri, who now feared for his life. Pow plus meat grinding sounds. Some girls screamed horrified as the pros looked in shock how Gilgamesh basically pierced through the entire torso of Nomu like nothing with its bare arm, the creature even coughing some blood from it, as now Kurogiri was the one to be surprised and scared this time. The demon made Nomu seem so easy to harm. But as the command was given earlier by Shigaraki, Nomu didn't waste time to roar incompetence, getting a hold on Gilgamesh's head as he pinned him on the ground with a loud, powerful palm strike, making the demon take out his arm off his torso while leaving a large hole on it, hole that regenerated instantly after some seconds as the beast was now pinning down the demon. Slightly, have me impressed there, all right, Himiko not wanting to admit loudly that the Nomu was indeed tough enough to hold Gilgamesh. Key word, enough. Kurogiri, who was at first relieved that Nomu was seemingly superior, was now getting into greater shock and fear as Gilgamesh started to overpower Nomu easily, getting a nasty hold onto the flesh of his back with its claws as Gilgamesh tossed Nomu off him towards the downpour storm zone, the throw being powerful enough to even make Nomu pierce through it and land roughly upon some artificial buildings inside the dome before landing on the pavement. Gilgamesh roared, now eager for battle, as it also jumped towards it, sent Nomu, ready to get his first meal for the day, as it left the villain and the heroes alone for now. Shivering slightly, the girl wasn't lying about that monster. It is powerful. Kurogiri now had the heroes all to himself. Or that's what he thought, because when he looked at where the heroes were supposed to be, he only saw an empty space with some comical silhouette left there. Shocked. Where in heavens? Door creaking open. That sound was enough for Kurogiri to locate the whole group now at the main gate, getting able to escape thanks to Gilgamesh's attention of Nomu, lending them the opportunity to rush at the door and start opening it for the students to escape. Using his powers. You are going anywhere. Kurogiri's mist was stopped abruptly as 13 put herself in front of his point of view. Finger cap opening. Not on my watch. Black hole. 13's finger became a small black hole that started to swallow the bits of Kurogiri, as the students took this time to escape from the place, some managing to come out as Himiko, Kyrie, Momo, Kendo, Tetsu and surprisingly Kyoka, Kodai, Katsuki, Todoroki, Tokage, Kirishima and Kamakiri allowed the others to run away. Crack sounds. Yet their time came up when they've turned to the direction of 13, now getting horrified as they've now saw their teacher out cold on the ground with a large rift at the back of her suit, leaving Kurogiri wide open for him to attack them. Get out now. Midnight, who was at the other side helping the students come out, pleaded alert as she tried to get the last remaining 11 students to come out. But while Himiko was fast enough to get to them on time, Kurogiri acted faster, getting them inside a warping dome that closed the door in front of a now frustrated Midnight, who tried to open it back again but failing miserably as Kurogiri made sure it was sealed for a small while. Looking at young Kaminari, Tenya. Get in contact with Ua now. Midnight knew it was her only chance to get them back, as both students didn't think it twice and started doing the task given, Ninguriki helping out Kaminari to get the comm connected with Ua's intercom while Tenya, alongside a 1B student Shihai Kuwaro, rushed instantly towards Ua to get help. It was the only way they could help without getting them in danger. Looking at some of the other students' kids, no matter what happens, stay back here and do not enter. I'll get your classmates as soon as I can. Even if they wanted to help, seeing Gilgamesh has killed the mood for all of them to hope in helping in something, getting Midnight to understand that they've got her message loud and clear. Sensei. The R18 heroine turned her sight back to instantly catch something that was thrown at her by a young female student that had her hair made out of vines, not to say her costume being basically inspired in some sort of angelic spirit. Visibly scared, take it with you, allow God to help you in this. The girl was a religious person, so what she threw at her teacher was nothing more than a silver crucifix, getting the woman to look at it a bit unsure, but being given with hope by her student was more than enough for her to use it. I'll do my best. That being the last she said before finally managing to get inside the installations again before closing the door again, as she now left a plethora of worried students outside the USJ to wait in safety behind the doors that separated them from the trouble inside. Visibly worried, do you think they're going to be alright? Are they going to be alright? We don't know, but we hope they are though. That was the only thing the students could say between each other as they could only wait with dread for their teachers and classmates to come out all right. This is Kyrie's, Basil and Glady, being the only ones outside with the students, decided to at least help their master's classmates by doing surveillance upon the area, some of 1B students looking at them with mild awe as they were sure a sight to behold. Worried, please be okay down there. Ochako and Suyu were the one to think this besides Kanoko and Abara. This last one praying continuously for their safety as the only thing they could do was wait. Inside the USJ main plaza. Loud thud. Whoa, ah. Vampress. Izuku called out as him, Aizawa and Vlad got sight upon the center of the plaza, where Kurogiri managed to transport all the students that didn't manage to come out of the place in time. This as Midnight managed to catch up with her partners, knocking down some villains and getting Shigaraki to retreat tactically some meters away, Kurogiri appearing besides him seconds later as Izuku rushed besides his partner and the students that were consumed by his warp, all of them having a rough landing as they've reincorporated themselves to look at the leader expectantly, being guarded by Himiko and Izuku respectively. Laughing proudly, angry, "Great work Kurogiri. Now you've taken this kids inside the death zone." Momo, Kyoka, Kendo and Kodai were scared thanks to this while the boys just got on guard. This while Izuku and Himiko stayed close to them in protection as their attention was now upon Shigaraki and his own partner. Sarcastic, "Yeah, congratulations you idiot." Angry, "I've told you that if you touched my students you would suffer." Himiko was now eager to hurt Kurogiri with what she had, but she stopped herself to do so as she knew her students were behind her. "I'm more than aware as you are aware of the presence of your own students behind you, so doing that it's unhero-like of you. More because it seems I get your face from somewhere now that I remember." Kurogiri's commentary froze Himiko as Izuku now got into a defensive state. This as the students only looked at this with clear curiosity. Why would a villain recognize their teacher? Moreover for 1B as they were informed that their sensei wasn't an active pro yet. Protecting Himiko, what you plan to do with her or my students are also my concern, so, Kurogiri, it would be best if you don't try that. Glaring at Shigaraki, "Same for you Tamura." The leader, Shigaraki Tamura, did not seem fazed by his warning, as now the three pros were ready to strike the villain simultaneously, making both now sweat a bit concerned. They were cornered, or that's what they've thought. Loud hissing. Kurogiri immediately acted as a large figure almost fell down upon them, warping it away as even some of the present went alert thanks to the sudden interruption. "What the?" Pushing Momo and Kyoka away, "Look out." Loud grunt. Kyrie was suddenly yanked off the ground in a quick move as she managed to get her two classmates off the side of whatever took her, or that's what she thought. Hissing X6. Eek. Ow. Ow OWOW. Let go. Grunts in pain, "In the name of tarnation." Hya. Notices them, "What the hell are those things?" Hiroshima screamed in clear fear and confusion as all of the few classmates of 1B except with them were taken away by flying creatures resembling bats, all of them partially covered in fire and with an appearance worthy of a nightmare. But the ones that took them were bigger and large enough to be called monsters, not to say completely surrounded in fire, making them seem like if they were made in fire. Hissing. Worried guys. Glances at Himiko. Himiko. The mentioned didn't need another command as she started to pursue the pyrobats and the hellbats in order to rescue her students. Same thing made by Vlad as he also was concerned of the safety of his students, taking product that the villains were distracted by something big with them. How? Kurogiri was sent back as Shigaraki had to dodge a large blade that almost sliced him down in two, making it now visible what attacked them. Groans frustrated plus on guard. Goes behind Izuku and her teachers. What are those things? Knights. Kyoka was the one to think for the entire group, as a group of 7 Scudo Angelos and 1 Proto-Angelo now was seen blocking their way, all in formation to attack them. In shock while scared, more villains. Kaminari said this scared as now all of them, including Shigaraki and Kurogiri, were hostages for this new enemies, well, for most of them. Concerned, damn it, and just when I need Nomu here. That's what Shigaraki said, making him start to call him out. Thud. Relieved, finally. That's what Shigaraki thought as he and the others present heard the loud thud near them, getting the villain relieved while the heroes entered in panic. Low growls. Freezes in shock, only to find himself with a horrific sight, more for the students, of Gilgamesh, who landed meters behind them while eating nothing more than the brain and inner organs of a cercenated Nomu head, splatting blood all over it as it feasted on its meat and blood. Of course such sight will give a traumatic memory for the students present while for the pros a very disgusting and vomitive sight to behold, mainly for Midnight, who basically went green in disgust and almost gnarled in instinct to vomit. Gilgamesh Knight tosses empty head aside, low snarl. Bo, RGHDE, NT. The demon spoke out as now it had all the present cornered inside a plethora of enemies, getting the pros to prioritize the young students with them as Izuku kept in place, looking at Gilgamesh as the mentioned started to slowly get near them in loud, powerful stomps. Starting to shiver, Kurogiri, take me out now. Kurogiri didn't even need a second command as he warped his boss out of danger alongside himself, barely dodging the fact of being sliced alive by a couple of Scudos, making their escape in time. On guard, Jadius, still looking at Gilgamesh. Not now, Eraser. Just keep our students safe. Izuku demanded on this as Gilgamesh was just a couple of meters near him. This as Aizawa and Kayama managed to get the students off danger as the Scudos seemed to realize something else in between them. Continuous grunting. There were more than a couple of villains still unconscious on the ground while some others were just starting to wake up from their knockout, but all of them were able to also look at the powerful being in front of them. This is the Scudos, and the Proto-Angelo also started to notice them as well, getting to look at the mentioned with dead eyes of any logic. Almost as if they were doing this emotionless. Eraser. Take our students away from here now. Izuku demanded in complete seriousness, as all of the lesser demons started to point their sight at the unfortunate villains that just started to wake up and his students and partners. This as Gilgamesh stopped briefly a couple of meters in front of Izuku, looking at him with all of its attention as our teen was now completely aware of what was this about. He was the prey. Gilgamesh Night Demon speech, kill them all, leave Bergdon to me. Completely alert now, Izuku exclaimed as loud as he could as he immediately brought out both Wyvern and Ivory to the show, shooting at some Scudos that tried to strike down both Aizawa and Midnight, alongside their students, these however getting to block the bullets but letting the mention to back away immediately from there. This is for the villains. Well, a new nightmare was unlocked for the teenagers as all the demons mercilessly murdered every lesser villain in their way, getting guts and blood splattered all around the place as the demons made no utter sugarcoat to make a bloodbath out of every poor devil in their way, all while Gilgamesh now had its aim locked at one specific guy. Our teen, who was basically handling down both Scudos that dared to go after his students, not killing them in order to not cause an uproar for now as he awaited for the pros to take them out of there as soon as possible. Dodging and blocking some attacks, slashes F***ck Aizawa, Nimari. Get out of here now. Our teen was desperate as he knew exactly that he was on the aim of Gilgamesh, looking around as in order to let the others get away as fast as they could, clearly ignoring the shocked gazes of his students when he pulled out both his guns to the show. But he knew that, eventually Gilgamesh will start his approach. And said approach apple wasn't going to fall far from the tree. Whoosh. Barely blocking a hit, loud grunt. Shocked plus scared, sensei. The kids were able to see how easily Gilgamesh rammed a punch upon our teen in a flash, getting our teen to be sent crashing upon the main fountain that was immediately destroyed from him crashing onto it, our teen both getting wet and clearly dirty from both concrete dust and some water spilled on him, not to say the feeling of his arms barely surviving on being completely limp due to a massive fracture that, if it wasn't because his demonic blood allowed him to regenerate fast, he would have been already knocked out or even almost died by that. Gilgamesh Night growls, roars, arms regenerating plus bone cracking sounds plus cracking his neck. Oh, it's on *SSHOLE. Green emerald flames completely surrounded our teen in a large fire tornado that clearly took the entire attention of everyone, including demons, nearby, getting now to see him completely veiled in them like some sort of aura, his eyelashes being replaced with flames in a style similar to Endeavor's yet more stylish and young. Yet nonetheless frightening. Reloads guns demon speech, let's end this here. Gilgamesh Night. With that said, Gilgamesh let out another powerful roar before now bashing on our teen with force. Our teen dodging him slightly as he shot another round at the hierarch demon, getting some of Wyvern's bullets to cause a slight damage aside of Ivory's, which did nothing but bounce off on its impenetrable metal skin. This while a couple of Scudos managed to take this chance of distraction from our teen to go specifically towards the students and the teachers, as the others continued their bloodbath upon the lesser villains that now tried to escape the area in vain. Completely scared, they're coming for us. Momo only mentioned the obvious detail as both Aizawa and Midnight now entered in defensive state going now towards both Scudos as both pros were clearly eager to challenge both demons even if they didn't knew this and thought of them as other villains to protect their students. Taking her whip out, young Yaoyorozu. Take your classmates and go now. The girls inside the group, alongside Kirishima did the order. Yet Katsuki and Todoroki were still on guard, clearly aware that this escape wasn't going to be easy, mainly thanks to the villains that were now assaulting them. And the two were right, as they've managed to sense that their escape was not guaranteed. Using his quirk, take cover. Todoroki summoned a large barrage of ice as some sort of wall of ice that blocked the path of Kyoka, Momo and Kirishima, getting them to stop abruptly as Shoto managed to not only stop them in time, but to also make them dodge death by the hands of some reptile-like creatures that jumped straight towards them in surprise, hoping to catch them off guard and get a meal for the day. Of course, said creatures disturbing the teens as they clearly did not look like ordinary villains, neither acted human. Visibly scared, there's more of those things. The girls were basically scared. They were almost caught off guard and made meal for demons. Sparks out, tisk, grins, now I have something I can discharge this rage on. On for ruining my fun in my class, you *CKING bastards. Katsuki roared out in cocky rage as he discharged a powerful explosion upon the lesser demons, sending more than a couple flying and crashing upon the stairs while some others landed gracefully despite getting nuked to the face by a human. Using his quirk, tisk fool, don't get too careless Bakugo. For the first time Todoroki was acting more emotional than before, mainly thanks to the clear sensation of danger he was feeling from the demons as he basically aided out Bakugo by summoning ice spikes towards the lesser demons, some managing to dodge them while a couple of riots and assaults were wounded and visibly pierced through by some. Getting a slightly horrid sight for the students as the demons didn't care of their wounds and tried to strike them down again, forcing Todoroki to act defensive once again upon the treat upon them as Katsuki used his quirk to move fast and dodge the demons while also lending some explosions on them, not knocking them out but clearly giving him time to react and retreat back before getting slashed out by their claws. Frustrated plus scared, it seems no matter what we try, these monsters won't let us go easily, grits teeth in frustration, Mo. FCK it. Kyoka surrendered the fact that she wouldn't get out of this without a fight, now being forced on using her quirk on some speakers adapted to her boots, making an acute, powerful soundwave that disoriented the demons on their senses, being strong enough to be bothered by it a part of their hearing as this basically made them more easy to land a hit on by both Katsuki and Todoroki, as now thanks to Kyoka's help, they were starting to win some ground. Yet of course demons weren't foolish in the slightest, as they've managed to found a solid weak point upon the defense of the young humans. Momo Yaoyorozu herself, who was still frozen from fear and visibly vulnerable to an attack. And of course Todoroki made a desperate move to try and defend her as much as possible as seeing this course of action they've took as some riots were actually starting to catch up with Momo from behind, who was retreating as much as possible in between Katsuki, Todoroki and Kyoka's line of defense in order to not become injured. Kirishima of course stayed close to her as last resort and not because he was a coward, on the contrary he would gladly help and fight as well. But let's just say that seeing how easily the riots and the assaults pierced through the ice of Todoroki like a hot knife on butter, not to say be unfazed by the freezing temperatures of it. Yeah, he wasn't risking it, more because he knew his quirk was only as tough as that for the moment, and engaging on a close combat with a creature that will surely kill you and eat you as breakfast. Nope, not worth it at all if he desires to become a pro-hero in the future. Yet of course this didn't mean he wouldn't act as last shield for Momo in case one manages to come through the defense of his classmates. Noticing the situation of his students, damn it, they're in danger. And both Aizawa and Midnight were able to see the dire situation their students were at, trying to go back and help, but the Scudos and even the Proto-Angelo were starting to catch up with them, getting them cornered and unable to retreat to help their students, the Proto-Angelo almost getting a deep wound on Midnight if it wasn't because she managed to dodge it by little. Visibly worried and slightly scared, Aizawa. We are getting nowhere. Midnight was actually starting to get scared now. It was clear this villains were eager to kill them without any hesitation. Dodging some slashes from the Scudos, use your quirk then. Mine, it's not working on them. Aizawa said this as he has tried to slow down or weaken their power with his quirk, glaring at them, yet it was thanks to this that he found out that his quirk was useless on them, no. Rather it seemed more like this was their natural strength and power. Holding her sleeve tightly, this better work, Midnight exclaimed as she ripped up part of her right sleeve aggressively, releasing a pinkish smoke-like steam that dispersed towards the demons, getting them to smell it. Nimari Kayama aka R-rated hero. Midnight, species, human. Quirk, somnambulist. Her quirk allows her to put nearby enemies to sleep by exuding a sleep-inducing aroma from her body. This aroma it's actually more accurate and powerful on males rather than females. But her expression, from being in mild salvation and relief, turned to shock and now fear as the demons basically walked unamused of the aroma, bashing once again towards them as they've barely dodged the strike, now two scudos roaring in clear excitement. The aroma, instead of putting them sleepy, it turned them more berserk and active, after all. Demons were masters upon somniferous and that kind of potion-like effects, using such tricks was an insult for them. Visibly scared, Aizawa. It didn't work. Visibly confused and cornered, what are these things then? Both pros were now upon a crisis like no other, as they knew their lives were at stake thanks to these villains, and it didn't help that their students were also in a tight predicament upon other kinds of creatures. And it was understandable. None of they knew they were basically fighting for their first time. Demons, real actual demons. Gunshots. Two of the scudos gnarled in pain thanks to receiving some powerful shots on their backs, courtesy of Midoriya, who managed to get Gilgamesh distracted on the flood zone for a moment, as now Midoriya rushed towards them, getting the Proto-Angelo to charge forward, sensing the incoming, high danger our teen represented. Visibly angry, sorry but those pro-heroes are my business, not yours you mindless demon knight. Confused and curious demon knight. That's what the pros thought when they've caught those words from our teen, as now our teen was up to face with the Proto-Angelo, dodging a powerful slice of his large blade and getting upon a good spot to discharge some hate upon it. Gunshots. Pain sounds. Izuku shoot two charges of wyvern upon the knee and right thoracic side of the Proto-Angelo, forcing the demon out of pain to let loose of his blade, which allowed our team to get a grip upon it. RAHH. To immediately use it himself to get a horrid slash upon the neck and left collarbone of the demon, piercing through its armor immediately as blood was starting to get splattered on the concrete ground. Of course the Proto-Angelo tried to fight back, but Midoriya acted faster, getting the blade out, accompanied by tons of demon's blood. Only to slash the same point once again, this time cutting the demon through in two pieces that now lied liveless on the ground. And Midoriya didn't stop there as the scudos now identified the danger our teen represented, charging forward at the fall of their leader. But like their leader, Izuku made short work of them, using the same blade of the Proto-Angelo to parry out and slash deeply upon the scudos, killing them easily, some thanks to the blood loss or other basically being sliced in half or decapitated by the blade as their blood splattered upon our teen's body and face, the last scudo dying out lifeless just meters in front of the pros, who now looked at this with plentiful of shock and surprise of seeing our team completely merciless upon the villains, killing them completely. Taking out wyvern, duck down. Izuku demanded as Midnight immediately followed up by instinct. Aizawa on the other hand stepped away, allowing our team to make a couple of shots on some riots and assaults, not killing them but hurting them enough to take their attention, even alerting the students. Enraged, hey, you want me? Not them you scaly sons of AB*TCH. Gunshots. Izuku rained down a plethora of bullets upon the demons as the mentioned retorted to now rush upon our team, ticked off thanks to the taunt as now they've went straight forward towards our team, the students at the back ducking down to cover from the aim of the bullets. Big mistake, since our team was aiming on the correct points, killing the riots while the assaults were more clever and used their armor as shield. Yet of course they knew that rushing down on our team would mean their downfall, so they've retreated away strategically, getting lost on the trees as this allowed our team to relax for a little moment. Yet of course this one for him to get both his arms and guns tied by both Kayama's whip and Aizawa's scarf as both now were glaring at him. Glaring while using his quirk, you have 3 seconds to tell us what the hell is happening and the count already it's on 2. Visibly angry, make it double because you almost killed our students there thanks to this, acknowledges, of you. Tick mark, first, explanations for later hobo man, second, these are not my acknowledges as they want us all dead, you all is food while I is main priority of kill, so better get to our students and get out of here before anything else eats down our students, okay. Aizawa and Midnight weren't exactly convinced by his words as their stern glares were still upon our team. But he was right on the fact that their students were still in danger so they've let him go for now. Glares at him, we will make sure you answer all of our questions later Urizen, make it be recorded well in that mind of yours. Aizawa immediately rushed towards his students while Kayama stayed behind, her glare still on our team like a hawk upon a mice. Go now. The leader won't be distracted for long and none of you are able to put on a foot against it, you'll be dead the moment you try to bind it down. Izuku's warning was clear as water and air as midnight, still not convinced, was up to debate on that. But seeing how easily this, ultimate weapon to kill all might, was easily killed by this monster said to be the leader was enough to steam down her stern look and agree with our teen getting her sight towards the students. Serious, we will want an answer of this, no lies or else you will be our target. Our teen didn't care about that warning as he ignored Midnight and let her go towards the students. This as Midoriya now turned once again towards the main plaza, getting now the sight of Gilgamesh, which landed at where the fountain once was, now getting our teen on sight and ready to attack. Smirks while pointing up his guns, now it's just you and me Gilgamesh. Serious, no more pawns, let's just get bloody. Our teen said that as he dropped his guns to the ground, him now summoning his blade Damascus to the show, getting on guard as Gilgamesh only started to add some pink blue-green like glow with his normal red glow, this as both its arms summoned out some drill-like pistons on them, while its feet grew a couple of sharp saws that were linked to its talons. Now Gilgamesh had only one job to do. Kill the last remaining member of the Burgant bloodline. Gilgamesh Knight distorted, yes, it is time. Roars. Both demons roared out a battle cry as they've bashed towards each other, all with one simple goal in mind. Kill the enemy in front of them. And this time, escape or mercy were out of the question. Mountain Zone with Himiko, Kyrie and Class 1B hostages. Visibly scared, Waoa, Kendo was trying desperately to get her body off the hold of the scary-looking flaming giant bat that was holding her and the other members of her class. Kyrie added to it as she was actually trying to hurt it. Yet of course the Hellbat countered her, making her unable to drop down until the demon wanted to. Of course the others were trying to get off too, yet the Pyrobats made sure they didn't do so as down below Himiko was on pursuit. But of course the demons weren't making it easy as she had to kill more than a couple of riots and assaults that tried to stop her, which they couldn't as Himiko was all out on frenzy, but not a frenzy of entertainment as she usually did. She was dead angry right now. Angry and enraged at the demons that now tried to feast on these innocent kids. Her students. Of course Vlad King was able to see the show far from behind as he was able to see now how deadly Golden Fallen was in truth. But he was completely confused on one thing. These creatures acted nothing like a villain would, moreover, they were rather more beastly and instinctive on their actions, but at the same time showed some sort of intelligence as they were able to come up with attack strategies that a normal hero would take a lot to get a hang of before getting killed. Moreover because he managed to get the sight of some other beasts like mutant ants with wings that were feasting their hunger on the dead villains of the League. Almost as if they were normal animals eating a carcass as meal. Yet with the disturbing fact that the carcasses were once humans. While in pursuit, what are these things? They are no villains of the sort, unless some sort of zombie quirk with mutations. But it wouldn't make sense as a quirk cannot be copied upon many individuals. What are these things in truth? Looking at Himiko, more because it seems Fallen knows exactly what they are to not think it twice to kill them on sight. One thing was clear for Vlad. Both our teen and Himiko knew exactly what were these monsters. They knew so much that it was clear from what he was seeing that Himiko wasn't thinking it twice to kill them the instant they get on her path, almost as she was used to doing this daily. After some more flying, the Hellbats reached the mountain zone's darkest pit. Thud X6, oof, dropping off the students in their claws as they've all landed at the center of the pit, the bats clinging on the ceilings they could take as sentries. They won't let any of these potential prey to escape. Recovering, grr. Therf C King Bats, I'm getting you down there one of these days. Kyrie was the first to recover as she entered in guard, protecting Kendo and her classmates as she knew that they were surrounded inside a perfect trap. More because the stench of blood and guts domained the area well enough to make the students with her get nauseous. Holding her belly green, MMGH. Where are we getting even more disgusted, and what's that horrendous odor? Please tell me none of you farted. Enraged comically, like hell we would. Of course this insulted Tetsu and Kamakiri, both being the guys with Tokage, Kodai and Kendo as they all also caught of with the disgusting aroma perfuming the canyon. On guard plus anxious, FCK, we are trapped here. Looks at Kendo, Itsuka Kendo right. The mentioned, who was trying to ignore as much as possible the horrendous odor at the place, nodded at Kyrie, who was looking at her expectantly and visibly anxious. Good. Because it's best if you get on your feet and be on guard. This isn't a game anymore and one false move will cost our lives. Kodai shivered in fear at what she implied like Tokage, but Kendo, Tetsu and Kamakiri were more than understanding that fact, the three getting on guard while the boys activated their quirks, which allowed them to be ready for a battle. Tetsu. Species. Human. Quirk. Steel. His quirk allows his skin to turn in literal steel. The durability and strength of it will depend on the diet of the user, and this said quirk allows him to have increased toughness and strength in physical capabilities, yet like all metals he is susceptible to magnetism and meltdown from high temperatures. Togaru Kamakiri. Species. Human. Quirk. Razor sharp. It allows the user to produce large blades from any parts of his body. These blades are powerful enough to cut through metal and many tough materials, as well as withstand explosions at point blank. Itsuka Kendo. Species. Human. Quirk. Big fist. This quirk allows the user to enlarge both hands of the user to provide greater grip and impact strength behind any hit. This strength allows even the user to have increased strength in some point, but this won't give much defense as it still conserves the normal durability of a human body. Yet of course, only multiplied depending on the size the hands are enlarged. Yui Kodai. Species. Human. Quirk. Size. It allows the user to alter the size of any inanimate object she desires or makes contact with. She can return the size of these to their original form by pressing her fingertips all together. Very useful for transport and even taking out the trash. Well, more like a dangerous way of tossing objects. Setsuna Tokage. Species. Human. Quirk. Lizard tail splitter. This quirk allows the user to split its body in many small pieces depending on the mastery of the user, these pieces being able to be moved around the air remotely in high speeds and even able to regenerate if destroyed or detached too far from the user's consciousness. The regeneration causes an exhaustive effort, so not recommendable to lose many or get them too far. Kyrie Sparta. Species. Percent 12.5 Hierarch Demon, percent 87.5 Human. Quirk. None. Demon abilities. Artificial demon summoning. This demonic ability born thanks to the genetic held memories of her father in his days at the Order of the Knights, being able to summon up until now a basilisk and a gladius for the moment, no other artificial demon discovered upon her arsenal yet. These summonings are connected to her soul, yet if killed they can be restored after some time. Unfortunately said action can exhaust the user's demonic energy drastically, so no recommended to do a lot. And Kyrie wasn't wrong, as soon enough, large and heavy steps were heard around them. And said steps were heard as if they had more than a pair of legs. Shivering plus clinging on to Kendo. Yui was nonetheless scared for her life. No one told her this normal day at hero classes would turn to what was supposed to be a rescue mission, to a villain assault, and now the invasion of scary-looking creatures that wanted nothing but seemingly eat them. Feeling that was mutual with Tokage, as she was honestly thinking what she has done to deserve this fate in her mind. Of course Kendo and her other classmates were as scared and confused as them, but her role as leader made her completely conscious that she had to be the one with the pants on to protect them until help arrives, same for Kyrie as she was in this same position. Yet in case it was added that she knew exactly she wasn't at the mercy of just a villain assault. She was aware thanks to her sensei that she was prey in this situation. A priority one to say the least for the demons. Loud distorted insect hissing. Visibly scared plus cautious, what the hell are those things? All the students that had no idea of demon zoology thought this with clear fear and doubt as they were able to now catch sight of many emerald eyes that were looking at them. But all in groups of 8 and attached to what it was clearly looking like giant tarantula-like spiders with big mouths filled with fangs that were now full of blood from the poor devils that were once villains, being clear they were the cause of the stench at the place, not to say their legs were full of spikes that could easily pierce through human flesh and bone if wanted. And not to say that there were around 4 or 5 of them now surrounding the students. On guard TCH Great. Cyclops. Of course Kyrie knew what they were as she made her homework upon demon zoology last night after the invasion of Gilgamesh upon Ua. Yet her senses were telling her that this was the least of her problems as she was able to feel a tremendous demonic energy around another sector of the mountain zone near them. And one that would explain why was there some inklings of molten rock remains and magma that was now solidified but still fresh. Oddly and dangerously fresh. Retreating slightly towards Kamakiri, whispers, Mantis guy. On guard plus shivering, not now Sparta. Lends a hand to him, I just need you to lend me some blades from you, trust me. Kyrie was dead serious this time, and time was tickling as it was clear that the Cyclops were getting more eager to feast upon the yummy dessert buffet in front of them. This as Kamakiri was in some way confused from the request from the class representative of his neighbor class. Tick mark Mantis, I'm %100 serious right now or else we are insect food. TCH. Kamakiri could sense the seriousness on her tone as he summoned a large blade from his elbow that was on the reach of Kyrie. Getting a grip at the base, my apologies beforehand Mantis. Kamakiri agreed as he felt a hissing pain on his elbow, being courtesy that Kyrie detached the blade from his arm abruptly, getting her now a limited weapon she could use to chop some spider legs and chop bat flesh. But of course this action caused Kamakiri to release blood. Blood that put the entire legion of demons with them on a eating frenzy, which provoked them to now bash at the students full force. On guard, defensive maneuvers now. Don't get eaten. All the students agreed as how they could as they've used their quirks at one coordinated shield attack that dispersed the immense group of demons that almost rained down on them. Kendo's enlarged fist sending a couple of Cyclops away while Setsuna acted as an anti-aircraft defense, her arms detaching from her body and divided in many pieces that she used as homing missiles to hunt down as much pyrobats and hellbats she could while using this same detail on the rest of her body to dodge the incoming Cyclops that almost ate her as snack. Kamakiri and Tetsu entered in full defense as they've dodged the strikes of a Cyclops each, Tetsu trying to counter back but of course the hull of the demon spiders was tougher than his steel fists, just bouncing of its hull as Tetsu only retreat away to better protect Kodai, who was basically the most vulnerable of the team. Kamakiri was having problems on handling his own Cyclops as he was almost eaten more than a couple of times. Yet of course he was able to cause some wounds on the demon as the spider hissed from this, yet it wasn't so disturbed by it. But for Kyrie the matter was different, and all the others could see it. She was basically tearing down apart the Cyclops and pyrobats, using the blade she was proportioned as kitchen knife to basically slice them like vegetables, the Cyclops of course being the one it took more effort but it was clear that she was more than eager to kill it rather than just knocking it away. Slicing through demonic spider hull visibly entertained, Hell's Kitchen is open on today baby. The Cyclops hissed in pain as Kyrie managed to get on top of it and basically slice up and tear apart its demonic guts in a bloody mess that was honestly disturbing for her classmates yet the situation was nonetheless fair as they were trying to eat them. Basically Kyrie's enemy's guts and body was turned into insect wire as the mentioned got down of it all covered in demonic insect blood. Not to say she sliced a couple of pyrobats when she jumped down of it, getting a little show for her classmates to see. A very disturbing show. Shocked, did she just killed them? Preparing blade, step aside Mantis. Kamakiri just let her pass as she now rushed towards his injured Cyclops which only ended into a similar fate a couple of minutes later. Same ritual she did with the other Cyclops beginning with the one endangering Kodai and Tetsu and so on with the others. In other words, Kyrie was now seen exhausted on the ground minutes later and covered in demonic blood and guts as around her the corpses of the demons started to rot. Ignoring the fact all her classmates were only looking at her with a mix of shock, confusion, fear and most of all disbelief to see her basically kill all of their enemies right in front of them, and in very disturbing ways. Panting tired, pant, woo. Now that was work out. Sitting up and looking at her classmates all right, anybody injured? Tick mark, why you're literally asking that at your position. Kamakiri was now eager to make a lot of questions of this like his class representative, as of course what he and the others saw was nothing they would be able to forget for a while. Poker face, thank you, was more recommendable there you little jack SS. And trust me, this things are nowhere in the slightest a damn villain. Besides tick mark, what villain would want to eat you like breakfast and look and act like a damn monster to you? Sweat drops, well, I think you deserve a point there. Tokage and some of them were convinced, yet Kendo was the one eager to make the right question. Sparta-san, do you know what are these things? Because it seems you know exactly how to fight them. Kyrie was in between telling her and not telling her as this wasn't something to be easily believed by anyone nowadays. Well, it never was easy to explain, but seeing it firsthand seemed more than a perfect proof to prove it right. Size, that's easy and complicated depending if you are eager to hide this and believe it with your eyes and life. Tick mark, just spill it out. They're demons. Real demons. A sudden female voice entered the chat as everyone turned to their side to see none other than their teacher Vampress and Vlad King arriving with them, but the one to talk in a serious tone was none other than Himiko, as she started to step up besides Kyrie. Shocked, demons. Like the ones from manga and stuff like that. Tetsu was the one to ask this as the students were bewildered and shocked to know this, as this was basically a reveal of heavy weight. Yet there was one that wasn't believing this fact. Squints his eyes slightly angry, forgive me Vampress, but what you're saying, it's just absurd. Those are just myths. Vlad King, not convinced, stepped forward, glaring at the young heroine, as he basically demanded the truth of these villains. Serious, who said I was joking? Vlad King. Of course Himiko wasn't intimidated by the glare of the pro as the students were in between believing their teacher Vlad or believing Himiko, Kyrie being the only one sentient enough to know Himiko was the one with the right answer. But thanks to being the only one aware of her surroundings, Kyrie was able to sense an incoming danger towards them. One very powerful that could easily kill them if it wanted. Getting angrier, Vampress, I demand you to cut it out and spill the truth. Not to say you killed a few yourself. Tick mark 10-4, you're really this blind or what? I'm telling you the entire truth and you're acting deaf. Tick mark, Vampress. Tick mark 10-6, Vlad King. Kendo was trying to calm the two down as it was clear both were eager to punch each other out as the other students were starting to think if what Vlad was saying was truth. Then why these creatures weren't bleeding like normal humans? Because of course, even if they've never been in a murder or even saw something of the similar, they've knew blood was red in some point, and none of the creatures spilled said blood. They were actually still in the same form and never with what could be described as human parts. But Setsuna, being the most sensible in terms of temperature, started to feel heat, a heat as colossal as what she could maybe guess as. Sniffs around slightly. Eda, sensei's. Turns drastically towards Setsuna. What? Of course their action shifted Setsuna abruptly. Sweating slightly, I'm sorry to cut out the drill, but is it me or does it feel hot in here? It was here when the others now started to sense up the rise of temperature of the area, getting some like Vlad to inspect the air's odor like Himiko. Sniffing carefully, sulfur. Isn't this smell only detectable when being near volcanoes and pits? That's what both adults thought in unison as they've recognized the odor thanks to their experience. Vlad thanks to some travels inside his agency tours. But Himiko now recognized thanks to one simple bit of information Izuku provided her about demons before, and there was only a few that could generate such stench. Analyzing the area, wait. Cyclops. Dark area like tunnel, high temperatures and sulfur stench, gets alert, oh shish. Vlad, we have to get out of here now. Vlad and the students were caught off guard by the sudden outburst of panic from Himiko as she demanded to leave the area, but one person was faster to react. As well as one certain being. Watch out. Kyrie pushed Vlad and his classmates away as Himiko managed to dodge a large magma blast sphere that basically came out burning from one of the walls besides them. Scorching sounds. But Kyrie was the one to receive the attack as she was sent through the dirt wall at the other side of the source. Kyrie. Mainly the girls exclaimed in fear as they saw this occur right in front of her eyes. This as Himiko entered immediately on guard as the heat increased drastically at the area. This also seen as the wall from where the heat comes was starting to even heat up in orange from the large temperatures. Stomping sounds. A large figure was being seen coming out of it. One large semi-glowing spider figure that made the students blue in fear. Question mark. Laughs. Himiko and Vlad entered immediately on guard, Vlad getting all of his students behind him as they were more than eager to be protected. This was basically more dangerous than the last ones they've fought. Question mark. Getting closer, that easy. Sarcastic, and here I thought the bloodline of Sparta was tougher than it seemed. What a disappointing show. On guard plus anxious, show yourself villain. Vlad demanded as he was eager to now beat up the bastard that dared to kill a student right in front of his eyes. This as the girls were still concerned and highly worried about Kyrie, who was basically inside the burnt tunnel that was behind them. Question mark. Laughs villain. Me. Have humans fell so down into stupidity to even forget that they aren't the only living sentient beings on Earth? Oh, the great darkness mundus, it's going to enjoy so much getting your kin kneel down in fear before getting feasted on with the likes of you weaklings. But, as you wish then, human. The figure ended his little pep talk as it now showed itself to the light and showed its magnificent body formed of basically rock and hot magma that basically resembled the Cyclops entirely, as if it was the mother of them all. But not to be mistaken, because this kin was different and far more powerful, a hierarch demon that now made Himiko more self-aware of her, as this demon was one of the many at the service of none other than Mundus himself, as the demon admitted so blatantly. 4 times the size of Cyclops, 8 blue eyes instead of emerald green, a body mainly built of magma and rock, and most of all, a spider-like built that even actual tarantulas would run away in fear of it, as its back body could open up like a scorpion tail. A sight all the present that never knew of demons was enough to cause fear and clear disbelief of what they were seeing in front of them. Humans, allow me, the author, to present you to Phantom, the demon spider hierarch. Hissing like a cat, Phantom. Himiko hissed in clear guard, as she was more than ever scared this time, as this was the first time she had an individual encounter with a hierarch demon, moreover, one of the few that Tony Redgrave himself fought years in the past. Phantom. Oh. It seems one of you does know my mighty name. I'm flattered. On guard, villain. In the name of hero society, you are under arrest for causing the murder of countless souls. Vlad King demanded, still unable to see the truth as the hero got his quirk ready to strike. Only to be received by the loud laughs of Phantom, who was basically laughing at the giant bravado made out of a foolish assumption. Phantom, laughing, oh pitiful human, how pitiful you can get now. I'm serious. Vlad King said this as he summoned out some blood from his gauntlets, getting it to solidify into a small javelin he threw at Phantom. Only for said javelin to be devoured by the demon gladly, like a dog would fetch a bone in the air, shocking him and his students. Sekijiro Khan, aka Blood Hero. Vlad King. Species: human. Quirk: blood control. This quirk allows the user to manipulate and control its own blood and even harden it to make physical objects or basic weaponry that could easily be used as binds or basic melee weapons. Thanks to this quirk, the user does not suffer any heavy consequences given by blood loss, and even its strength it's partially increased. Yet it doesn't mean its blood it's unlimited, so it has to be used with caution. Phantom: blood, human blood. I always enjoyed how tasty it can get. And now even more thanks to that mana of yours you humans call quirks, salivating magma. Now I'm sure to turn you into my special dessert. After I get my claws upon those tasty little mice you've got back there. The students completely understood that, getting now scared as it was clear that monster was eager to eat them all. Slightly scared at last. What are you? Phantom, you've finally decided to open your mouth correctly, human. Congratulations. Laughs, you have finally decided to accept the reality upon your dire situation of despair that awaits all of you. But to answer your question, it comes to the very pathetic truth you denied upon here the huntress Golden Fallen told you, so allow me to present myself. I am the demonic magma tarantula Phantom, hierarch demon and one of the great darkness mundus generals sent to this world, the surface, to cause fear and feast on your pathetic but tasty human blood, source of power, youth and most of all, our greatest desire and the order of the great darkness mundus himself. Control over the entire world and every pathetic live form in this world. Phantom spoke, now getting Vlad to finally accept the reality that he was now in front of. Same for his students, as now all of them knew the truth behind these monsters that attacked them, the same monsters that endangered them and the same monsters that feasted upon the unfortunate League of Villains. Demons were real, and right now, they were in front of a hierarch, one of the species told and supposed to be stronger than the ordinary of its brethren. But there was one detail the students caught when Phantom presented himself, a very little detail that was fast, but surely important, as it implied a very specific someone upon them. Vampress, or rather be truthfully specific, Himiko Toga. Wait, did that demon called Vampress? Golden Fallen. Kodai being the one to catch it right as her question completely caught the attention of her classmates around her, getting them now to look at Himiko, who even if she was on guard, her expression denoted clear shame, guilt and basically regret, as she knew that her identity is now going to be revealed. Revealed. To her students. Phantom, visibly entertained. Oh. What am I seeing? It seems there are even secrets upon you humans, and of them seems to be of considerate delicacy between you all. Vlad King was not eager to talk this out loud as his students were starting to get more confused, as Himiko was now basically trying to ward off her gaze from the kids as much as possible. Now unable to look at them thanks to the crescent guilt and shame building up in her. Phantom chuckles, how ironic. You humans pledge for trust and believes, yet it seems some of your morals allows that trust to be shattered in an instant, just with a couple of words and one simple sentence. So how about I pop that bubble? Himiko prepared herself for it as she knew what was about to come, to accept the sad reality once again as she prepared her Sero swarm to the battle. Phantom. Well, little humans, the one you call sensei here, it's a young female human by the name of Himiko Toga, but my kin knows her as Golden Fallen, the demon huntress. Or for your kin she is known as what you call a vigilante. This shocked their students to their core of thinking. Their teacher was the infamous vigilante Golden Fallen. Why would a vigilante teach at a heroic school in the first place? Vlad King knew it was too late for lies and covers. The secret they have been keeping these entire week was out, and now it was clear for him that from now onwards, both Himiko and Izuku were meant to be enemies once again. But despite knowing that, and now knowing completely that their enemy was something out of their knowledge, getting Himiko behind bars felt wrong, more now that she was revealed as something Vlad could easily understand. A demon huntress, in other words, a person that works basically to hunt down and exterminate any demon in sight for the sake of protecting others or even self-benefit. Now he was unsure to take her now to the cops. In the case of Himiko, well, she was silent and completely filled with guilt and shame on herself, shame of knowing now that she was no longer welcomed upon UA, upon Class 1B. Upon her students. Her life returned to the same pit our teen saved her from in an instant, and it was now too late for amends. She wanted to cry desperately right now, unable to accept fully that she won't be seen as friend anymore for these kind and unique yet caring kids she was taking care of for this week. Week that she only needed to get completely attached to them like a big sister would. Big sister she won't be anymore for them now that they've knew the truth. Vampress died at this very instant. Only Himiko Toga, aka Golden Fallen, took the command from now on. A vigilante, a demon huntress, a monster at the eyes of the innocents. Stoic hero, take these kids out of here, get them to safety. Himiko talked to Vlad, but no longer with the usual tone she used to do, something the kids heard completely. She was off, dull and most of all, dead inside. Confused. Toga, you. Golden Fallen to you. Himiko was no longer able to feel shame right now, she knew her fate was sealed. Of course the sudden outburst took the pro off guard, not to say scare the teens. Where was the Vam no? Where was the Himiko Toga they've knew? Prioritize the rescue rather than the fight, right? Then get those teens away from here and save them. This is my fight, not yours. Shocked, are you crazy? You won't be able to defeat this monster alone. Despite knowing they were enemies, Vlad's thinking didn't allow him to leave Himiko apart. His job was to rescue and save people, and knowing how dangerous the enemy was right now, he knew Himiko won't be able to survive for long. Looks at Vlad. With empty eyes. Not that I'm used to do everything alone. Himiko. Look at you. What have you done? You look like a devious monster. Blood, blood. All you think about it's blood. Don't get any further. I won't let you touch me. Don't get close to me, monster. That's what you are, a monster. You're a blood-sucking monster and you will never be one of us. Monster. Monster. Memories of her past started to swallow Himiko's being as the Sairo swarms started to react upon her negative emotions of fear, guilt, anger, and out of all of them, sadness. Her mentally broken state was going out to the light as the demonic energy upon the Sairos reacted upon her, disintegrating her hero costume, and showing off to the light her real appearance. Golden Fallen's costume, the image of the monster she was considered as nowadays and have always been since she could remember. Dead eyes. From one monster to another. Looks at Phantom. Let them go. Only I is enough to satisfy your nay dance for entertainment. Only I am enough. Toga. Vlad tried to get to Himiko and stop her, but she was the one who acted first, throwing at the ground a little knife covered in demonic energy that summoned out a webbing similar to the red one that enclosured them all inside USJ, blocking Vlad's way to get in between the two. This was of course seen by his students, who also got shocked when she did that. Showing off Sairo swarm plus entering on guard. Let's begin this bloody mess, shall we, Phantom? Himiko was no longer herself, almost as if she was no longer eager to live further after this battle. Phantom, chuckles. That's the spirit, huntress, and make sure your little show entertains me enough. I don't want my first bite upon a hunter after centuries to be something disappointing and without honor. Phantom entered on guard, as he released his own demonic pressure upon the area, getting Vlad to be pushed away like his students from the site, getting them basically off-site and unconscious from the pressure of the two thanks to it. This battle was one that didn't want itself to be interrupted. Chuckles. You won't be disappointed. Demon. That was the last thing Himiko said before rushing in high speeds towards Phantom, almost instantly cutting off the difference in distances as she was basically in position to gauge deeply upon Phantom's body. Hissing pow. Asterisk. NGH. But Phantom was nothing like any of the other demons she had faced before, instantly slapping her away with one of his frontal legs full of spikes and large claw that basically not only crashed her roughly upon the wall, but also made clear, nasty cuts upon her left arm and partially on her waist, almost reaching her belly. Coughs blood slightly, and to say the impact was more than enough to make her realize her left arm was cracked and prompt to getting limp was an understatement, as she was easily repelled by the hierarch demon. But Himiko had no time to think as Phantom immediately used his demonic powers to summon magma pillars below her feet. Pillars she had to dodge in order to not be burnt like a small cockroach, yet of course the heat was enough to burn her sight and stun her long enough to be unable to see Phantom coming her way. Distorted hissing crumble just made it 1 second late and she would have been eaten by the demon as she barely got out of its sight. Phantom, gnarls disturbed. Pow plus slash Himiko was once thrown away by one of the deadly claws of Phantom as the mentioned clearly felt the knives pierce on a soft spot upon his legs, getting her in sight once again as the smell of blood coming out of her wounds he was making was driving the demon in a frenzy. Himiko had to stand up and back away in a flash as Phantom launched another magma ball at her, getting to create a large dust cloud of smoke and heat that blinded Himiko slightly. Yet like Phantom, she was also on a frenzy, so even if her eyes were temporarily blinded, she rushed forward to strike upon the demon, who was waiting for her to come out of the dust cloud. Whoosh, coughs out blood. BLGH. Himiko was pinned down on the ground of solid rock and dirt thanks to the belly of Phantom, which turned into a literal scorpion stinger that now pierced through her belly, basically getting her deadly wounded and upon the mercy of the hierarch demon. Phantom, I pity you, human. You protected this humans called heroes, but the problem with doing this selflessly it's always that no matter what you do, your memory shall not be remembered as it was. Grunting in pain while gagging blood. I know, and I know my memory will never be a noble one. Phantom, I can sense through your eyes that you know what I'm talking about, yet one thing I must say is, despite being human, your effort won't be one I'll forget. Out of all that group of cowards, you were the bravest. Himiko only awaited for Phantom to end her misery, as she was feeling how her strength was leaving her as the seconds passed by. This as a puddle of blood was forming below her, staining her entire back as how the blood that coursed through her chin and cheeks from her mouth also stained her face. She knew she wasn't going to live any longer. Phantom, but enough chit-chats. Your blood shall be my meal. That's what the hierarch demon said as the mentioned started to open up its jaws, allowing the magma formation it called throat and saliva to be seen by Himiko as she was being lifted like a ragdoll by the stinger that was holding her like how a needle would hold up a small insect, basically telling that Himiko was going to be eaten. Letting out some tears. Please forgive me, Izuku. I failed you. Himiko thought this as last words as she prepared herself to be eaten while the last particles of life were still lingering on her. Shriek, but suddenly, a demonic pressure was felt around the place as Phantom stopped abruptly its movements, sensing a powerful presence nearby him as Himiko was limping almost lifeless on its stinger. Shriek X2 * Phantom, on guard. This feeling, it cannot be. The hierarch demon started to get anxious as it was starting to feel a familiar energy near them, one that basically gave it some horrid flashbacks from centuries ago, from the time when it first met the legendary Tony Redgrave in person for the first time. Shriek X2. Plus whoosh Phantom, hisses in pain. A blue blur of electric energy resembling thunder stroked down upon the stinger of the hierarch demon, cutting it clean as Himiko fell flat on the ground coldly while the tip of the stinger detached from her belly, allowing some more blood to stream down her wounds as she was suffering a heavy blood loss. The hiss of pain was also the moment when the spectators, Vlad and his students, managed to recover up and wake up from dreamland after the sudden ticket they were given a couple of moments ago, letting now the present to see the said blur land gracefully a couple of meters behind Phantom, who also recovered from the damage it was given to it. Phantom growls plus snarling angered, "Alistair, you nasty little traitor, now you chose to be wielded once again by the traitor. And not only that, attack me." Phantom said this as it now turned to face its new foe, being a nuisance for it but for Vlad and his students. It was nothing more but another shock for them. Distorted voice plus demonic voice, "Get you filthy insect claws off my sensei." It was Kyrie, or that's what her classmates want to think, as instead of looking as how she looked like before the assault, she now had most of her clothes burnt to ashes, making her reveal part of her feminine body to the show, yet that wasn't what made her classmates shocked and, visibly scared. This was explained in 4 specific points. 1. Her hair, instead of having one simple brand silver-white, it was now more like inversed, having only a brunette brand while her hair basically turned white. 2. Her body developed a bluish, almost hypnotic and mystical. Not to say her eyes were now slanted and fully glowing in red, getting her to have the looks of a beast. 3. And one of the things that made most of her change was that her arms were no longer human. Instead they were dark blue with brownish scales, getting them even deformed to look menacing. But most importantly, a large scar-like formation in the middle of it that trailed down until basically being her entire palm and fingers, alongside her nails sharpening a bit to the point they've turned into claws, was glowing the same way as she was. In an hypnotic cyan blue that made it look magical. And 4, and by all means the main topic of show that Phantom implied, she was holding up in her hands a large heavy sword that was full of thunder-like energy imbued on it, having some handle markings that resembled some sort of demonic sculpture as well as the blade itself, which also had some small sharp edges that reminded bat wings and razors. This sword was nothing more than Alistair, the devil arm incarnation of the thunder demon Alistair and also one of the former devil arms of Tony Redgrave. And for all means, the very sword that once was participative ending Phantom's past life centuries ago. Kyrie Sparta has hold possession of the demon sword Alistair, and its power awakened her demonic powers to an extent. Phantom hissed loudly as it now was scared. Once again, the demonic kin of Sparta was endangering its life. USJ, main entrance, with Aizawa, Midnight and the Class 1A students. Huff X4*, we find ourselves now back at the main entrance of the USJ, getting our sight upon nothing more than Aizawa and Midnight, who are now finally getting their students to safety. Panting tired. "We huff, we've made it," Kirishima exclaimed in accomplishment as him and his classmates caught up with their teachers after escaping successfully from the demons. Katsuki and Todoroki also looking a bit tired as they had to defend themselves from some other lesser demons that almost catch them off guard. Visibly tired, "All right. Nobody injured?" Midnight asked out at the small group of students as she looked at them concerned, getting the mention to recover their breath as they've showed their conditions towards the teachers. Of course the 2 pros detected some burn marks, scratches and some small wounds on themselves, yet they were mostly unharmed and safe. Midnight sighed relieved of this as she was honestly scared back there, not to say Aizawa was internally glad his students were safe. "Well, now that that's clear, we have to get you out of here now." Midnight said this not wasting any time on talk as she rushed towards the entrance to open it up. This as Aizawa stayed behind in case any other of those creatures dared to come towards his students once again. Yet of course there was one slight problem he was having right now. "What are you waiting for? We must go now," he was forced to demand on his students to move, as all of them, despite being eager to leave this place for good, were actually concerned about something else. Or rather, someone else. "Is it okay to leave Jadius behind, sensei? You know, is he going to be alright?" Kyoka was the one brave enough to make the question as Momo also added her concern to the talk. This as both girls tried to look back at the main plaza, being nothing but a light show of flames, ice and shockwaves that caused tremors around the place. This is also Katsuki and Shoto were slightly unsure to leave so easily like that. We aren't so sure to be honest, but it's best for you to get out of here and not waste his efforts. Midnight was honestly unsure of her own answer, but she knew that her priority were her students, so she wasted no time to open up the door as how she could. This as the students couldn't help but wonder about the safety of their teacher Jadius, not to say that Aizawa still kept his guard on. Yet he was also slightly concerned about our teen. And not because he was worried about him. It was because this creature seemed so different and so dangerous in comparison to any kind of danger he had met before. A dangerous villain like no other. But even so, all the hints that he was seeing, from the creature itself to even its helpers, it was clear for him that something was wrong, and that something about those creatures were nothing human to compare about. As if these creatures were beasts, pure monsters born to lust upon human blood and flesh and nothing more. Creatures born for chaos. Poom. Kya. Midnight was sent back flying, making her land roughly on her back as the door was basically busted open, getting the attention of every student near the door. Ha ha ha. The students had a glimpse of hope upon hearing a very iconic laugh come from the dust cloud as well as the footsteps of many people, visibly adults. Pro-heroes. The very one to provoke the laugh, being none other than the #1 hero itself, All Might. Ua has sent reinforcements, do not fear cuz I. But instead of a smile, came a look of anger from the pro-hero itself, getting some of the most sophisticated a bit surprised to see the situation up ahead of themselves, more if the actual situation clearly called it to be by far. Something kids shouldn't have live. Boom plus FWOOSHX4 *, a battlefield of titanic proportions happening in the middle of the entire facility. Glimpses from afar of death people, all bloody and dismembered at the floor. Not to say the large quantity of unknown and scary-looking creatures that were feasting upon their corpses as if they were food for them. Basically. What are those things? Mike was the one to make the question. Everyone was making a fuss from their thoughts, as even the Almighty was lost at words to describe at what he was looking. Gritting his teeth. So. This is his doing. But the attention of everyone was upon the very principle of Ua itself, who put himself in front of all the pros with an expression none of the teachers have seen much, especially Toshinori in such frequency. An expression full of frustration and mid-anger. Curious, his doing? Aizawa made the question even the students had in their minds when they've heard their principal say this. Same doubt all of the UA staff also had in their minds. Not something you should know, or more specifically, none of you had to never know about. Glances at All Might. Take these kids out immediately. Same for Aizawa and Midnight. Shocked. But sire, the kids, I've made an order. The tone the principal made abruptly was also a surprise for everyone at that moment, as this was the first time in years they have seen none other than the collected, happy-looking Nedzu actually speak and act this serious, so much that it was even quite a shock for all of the present teachers at the place. Size *. All Might. Take the kids out now. Toshinori wasn't a fool to not know that, when Nedzu was serious, he was dead serious, so without any complaint, he went straight towards the students. But what he and the teachers would hear next would only activate more red lights on Nedzu. WWE are already here, sir. But some of those creatures managed to snatch away some other students from 1B that didn't come out like us, in between them Spardasan and the class representative Kendo Itsuka. That set of words was enough to give an internal alarm to All Might, as all the staff also had now his reaction of worry. Worried? Where did they take them? With such news, All Might was sure to rush as fast as possible as soon as he got a direction. Judging from what I've saw, some bad-like monsters took Sparta, Tokage, Kendo, Tetsu, Kamakiri and Kodai towards the mountain zone most probably, judging upon the direction they've took. Todoroki was the one to speak as All Might took his direction and turned his sight towards the mentioned zone, where coincidentally was happening what he and the other pros could tell a brawl. Were the students fighting for their lives now? *T. I should have come sooner before. Thank you, young Todoroki. Now you and your classmates stay here safely, I'll come right to help them. The dead, worried remaining students of 1A nodded in relief as All Might vanished in high speeds towards the mentioned place, getting now the present and both Aizawa and Midnight to now be under the care of Nedzu and the rest of the staff. Of course the girls didn't hesitate to go towards the teachers, while Todoroki, Kirishima and Bakugo came slowly but also highly aware, as they were quite sure their sensei was more than ready to ask the questions everyone had on their minds about the situation. And they weren't wrong, as Aizawa approached the principal directly. "Nedzu, what exactly is happening and what do you mean by his doing?" And just like the Aizawa we know, he wasn't sugarcoating the question, going directly to the source of it. "I would like to say that right now, but not in front of the kids and neither at this situation where every one of us might get hurt. Principal, these kids has seen enough to know this isn't something related to villains, and we have also seen this now. Speak the truth." Nedzu sighed as he knew he wasn't going to get Aizawa away of the question, not now that all of the staff of UA and some of his students from the hero course has seen the horrors of the demon existence at first hand. Not now that one of the mighty devil arms of Sparta was around and confronting the man that could maybe be the only one experienced enough to fight it. "The truth you seek from me is one you might not want to believe, as its mere mention it's nothing nowadays, nothing more than myth and fantasy, one so fantastic that you might actually think of me as a joke or even as some sort of crazy nerd maniac." "Principal." Midnight pleaded for the principal to stop the long talk in a kind way, as his words only confused the present, not exactly giving the intel they've searched. "Sighs, I guess. This is it, Sparta. What you are witnessing are not villains, that is correct. What you're seeing now, it's the proof and the real sighting of demons. Please tell me you're joking, principal, because this isn't a time for pranks." Mike wanted to light up the mood with a weird comment as it hid a mild truth of thought from all of the present, not actually believing the words the principal said. But the only answer they've got was a dead silence. Trembling, "Why, you're joking, right? This isn't a joke, Mike, none of what you see is." A brief cut was shown passing by as we see our teen Midoriya handling down Gilgamesh in a strength contest, getting to stun the demon with a couple of shots from Wyvern before getting slapped away by the demon, him recovering midway as the demon recovered from the shot. Humanity has always tried to hide away the truth of this world, the truth that we aren't the only living sentient beings that reigned over the planet. Two different species from two different realms. Another cut was shown as we see a demonized Kyrie going ballistic against Phantom, the demonic general doing all in his power to shake the young hybrid human demon away of itself, as the mention did not hold back on every stab, jab, slash and strike she landed upon the general, all while her classmates and teacher contemplated the scene from a hidden spot. The surface has always belonged to humanity, a peaceful realm where animals and sentient creatures coexisted in deep harmony and without any kind of trouble aside of their own wars to get a veil. Once again the shot went towards our team, who clashed blades with the piston thorns of Gilgamesh, getting the field even more destroyed as even blood from both battlers was being spilt, both with one clear goal: kill its enemy. And the other realm, the nether world, home of the most ruin and savage creatures of existence and home to all of the evils that reigned upon the surface, a dark world reigned by a group of sentient, bloodthirsty species of living being that humanity always considered taboo. All thanks to the dark meanings of their encounters with this world. The nether world. Home of the creatures humans call demons. The staff was at a loss of words now for how to describe what they were told. Was their principal just telling this to get under some sort of secret villain code? Was there a group of villains out there that looked and acted like this? Or was just this a joke of him to scare out the kids with them? Which of course got into the same kind of internal dilemma when hearing this. Stern look. Principal. Is this a joke or something? Because if it is, then I ask you to stop it. Nedzu sighed in surrender. Of course he knew no one would believe such a thing despite all the proof given at this moment, especially some of the most conscious, such as Hound Dog and Aizawa, as both weren't exactly the type of person to believe in such things. The discussion ended abruptly as all of the present were now encountered with a group of riots that now were at the edge of the stairs, all ready to attack and get a snack out of the pro-heroes and students in front of them. And in their sight, it was more than enough to feed them and leave some for weeks to come. Slightly scared, Etta, Aizawa-kun. I don't think the principal it's joking right now. Some of the less fighting type pros started to retreat to some distance, knowing for sure that the look of these villains was one of a predator ready to gauge and get a bite from them. On guard, Midnight, I suggest you make a move here. Slightly scared, don't think I haven't tried it before, Hound Dog. These creatures are totally immune to my quirk. These didn't give good signs to some of the less fighter type pros, as it was clear that Midnight's quirk was able to afflict many around her, especially men and male creatures. Serious, quirks won't work on them no matter what you try. Nedzu spoke, taking the attention of everyone again as even the students started to get curious of this knowledge. Loud hiss, but the riots had enough of waiting, now launching themselves towards the pros, which became ready to defend themselves. Bounce plus thud x4 asterisk, but like before, a clear sign of confusion and clear intrigue arrived when the riots basically bounced off from them position, getting repelled by an invisible shield that was shielding them without them even noticing, said shield making the riots more rampageous. As if they knew what or from where it originated. Serious. You foul creatures. None of your claws will ever get to touch none of my people no matter what you try. Now Ua's staff was sure to say that Nedzu was completely out of character, as the mentioned was basically at the front of everyone, facing the demons, directly while being safe inside the shield. Shield that seemed to have reacted upon his presence. Riot 1. Demon speech. You. Traitor. Riot 2. Demon speech. How dare you step on us with power? Riot 3. Demon speech. The darkness Mundus will have your skin for this treason. Demon speech. Oneself shall never be ruled by such a foul, preposterous being such as Mundus. One shall deliberate your doom if you ought to touch these mortals on my sight. Shocked, is. What kind of language is that? Everyone was able to hear the speech between Nedzu and the riots. But like humans they are, their ears are blind to the understanding of the demon's speech, only recognizing it as some sort of weird, tetric-like tongue that followed some patter at will, one that seemed to act as language. But peace was never an option. Boom, ngh. Nedzu was pulled back by Aizawa in a flash as something basically crashed upon the spot where the principal and the riots were standing, making a big shockwave that was felt at the surrounding area of the USJ, the thing that impacted of course getting to hurl the riots away and visibly injured. Are you all right, sir? Mike asked as, of course, the sudden event caused a clear trigger effect upon the present, making Recovery Girl to go near upon her principal, receiving only a sign of reassurance from the pause of Nedzu as he and the rest looked upon the place that once was the spot where he was at, covered a bit in dust thanks to the crack of concrete and dirt alike. Whoosh plus thud followed by a large silhouette that landed just meters away and on the edge of the stairs, said presence making everyone stay on guard. As it was none other than the leader of this onslaught. The Gilgamesh Knight. Back away villain. Ectoplasm commanded out of protocol and warning, as all of the pros were ready to strike, getting the students on various feelings of dread and alert, especially the girls, as of course this experience already traumatized them enough. Rubble plus coughs. The stern ambience was slightly afflicted, as the dust cleared out from the spot, allowing now the present to get a view of what, or more specifically who was the one to crash upon the scene. Dead worried. Sensei. Momo and Kyoka exclaimed out of horror, as the sight of a mauled and clearly bloody beaten Izuku was upon them, only able to be on his knees as even his suit was mostly ripened out and destroyed, almost allowing the present to have a view of his body built and almost the appearance of his face behind the mask he wore. Gilgamesh Knight chuckles asterisk. How ironic, isn't Galleon? An intimidant, sinister and dark voice was heard from the mouth of the large enemy, voice that sent shivers through the spines of most of the present, more especially the most innocent-minded, as it sounded nothing like a human at most. But the name Galleon triggered many shocked faces, as all the staff instinctively turned their gazes towards their principal, who clearly looked angry, and nonetheless disturbed for being called out by the demon. Gritting teeth. Must have thought it was you who I sensed during the break-in yesterday, Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh? That name, for some reason, triggered the curiosity of Momo, despite her fear she was feeling at the moment, making her think of some place or time when she heard of it. Notices. Hold on a minute, you know it, principal. Mike's words basically now made the whole present to turn towards their principal, making Nedzu more angry as he knew what this meant. The truth of his identity will be shown. Gilgamesh Knight chuckles asterisk. Why wouldn't he? After all, the netherworld never forgets the faces of traitors. Demons such as thyself that swore once lifetimes ago servitude to the darkness Mundus, but now became plagued by the insignificant lives of your kin humans. Angry. These humans are not insignificant and I dare you not get a step closer, or else. Gilgamesh Knight. Else what, old man? You may conserve the memory of your proudful prime as the mighty general of the darkness, Galleon the Balladeer. You once were. But now you are nothing but a vulnerable and useless human-made chimera that holds no power other than supreme intelligence upon this primitive apes. Nothing like who you used to be. General of the Darkness. Midnight and the students thought this with the same kind of shock everyone was having at the moment, as all the gazes were upon Nedzu, who was visibly none afflicted by these words, yet again it was clear that he was now being exposed of the secret he was hiding for the sake of the safety of his school. My pledge upon Mundus ended the moment I saw his true intentions of endless power, lust and hunger, and like once my friends swore that day, all of you are not welcomed on these lands. Gilgamesh Knight. Try all you want, Galleon, but with such vulnerable and weak-looking form you shall only provide me with nothing but mere entertainment and pity. The demon general said this as it stepped closer, getting the pros to react upon this as Nedzu stayed put. Woos. Our team, who was hearing all this, took the initiative to take this chance to strike unexpectedly. Yet his body did not come to the expectation of his normal reflexes, as he was easily caught by Gilgamesh in an attempt to be stabbed with Yondu. Gilgamesh Knight. Nice try, Urizen. Uri. Zen. The reveal of said name brought a powerful revelation to the students, as they saw their teacher being lifted off the ground by the monstrous hand of the creature upon them, said hand gripping the neck of the demon hunter as it lifted him up to the height of its head. Gilgamesh Knight, or should I call you by your real name? The demon took hold of the almost shattered mask on the face of our teen, breaking it with a tight grip that even hurted the young man, making the mentioned grunt out as some blood spilled from his mouth, thanks to the claws on them, Midoriya Izuku. The world slowed down in an instant, as the mention of such name echoed upon the present, but mainly a certain Pomeranian young boy that was ready to strike upon the foul monsters that tried to break in from the shield, shocking the life out of him. Dekiru, slightly choked, chuckles weakly. Chi took you long enough, UFC King Metal Automaton Demon. Gilgamesh Knight, just like your father, huh? What wonderful days were those for you to live as a mortal human such as these, didn't you? Did you expect that such peace was going to last a lifetime? You, son of the mighty justiciar of the dark Hisashi Midoriya, are known to these blindful clowns as the mighty grim reaper Exodius, grandson of the traitorous demonic general Bergant, the sinister moon knight Charontis. A half-breed such as the Sparta bloodline. MMY life has no meaning to you apart of death and murder for your despicable boss that both the Dark Knight Sparta and Tony Redgrave sealed away in that pit. Gilgamesh Knight, talk as much bravado as you want, half-breed, yet nothing will save your pitiful life from the mighty judgment of the Darkness Mundus. And now, summons a drill blade from its arm, your judgment has come. Question mark. Not if I allow it. Boom. A powerful shockwave was felt across all the USJ as a green spark impacted upon Gilgamesh from the body of Midoriya, freeing the mentioned and pushing away the pros to the ground like ragdolls, as Gilgamesh barely held itself on the ground and the platform as the impact surely took the breath out of its metallic lungs. Coughs X3. Izuku started to recover his wounds unexpectedly, as his dressing started to change upon the ones he uses as a demon hunter. The dressing of Urizen, the alter ego he created to bring peace. What the? Of course this events were clearly unexpected to him, as he started to stand up now healed and recovered of energy, such as if he was new again. But it was now on his feet when he finally took sight of what pushed Gilgamesh back, making him shocked. A pillar of emerald flames stood upon, a pillar that was generated by none other than the weapon he was bestowed upon him that tragic night when he lost his family. A weapon that represented fear upon the evil and represented peace for the weak. See, the mighty devil arm of Exodius was now upright and ready to be used, waiting for its owner to claim it for a battle. Gilgamesh Knight growls, Bergdant. Izuku was lost of words, as he contemplated the weapon of his father right upon his face. As he later felt warm and gentle hands of two adults petting his shoulder and head, recognizing the touch of them as he felt the familiarity in them. Dad. He knew who they were, as the souls of both adults manifested behind him in a carrying manner as the parents they were for our teen. This is a warmth he long forgotten years ago started to claim his senses. Inko Spirit. You were never alone in this world, my sweet child, and never will the two of us forget about your life and care. Hisashi Spirit. Time might have taken us away from you and your life, yet the tomorrow we wished for you is still upon your reach and will. Izuku didn't know what to say, as his eyes started to crystallize in clear signs of tearing up coming close. Inko spirit, your father and I will love you from all eternity and ever my baby. Hisashi spirit, but like times of peace come by, looks at Gilgamesh, duty for justice and the right also come to knock upon your door. Kneels down to his height, protect them all as I have protected you my son, Aussi's power will respond to your will and wishes, rise upon the evil Mundus and protect your beloved. Let the inner demon of your will punish the sinful upon you. As if a miracle happened at the place, and in a matter of an instant that happened. FWOOSH. A sudden large pillar of flames was now seen upon the entire USJ complex, as the light show made all demons in the vicinity to notice the pike of power that surged upon the place. This is the Gilgamesh Knight now managed to recover. But a new sense and feeling began to form on its being, as what manifested upon him was no longer a half-breed being a human. But it was now a half-breed demon, that now took on him as his next victim. At that very moment, all the UA staff and the students managed to recover from the sudden explosion of power from before, making them all but witness the might of something they sure never expected. At the center of the area was the image of a young man surrounded in emerald flames, a young man which dressings described nothing more but the presence of Urizen, the demon hunter, yet with clear slight differences. A mask of red leather was no longer covering his eyes, but a mask of emerald flames replaced them, said eyes being now with black scleras yet an emerald glow that had no comparison. Instead of the green hair that normally denominated the young man, was now an albine silver white that shined down upon the light of the flames. And most important of all, the weapon he equipped was now the weapon of the once called Grim Reaper, Exodius, all in its mighty glory of prime and emerald glow of power which only defined a word for all of the sinners that have claimed to be guilty. Death was now on earth, ready to take the soul of the sinners to oblivion. Let's end this, shall we? I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.